Hello, fellow resistors. I'm here at Moe's Latte in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Yes, Prince Edward Island, the home of Anna Green Gables. I mean, certainly that story has brought tourists and continues to bring tourists from around the world. But the one thing that's really important about Charlottetown is it's no longer just the story of Anna Green Gables. It's a story of multiculturalism, of being open to the world. For example, Moe's Latte here. The story that people here love is that this is a family that were Syrian refugees, that were escaping the war, that had to come and learn to speak English. They were welcomed into our country, and they were determined to build a business, and a business that is open to people. And here at Moe's Latte, what's really amazing, again, these connections, these international connections, that we have this beautiful cafe run by a Syrian family here in Charlottetown, and they get their coffee beans from a women's collective in Colombia. These are what the connections that are going to build a better world, a world of solidarity, and a world of resistance to the authoritarian oligarchs. Such a good story. You have to come here for coffee. Before we get into that in today's program, I just want to do some shout outs. Ukraine Voices of Resistance and Solidarity from the Canadian Alliance for Solidarity with Ukraine. Thank you for that. And I agree with you that Ukraine right now, it's the Spain was in the 1930s, Ukraine is today. Water Confidential by Susan Blackland. I'm going to be looking for this book, The Fight for Safe Drinking Water on Indigenous Communities and Rural Communities in Canada. I'm learning, thanks to you. Thanks for this support. Aussi, je vous remercie pour les messages incroyables que notre équipe a reçus partout au Canada, partout au Québec et partout dans le monde. La solidarité et la résistance de le fascisme est très, très forte. So pour ça, je vous remercie. So let's go back to the story of how Charlottetown and how Canada is going to address the situation that's coming. Because I'd like to say, my friends, that we're through the worst of it, but the real storm is on its way. And I'm going to frame it in the fact that this is the 10th anniversary of them finding the body of that little Syrian boy, Alan Kurdi, washed up on the shores of a Greek island. Him, his 5-year-old brother and mother who tried to escape the war in Syria. And it was such a shocking photograph, and it stunned the world. And for a moment, we all stopped and thought, what kind of world are we living in when a little boy like this can be left to drown on a European beach? That photo is coming back. It's in the media. People have been talking about it. But we forget what happened next. After that gut-wrenching scene and our sense of solidarity came a dark, ugly online backlash of rage, hate, and paranoia and blame against people who were just trying to escape a war zone. It washed across Canada like an ugly fever dream. The intense anti-Syrian sentiment that we saw, we forget about that because it's like what happens in online media. They get inside our heads, they get us full of rage, and then the rage passes. I encourage you to read the book by Max Fisher, The Chaos Machine, where he talks about the rise of violence in Europe and Germany in particular against immigrant communities tied to Facebook usage. When Facebook usage is up, attacks on immigrants go way up. So why am I talking about this? Well, the storm is coming here. We see how Pierre Poilievre is coming back into Parliament, and his big issue is he says that Canada is being flooded with immigrant workers. That's bullshit. We have 240,000 less immigrants to Canada this year than last year. But you can't argue facts with that. Pierre Poilievre talks about how there's a rise in youth unemployment, and he blames immigrants. Well, of course he does. He doesn't talk about the fact that we lost 49,000 jobs because of MAGA's attack on our manufacturing sector and the pressure on the Canadian economy. No, he'd rather blame immigrants. This is the fascist playbook. This is the MAGA playbook 101. Across the United States, Donald Trump has ramped up rage, hatred against migrants, against immigrants, against people with brown skin, pushing for mass deportations. And already in Canada, we see extremists talking about holding rallies promoting mass deportations. Lest you think that this is just an anomaly, this is just a few freaks, get ready for the storm. Because what MAGA does is it follows a playbook. And they've seen in Europe an incredible level of success of blaming immigrants, of blaming foreigners, of blaming people who are trying to come to European countries to build a better life. We see the horrific riots in the UK. This is being stoked by online disinformation and by right-wing politics. So when Pierre Poilievre says his number one priority in coming back into Parliament, by the way, having lost his seat in a miserable election where he just proved that he wasn't fit for office, he's coming back in, and what's he doing? He's going to blame immigrants. He's going to go after the temporary foreign worker jobs program. Again, there's no point arguing the fact that in many of our regions and our communities, we're dependent and we need, and we're trying to invite young foreign workers to come and build lives in Canada. And you see it across Canada, the success, the Peace by Chocolates, the Syrian family in Nova Scotia, they came and they built a better life. You see it with Mo's Latte. They built a better life. You know, we were in a restaurant last night in Charlottetown, and a young woman from Nepal not only served us our food and our drinks, but she came over and talked to us afterwards, because what she's learned about being Canadian is a sense of community. She wasn't shy. She came over, she talked to us about Nepal and how much she loved being in Canada. You see this wherever you go in this country, that the immigrant families who came here are building a better life. And we need those communities and those families. You know, when I was a member of Parliament in Northern Ontario, a guy called me one day and he's blaming the immigrants, all those young immigrants that are working, have taken a job. My son can't find a job. And I said, sir, tell your son to come in my office. I can guarantee, but at the end of the day, he doesn't have a job, I'll pay him. Well, the son never showed up because the young immigrants were not taking jobs away from him. And this is what we have to call out. We have to call out Pierre Poilievre and this kind of rage politics, because I keep talking about the storm that's coming. It's going to be a storm of disinformation. It's going to be a storm of AI. It's going to come as Daniel Smith is ramping up and pouring gasoline all over attempts to create regional divides in our country. Our country is about to be tested in a very serious way. And this is when the MAGA threat from Donald Trump is going to ramp up in a very, very significant manner. What we need to do is stay the course of being an inclusive, fair, and loving society. We need to call out the disinformation that is coming. And we need to call out the politicians who are trying to blame people who are coming to this country to build better lives, to build Canada, who believe in the hope of what this nation is. We have to call out those MAGA incel, rage baiters, the people like Pierre Poilievre who would rather pour gasoline on our nation than to build a better country, because that's the threat we're facing. Are we going to get through this? Of course we're going to get through this. But we're going to get through this by having our eyes wide open and being willing to stand up to the bullies, being willing to stand up to the fascists. And remember that what keeps us going and makes us different is that we do believe in a nation that is true, north, strong, and free from hate. So I encourage you to get a coffee when you come here, to meet the incredible diverse population that's here in Charlottetown, here in Prince Edward Island, here across Canada. We are a nation that is built by the people who come here and believe in the values that we have of solidarity and decency and the rule of law. So we got a big fight ahead of us. I'm telling you, folks, it's going to be a rough patch ahead, but we're going to get through this. We're going to get through this elbows up and in your face to the rage haters. Keep kicking that darkness until it bleeds daylight.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Actually on time today. How often does that happen? Everybody, all of you in the chat, please make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure, if you are new, you subscribe to the channel. If you like, stay a while, test it out. Let's see if you like it. Everyone, please make sure, for those of us who are listening to the show after the live stream, please make sure you hit the like button. Also, feel free to share comments. I don't often get a lot of comments in after shows. I think most people tend to watch it live, but always feel free to share a comment. And yesterday, I had a couple people, Lupin in particular, and CKJ3 always does it. I'm open to show ideas. The politics does get, well, for everybody else, not so much for me. The politics and history does get dry, and I can talk about other things. And there are opportunities. If you have a topic, please make sure that you plan on kind of coming up and co-hosting or even taking the lead on a topic. I don't know everything. So, I know a lot about a lot of, well, I know a bit about a lot of things, but, expertise is expertise. So feel free to share. As far as this video goes, I didn't even know there was a Midas touch in Canada. And a lot of what he says is true, but it's more a Canada thing. America is more densely populated. So, the attitudes might be a little bit, Canada's more laid back than the United States is. The United States is, regardless of what people say, I don't know that I believe the center right part, but everybody who's like a political scientist or political philosopher, they all say the United States, when kind of compared to Europe, for instance, tends to be center right. I would actually say they're center left, but that's kind of a personal bias since I am. The part about immigrants, look, I think it's reasonable to enforce borders. I also think it's reasonable to expect people who are here to follow immigration laws, visa laws, what have you. Where I get off the Trump train is where they want to basically stoke up the hate and the cruelty is the point sort of philosophy. We know that there's been a problem, but the problem is a policy or, an international orientation, I'll call it. It's probably not the right term, but big business for decades encouraged this sort of, hey, go to America, get a job. The under the table payments. I've had a little bit of personal experience with, businesses and big businesses kind of looking the other way as long as they had a body, to fill a labor job. And my personal experience is the way big companies would avoid liability for having illegals working would be to go through temp agencies. Temp agencies, in my experience, were notorious for being kind of lax in checking the credentials of the workers they would send to work on a site. That Georgia thing, which I will talk a little bit about in a bit, the Hyundai battery plant, which I pass every time I go home to Savannah, had some ungodly number. I can't remember whether it was 250 or 450, but it was hundreds of people who were here illegally. Some of them crossed the border illegally, from various sources, but the majority of them were not Hispanic. They were South Korean. And who knew there was a South Korea? There was a whole bunch of South Korean illegals here. They have a successful country. Don't know why they would want to be here. But what I'm saying is that businesses encouraged and looked the other way for decades, encouraging people to come here. And I think there's a better way to deal with it, at least attitude wise. Get them out of here, but being cruel excessively, I don't see why that is in the nation's best interest. There are ways to do things without being, inhumane. And MAGA tends to relish in the inhumanity, and that's just something that they embrace. So anyway, let's get on to the news here. This is something that happened a couple days ago, and it's finally made the New York Times or the national news. A gruesome murder in North Carolina ignites a firestorm on the right. And I'm going to play this article, and it's long, but I'm going to play the whole thing because I have comments on the quote firestorm on the right. These guys, well, I'll save my comments to the end.
A gruesome murder in North Carolina ignites a firestorm on the right. This article is by Eduardo Medina, Richard Fawcett, and Emily Cochran, and read by an automated voice. The video, captured by a security camera in Charlotte, North Carolina, shows a 23-year-old woman named Irina Zarutska sitting on a light rail train one night in late August, dressed in the uniform of the pizza parlor where she worked. She is looking at her phone when suddenly a man sitting behind her stands up, gripping a knife in his raised right hand. Moments later, the police say he stabbed and killed Ms. Zarutska, a Ukrainian refugee, in what appeared to be a random and unprovoked attack. The police arrested DeCarlos Brown Jr. soon after and charged him with first-degree murder. But the brutal killing did not capture widespread attention until the security footage was released on Friday, at which point it became an accelerant for conservative arguments about crime, race, and the perceived failings of big city justice systems and mainstream news outlets in the Trump era. The outrage over the Charlotte killing is a part of a pattern in which President Trump and his allies highlight horrific crimes to bolster their case that the country is plagued by American carnage, as Mr. Trump put it in his first inaugural address, despite statistics that show crime is dropping. In Charlotte, overall crime was down by 8% in the first half of this year compared with the same period last year, according to the police, while violent crime was down by 25%. On Saturday, Representative Mark Harris, a Republican who represents parts of Charlotte, called the attack a microcosm of a national epidemic. On Monday, the White House called Mr. Brown, who the authorities say is homeless and mentally ill, a deranged monster with a lengthy rap sheet, blaming the murder on local Democrats and accusing them of being soft on crime. It's the culmination of North Carolina's Democrat politicians, prosecutors, and judges prioritizing woke agendas that fail to protect their citizens when they need them the most, the White House statement said. Last year, conservatives successfully used the killing of a nursing student in Georgia, Laken Riley, by a Venezuelan immigrant who had entered the country illegally to stoke fears about immigrant crime. While some on the left point to data showing that immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than native-born Americans, some conservatives argue that any crime committed by someone in the country illegally could have been prevented by strict immigration enforcement. Mr. Trump repeatedly highlighted the killing of Ms. Riley, in arguing that the border policies of his predecessor, Joseph R. Biden Jr., had made the country less safe. Today, Mr. Trump's critics fear that he will use the death of Ms. Zarutska to justify sending federal troops into American cities, as he has already done in Washington, despite statistics showing a downturn in violent crime nationwide. Trump's MAGA allies are trying to use the tragic murder of a service worker in Charlotte, North Carolina, to justify its illegal occupation of U.S. cities. The Reverend Dr. William Barber, the state's most prominent African-American civil rights leader, wrote in a text message. Mr. Brown, 34, has a troubled history. He has been arrested 14 times over the last dozen years, according to the Sheriff's Department in Mecklenburg County, home to Charlotte, including on charges of armed robbery, shoplifting, and injury to personal property. In August 2014, he was arrested after brandishing a handgun at a man and robbing him of $450, a cell phone and Honduran currency, court documents show. He pleaded guilty to robbery with a dangerous weapon and, with jail time served before the conviction taken into account, served the minimum sentence of 6 years and 1 month. After his release in September 2020, Mr. Brown had the standard 1 year of post-release supervision. A spokesman for the North Carolina Department of Adult Correction declined to comment further on the case, citing confidential prison records. Mr. Brown's housing and mental state appear to have become increasingly unstable in recent months. In January, when the police conducted a welfare check on him, he told officers that someone had given him a man-made material that controlled when he ate, walked, talked. According to court records, Mr. Brown grew upset when officers told him they could not do anything about it and proceeded to call 911. He was then charged with misuse of 911. Mr. Brown was released days later, with Magistrate Teresa Stokes agreeing to release him on the condition that he sign a written promise to appear at future hearings. On the paperwork, nature and circumstances of offense is checked as a fact that supported the release conditions. Attempts to reach Judge Stokes were unsuccessful. Mr. Brown's mother, Michelle Ann DeWitt, said in a brief interview on Monday that shortly after her son was released from prison in 2020, he was diagnosed with schizophrenia and began acting aggressive at home. She added that she believed her son, whom she dropped off at a homeless shelter days before the murder, should not have been left out in the community after his arrest in January. Now charged with first-degree murder, Mr. Brown is back in custody. A judge has ordered a mental acuity assessment, according to a redacted court document. Efforts to reach Ms. Zarutska's family were unsuccessful on Monday. After the video's release, a number of influential conservatives also accused major news outlets, including the New York Times, of ignoring the story because the crime was committed by a black man against a white woman. The reason for the media silence is racial, Dinesh D'Souza, the right-wing commentator, wrote in an online post on Sunday. If the killer were white, this would get coverage. Of course, if it were a white assailant murdering a black victim, then it would be front-page headlines everywhere. The idea that mainstream news outlets downplay crimes committed by black people has become more of a talking point in some conservative circles in recent years. The critique has emerged even as liberal critics of the news media have argued that crime coverage by American news outlets is distorted by anti-black bias. In North Carolina, as in other southern states, newspapers in the Jim Crow era often egregiously exaggerated stories about black criminality. Among other things, such stories served as a precursor to a white supremacist uprising in Wilmington, North Carolina in 1898, in which at least 60 black men were killed. In its statement on Monday, the White House focused its wrath on North Carolina Democrats, calling out several of them by name for promoting what it called woke agendas instead of fighting crime. Its targets included former Governor Roy Cooper, who is running for the U.S. Senate in a 2026 race that could help determine control of the upper chamber. The White House noted that as governor, Mr. Cooper had established a task force for racial equity in criminal justice that had recommended diversion programs, eliminating cash bail for many misdemeanors and other reforms after the 2020 murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis. Among other things, the White House also criticized the Charlotte City Council for an initiative to reimagine policing and the Mecklenburg County government for hiring consultants to help address racial disparities in the justice system, such as Black and Hispanic people being overrepresented in the jail population compared with their share of the general population. The blood of this innocent woman can literally be seen dripping from the killer's knife, and now her blood is on the hands of the Democrats who refuse to put bad people in jail, including former disgraced governor and wannabe senator Roy Cooper, Mr. Trump posted on social media on Monday. In a statement on Monday, Mr. Cooper's office called the killing a despicable act of evil and defended his policies while in office. Roy Cooper knows North Carolinians need to be safe in their communities. He spent his career prosecuting violent criminals and drug dealers, increasing the penalties for violence against law enforcement, and keeping thousands of criminals off the streets and behind bars, the statement said. Charlotte's mayor, V. Lyles, who is facing 4 other Democrats in a primary on Tuesday, has faced criticism from her opponents for what they described as an inadequate response to the murder and to safety concerns in Charlotte. Days after the incident, Ms. Lyles released a statement offering condolences to Ms. Zarutska's family and calling it a tragic situation that sheds light on problems with society's safety nets related to mental health care. On Monday, in a letter published on social media, the mayor blamed a tragic failure by the courts and magistrates and pledged increased security around the city's transit system. In a phone interview on Monday, Pat McCrory, a Republican who served as mayor of Charlotte and later as the state's governor, criticized the city's current government, which is dominated by Democrats. Mr. McCrory said that local leaders had become too lax in its handling of repeat criminals and homelessness. Frankly, Charlotte has been implementing what I'd call progressive policies that are making us more like Atlanta and Portland than Charlotte, he said. Kitty Bennett contributed research.
Yeah, I don't know why people, at least in this, and I guess I'm actually no longer technically part of the anti-black space, but I still get a lot of folks like that cycling through occasionally. I simply don't understand why people cannot accept that America is inherently a racist country. Okay, the first thing that happens is Dinesh D'Souza, who is, kind of a free radical when it comes to his right-wing politics. He's kind of an outsider, but he says, things that people want to say as minorities who are racist or pro-white racists themselves tend to do. They say it so their little white masters don't have to. But here's the deal. First thing is race. Okay, now last week, or was it the week before now, we had a white male or white whatever he was. He had XY chromosomes. Shot up kids at a school, but the first thing they did was go to trans. They didn't go to race. They went to trans. They will pick on every quote minority instead of pointing out that white males commit more violent crime in the United States than any other group. Okay. And, hiding behind per capita, I think that's a valid way to view it, but there are other ways to view crime too. Males overwhelmingly commit more violent crime than females do. That's another way to look at it. That's another way to focus on fighting crime. There are other ways besides race to do it. And I have no hope of, convincing someone like a Donald Trump that this is a valid way to argue race. Going the race route has all kinds of benefits. What's up, Black Knight? What's up, Deacon Dave? And it's, I remember Lee Atwater. A lot of folks in here aren't going to be old enough to remember Lee Atwater and back during the Reagan administration. America has always somehow or another managed to make violence racial. And the other thing that Democrats aren't going to learn, and I'm not sure how to combat it, but Trump has the emotional side. Fighting emotions with statistics in the United States is just, you're not going to be able to do it. You're simply not. I think on this crime issue, Democrats are going to lose. The best they can do is what Wes Moore did. He basically proacted anything that Trump was thinking about doing, and it went unnoticed. I did talk about it yesterday. Wes Moore went ahead and surged policing in Baltimore. And I'm sure somewhere out there, some Republican made a comment about it. But I think that, and it's kind of a mixed bag. I have kind of mixed feelings about what Trump is doing. probably should have been done a while ago, and it should have been Democrats doing this. Democrats fear their base, as do MAGA. MAGA fears its base a whole lot less than Democrats do. Surging police should have been something that was done a while ago. And Wes Moore has basically neutralized, any Republican criticism because he just went ahead and did it. Now they're going to go, well, he did it before we could do it, but he still did it. So my point is, and I guess my overall point, because I'm rambling, racializing crime has never worked. Okay, black crime. You hear certain white shades in this anti-black sector talking about, everything from race realism, that it's genetics that make black people more violent and other things than other demographic groups or genetic groups. People who've never even taken a college biology class acting like they're some genetics expert. And that's based on a conversation I had a few days ago on this panel. On this show. Racializing crime hasn't worked. We do know that males commit more crime. There are other ways to look at crime other than race. And I think it's very disingenuous that mental health. This guy had some mental health problems. That's another lens to look at this problem through. But race is easier, and race works. And it's what got Trump elected in the first place. So that's my commentary on this. And it's tragic that this happened. And that's all I have to say about it. So let's move on. ICE launches Operation Midway Blitz, targeting immigrants in Chicago. The National Guard isn't there yet, but just you wait. ICE launches Operation Midway Blitz, and let's hear about it. This is long, and a long article too. Not sure that we need to listen to the whole thing. It's more important just to know that it has begun. And ICE operations. Just so you know, I talked about it last week also. Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago, signed an executive order directing police not to cooperate with the federales. Not sure that was the right decision, but it'll all come out in the wash.
Junior.
Yep.
Lady.
You know what? I keep forgetting these idiots want to do commercials.
Jumbo.
Oh yeah, they even have that one.
You're listening to ICE launches Operation Midway Blitzes targeting immigrants in Chicago. A news story written by Mariana Alfaro, Arelis R. Hernandez, Marianne Levine, and Kim Bellware, and read by an AI-generated voice. Chicago. The Department of Homeland Security said Monday that it has launched an immigration enforcement operation here as part of the Trump administration's effort to target sanctuary cities, and immigrant advocates said several people in heavily Hispanic communities have been detained. The agency did not provide details of the scale or duration of the undertaking in Chicago, which will be led by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The announcement came after President Donald Trump vowed for weeks that his administration would send federal law enforcement officers, including potentially National Guard troops, to the city as part of an effort to crack down on crime. Local officials and immigrant advocates said federal immigration officers began making arrests in Chicago on Sunday and had taken at least 5 people into custody, including a well-known flower vendor and people waiting at a bus stop and on the sidewalk. The advocates said,
See, that's what wait, hold it. They said including people on a sidewalk. What the fuck?
began making arrests in Chicago on Sunday and had taken at least 5 people into custody, including a well-known flower vendor and people waiting at a bus stop and on the sidewalk. The advocate said
Wow.
there had been an escalation in enforcement actions and reported several sightings of ICE vehicles. The number of reported arrests is relatively few, but immigrant rights advocates said the operation appears to mark a shift in ICE tactics. Before this operation, local activists said agents had been targeted in their tactics, presenting warrants at specific homes or detaining people at immigration court. Stopping people on the street in what appeared to be a fairly random fashion is new, they said. We believe this operation signals the beginning of ICE's full escalation in Chicago and Illinois, said Ray Wences, the senior director of deportation defense for the Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights. DHS named the enforcement action Operation Midway Blitz and said it was in honor of an Illinois woman allegedly killed by an undocumented immigrant driving drunk when he crashed into her vehicle. In announcing the operation, the agency republished an interview with the parents of 20-year-old Catherine Abraham, who died in January after being rear-ended by a vehicle authorities said was driven by Julio Cuculbol of Guatemala. President Trump and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi L. Noem have a clear message: no city is a safe haven for criminal illegal aliens, DHS spokeswoman Tricia McLaughlin said. If you come to our country illegally and break our laws, we will hunt you down, arrest you, deport you, and you will never return. Immigrant advocates and Democrats in Chicago and Illinois rebuked the administration, accusing it of using the pretext of cracking down on violent crime to target undocumented migrants as part of the president's mass deportation campaign. Studies have found that migrants who enter the United States either legally or without authorization do not commit other crimes at a higher rate than U.S. citizens. As President Trump continues to wrongly hyperfixate on deploying the military to Chicago, his administration is now ramping up its campaign to arrest hardworking immigrants with no criminal convictions, Senator Dick Durbin, Democrat, Illinois, said in a statement. The ICE operation in Chicago comes after the Trump administration ramped up enforcement actions in Los Angeles, Washington, and Boston. Like those jurisdictions, Chicago and Illinois are led by Democratic officials, setting up a clash over immigration at a time when public polls show waning support for some of Trump's hardline enforcement tactics. Democrats, however, have struggled to project an alternative vision for how the nation should move forward on the issue. Trump and his top aides have long railed against sanctuary city policies that limit cooperation with federal immigration enforcement and have been embraced by many Democratic-led jurisdictions. Chicago and Illinois adopted statutes that prohibit city and state law enforcement from inquiring about a person's immigration status during an arrest or transferring custody of people who are arrested to federal immigration agents unless instructed by a court order. Over the weekend, DHS launched Operation Patriot 2.0 in Boston as a successor to an enforcement operation earlier this year. Joe Abraham, the father of Catherine, said in an interview with the Washington Post on Monday that DHS reached out to him over the weekend to inform him of the new ICE operation in Chicago. Illinois police have said the man charged in the death of Catherine Abraham and her friend attempted to flee the country on a bus headed to Mexico before the U.S. Marshals Service apprehended him. I thought, okay, well, I'm glad to hear someone recognizes and acknowledges Katie because she is someone that should be recognized, should be honored, Joe Abraham said of the Trump administration. If it's an operation where they're looking to get after undocumented criminals, I'm not sure there's any controversy around that, he said. If another parent doesn't have to go through what I'm going through, I'm all for it. ICE has said it is focusing enforcement operations on immigrants who commit violent crimes. But those individuals have consistently represented a small percentage of the overall arrests of undocumented people, as the administration has sought to meet the president's mass deportation goals, according to a post-analysis of ICE data from June. The examination found that the administration is increasingly targeting unauthorized migrants with no criminal record. Call volume to Chicago's hotline for immigrant families has been high since Sunday, organizers said. But the calls have reportedly included false alarms amid growing citywide awareness about ICE activity. Chicago Alderman Gilbert Villegas, who represents the 36th Ward, which includes the predominantly Hispanic neighborhoods of Humboldt Park, Hermosa, and Montclair, said his constituents are increasingly fearful in the wake of the reported DHS operation. People are concerned about if there...
Yeah, I'll stop it right there. And then, let's see here. Something is out of order here. Okay. So, Supreme Court, I meant to mention it yesterday, but the Supreme Court allows immigration agents to resume roving patrols in LA. And I think this is probably what Chicago fears. Um, there was basically LA. There was a raid on MacArthur Park. It's that big famous park. There's a song about it from decades ago in LA, and there was this bungled attempt to coordinate the National Guard and ICE in doing a raid. It's like I don't know LA. I've never been, but I suspect MacArthur Park is kind of like LA's version of Central Park, maybe something on that order. And ICE went in, did that roving patrol. They did a sweep, and they got a bunch of people, who were actually here undocumented. But there were some Americans who got swept up in that raid too. One of them was a lawyer who I think she did a Substack or something about it, and she was detained for quite some time, like a day. It was less than 24 hours, but it was, hey, it ruined her Saturday. And I can't remember the details, but it seems like she had like her driver's license. She was a lawyer, and she was a citizen. She was the child, like one of her parents was from Paraguay or somewhere like that. But I guess she had kind of a Hispanic phenotype. So she's a little peeved about that. And, there have been American citizens who have been detained, not just stopped and questioned, but actually put into the paddy wagon and taken down to wherever it is they're holding these people. It's kind of like a, kill them all, let God sort it out sort of thing. And, people got pissed off enough to ask for an injunction, and the Supreme Court basically said, nope, you guys can go ahead and do it. And I want to read the relevant part here. Well, I'll just read a little bit of it. It says here the U.S. Supreme Court yesterday, granted the Trump administration, or maybe it was even Sunday, granted the Trump administration's emergency request to lift a temporary restraining order barring federal immigration officials from conducting roving patrols and profiling people. They misspelled profiling, or did they? No, they spelled it right. And profiling people based on their appearance in Los Angeles in Southern California. The case is likely to have enormous impact, not just for Los Angeles, but across the country. Several experts told Cal Matters. That's the name of this publication. It means immigration agents can legally resume aggressive street sweeps that began in early June in Los Angeles, the epicenter for President Donald Trump's mass deportation campaign. The Supreme Court, by a 6-3 majority, agreed with the Trump administration that federal immigration officers can briefly detain and interrogate individuals about whether they are lawfully in the United States, and that they can rely on a totality of circumstances, that's in quote, totality of circumstances, standard for reasonable suspicion. That means everything the officer knew and observed at the time of the stop. The U.S. Supreme Court took the case through its emergency docket, also known as the shadow docket, which is used for cases that are handled speedily with limited briefing and typically no oral argument. The justices do not have to publish an opinion when they act from the emergency docket. Justice Brett Kavanaugh nonetheless wrote a concurring opinion explaining his reasoning in lifting restrictions on Los Angeles immigration sweeps. In quotes, here, those circumstances include that there is an extremely high number and percentage of illegal immigrants in the Los Angeles area, that those individuals tend to gather in certain locations to seek daily work, that those individuals often work in certain kinds of jobs such as day labor, landscaping, agriculture, and construction that do not require paperwork and are therefore especially attractive to illegal immigrants, and that many of those illegally in the Los Angeles area come from Mexico or Central America and do not speak much English, he wrote. To be clear, he continued, ethnicity alone cannot furnish reasonable suspicion. Under this court's case law regarding immigration stops, however, it can be a relevant factor when considered with other salient factors. The three justices appointed by the Democratic presidents dissented from the majority, stressing that they objected to the court lifting limitations on immigration sweeps without oral argument and through the emergency docket, which the Trump administration used extensively this year. So far, the Supreme Court has sided with Trump in at least 17 cases in a row now. And then they go on talking about the misuse of the emergency docket, et cetera, which I agree. It's been abused, but hey, it's there. So in the end, the ruling means the Border Patrol can resume the aggressive tactics a district federal judge said violated people's Fourth Amendment constitutional rights against unreasonable search and seizure. It means officers can rely on little more than a person being in the parking lot of a Home Depot and speaking Spanish to question someone about their immigration status. Okay, and this actually all hinges on Trump declaring this an emergency. Essentially, he's got emergency powers as long as he deems there is an emergency. And, it's legal. And this is one of those cases when morality and legality kind of, cross paths. And the moral part of any argument kind of gets thrown out. Emergency powers work like that. So that's kind of my response. Why, I think a local law enforcement doesn't want their citizens harassed, unreasonably. And it's arguable whether just stopping someone based on them speaking Spanish in Los Angeles, especially, speaking Spanish and looking Hispanic, is I won't say ubiquitous, but it's gotta be fairly common. So that's that. So in a related story from Ground News, Republicans in Congress are eager for Trump to expand his use of the military on U.S. soil. After last week, President Donald Trump declared a crime emergency in Washington and deployed about 2,000 National Guard troops and 2,500 federal officers, asserting authority over local police. Republican leaders in Congress have largely supported Trump's expanded military deployments, with House Speaker Mike Johnson and Senators John Kennedy and Roger Wicker, Kennedy's Republican Los Angeles. By the way, Mike Johnson is a Republican from Los Angeles. And then Roger Wicker is a senator from Mississippi, saying cities like New Orleans need help. Courts and military actions have added to the controversy as a federal judge ruled last week that the administration willfully violated the Posse Comitatus Act when it sent National Guard troops into Los Angeles. We know now that has been no, you know what? The guard part hasn't been adjudicated yet. I don't think. I can't remember now. Experts say the moves are remaking the National Guard's role and warn that the administration is mounting a broad effort to insert the military into civilian law enforcement on an unprecedented scale. Trump has signaled plans to send troops to cities such as Chicago, which I don't think is going to happen. The advantage that places like Louisiana, where New Orleans is, the state has a Republican mayor, and a Republican governor, and I think he's already deployed National Guard troops to New Orleans. So, it's been framed as Republican governors deploying the National Guard into Democratic cities, because most of the big cities, even if they're in Republican states, have Democratic mayors. Kind of waiting to see what happens in Atlanta. The governor's mansion, I believe, is actually in Atlanta proper. So I want to see what Kemp does. He sent a bunch of troops to D.C. and I wonder if he's going to yank those troops at some point and deploy them into Atlanta. It'd be interesting if he did that. It might actually, if he did that, it might actually, in this case, Georgia's kind of weird that way. There's enough of a black population. It's the third highest in the country. It could literally, if Kemp did that, and I haven't heard hint that he's going to do it, but I'm just kind of projecting here. If he did it, it could literally endanger Republican chances in 2028. Or is it 2026? I can't remember, but Georgia has enough of a black population. If you piss them off, that could elect a Democratic mayor, which a Democratic governor, which we haven't had in quite some time. So, but Louisiana, I think, is slightly different, though Louisiana has a high black population. But anyway, I have mixed feelings about it. Probably should have been something like this should have been done a while ago. The problem is that these crackdowns are not sustainable for several reasons. Number one, these National Guard troops are basically civilians, who are like, volunteers and kind of like reserve military. They're kind of like militias. And, after a while, these people start missing work. For a while you can miss work and, they can't fire you legally, but eventually, jobs come up, businesses have needs. And if their employees are deployed, they got to get their shareholders or their business owners shouldn't have to suffer. So they're between the civilian part with day jobs and just you can't keep troops in a city forever. You can't occupy a city in the United States. There is posse comitatus, and eventually you start running into valid legal issues with deploying troops like that. When the troops go, does crime go back up? If you're a smart criminal, you kind of lay low until the heat's off. So I actually don't see this. I see this as more short-term political gains in a way that kind of makes it disingenuous. There's a dog and pony show deploying these troops, and you can't do it forever. So eventually, what do you do as a long-term solution? That's what I'm waiting to hear. So we talked a few days ago about all those illegal South Korean workers in Bryan County, Georgia. Elabel, that I think it was technically Elabel that this Hyundai plant resides in. An attorney says his clients detained in the Hyundai raid were working in Georgia legally. So I definitely have to hear this story. Let's have the auto reader do it here.
Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta News First. Georgia could face economic backlash after a recent immigration raid on the massive Hyundai plant near Savannah, according to an attorney representing a dozen people who were detained. A total of 475 people were arrested in the raid, and according to the
Holy
Department
cow.
of Homeland Security investigations, the detainees are mainly South Korean nationals. But Charles Cook, who is representing some of the people detained, said his clients did have valid work visas and were engineers and contractors helping to install parts of the plant that American workers didn't have the expertise to do. None of that equipment is made in the United States, none. Which means the experts on servicing and installing that equipment are not US citizens, he said. Much like we make products that aren't made in other parts of the world and we send Americans over there to install it, that's all that was going on. Related, South Korea will bring home 300 workers detained in massive Hyundai plant raid in Georgia. Cook said his clients and many others were on B-1 work visas or were in Georgia to work through the electronic system for travel authorization program, known as the SDA, which allows for authorization for citizens of participating visa waiver program countries to visit the U.S. for 90 days or less for business or tourism. Others at the site were in the country illegally, he said. But Cook is still trying to figure out how those Korean workers were caught up in what is called the largest immigration operation of its kind. IC were clearly surprised that all these guys were on visas and were at the plant, without realizing that people that are on business visitor visas can be doing work, he said. This, in fact, was the largest single-site enforcement operation in the history of Homeland Security investigations, said Stephen Schrank, the director of Homeland Security Investigations in Atlanta. This has been a multi-month criminal investigation where we have to.
Yeah, this is one of those one of these occasions where people who are of the mind that to make an omelet you have to break a few eggs. And anybody who's ever worked in any sort of industrial environment, and I have, you're going to have people here. I remember years ago, there's something called a crisp plant sorter. It was in this Home Depot distribution center. It was the first one of its kind. And we'd have people here from, I think it was Sweden, crisp plants, like a Swedish company. We have engineers from over there here all the time, working on calibrating it and all that stuff. So this is one of those cases where these workers that are here on those 90-day visas will be fine. But dude, they are greatly inconvenienced, and economic backlash. Well, I bet work has stopped on that Hyundai plant. So I'm going to play this little video clip here. Let's see here. This is Atlanta News First, which oddly enough, maybe I should watch more of. Since I live in the area, but I never do.
Well, now at 6, we are getting new information on that massive immigration raid on a Georgia Hyundai plant directly from an attorney representing some of those detainees.
475 people, mostly South Korean nationals, were detained. And what Homeland Security is calling
no, actually, I don't, Deacon Dave. It's 4 hours away from where I live.
Outside of the Korean consulate in downtown Atlanta. Doug, that attorney argues that many of these employees were here legally.
And the Korean government just on Sunday struck a deal to bring most of those detainees back home to South Korea. And Charles Cook, an Atlanta area immigration attorney, represents about a dozen of them. He said that many of them were here on legal work visas, helping to install foreign parts that Americans don't have the expertise to out there at that plant near Savannah. And he says this could be bad for the future of business in Georgia.
This is ICE getting way over its ski tips. There's going to be foreign policy implications.
Immigration attorney Charles Cook is representing some of the Korean nationals detained in last week's raid. He tells me his clients and most of the Korean workers there had legal B-1 work visas. They were brought over to install foreign parts.
Much like we make products that aren't made in other parts of the world, that we send Americans over there to install it, That's all that was going on.
Cook says most of the engineers and installers would have been gone within 3 months. Some were only here for 2 weeks, while many will be returning to Korea soon. Cook says the raid could spook other foreign companies looking to invest here.
How are other countries supposed to trust us to do their investments here if we pick up their people that are making the investments happen?
It was a sentiment echoed by President Donald Trump days after the raid.
We do have to work something out where we bring in experts so that our people can be trained so that they can do it themselves.
The Hyundai plant was touted by Georgia officials like Governor Brian Kemp as the state's largest economic development project. It's an ongoing $12.5 billion site, about 10% of it paid for by taxpayers. Kemp said in a statement Monday, quote, "In Georgia, we will always enforce the law, including all state and federal immigration laws. All companies operating within the state must follow the laws of Georgia and our nation." Cook says the plant and the American jobs it promised once it opened are now in jeopardy.
The production of the plant, the development is stopped and will be stopped for months because these guys were the ones doing it.
Holy shit.
And Cook was very clear to mention that there were people working on that site that did have immigration detainers or warrants out. But the South Korean government here says that as of those finalized deals on Sunday, they will be chartering a plane to bring back, again, most of the South Korean workers back home. We're in downtown Atlanta. Doug Reardon, Atlanta News First.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I guess more will be coming out on this. It could very well be that this winds up, because that plant is, I have literally, this facility is airport sized. It's fucking huge. And that work is delayed on it. Oh boy. This could, I don't think it'll be a permanent problem. It's not, it'll all be worked out. But this is going to be one of those times where, people act quickly, as you do when you do a raid. This is going to be, one of those times where the Trump administration possibly stepped on a rake. And but we'll see how it all turns out. And I live in Georgia, so hopefully, I'll be able to keep up with it a bit. And still on the immigration issue, Adams' administration move to let ICE into Rikers is illegal, judge rules. So I guess Adams looking to make good on his promises to be I'm thinking of, I don't know if any of you are familiar with there's a YouTube channel called Back to Africa, and part of this guy's and I highly recommend it, by the way. It's a really great show that I don't watch it as often as I used to. He goes, this is your man, not your boy. And I just thought of that, thinking about Eric Adams and the Trump administration. This is your boy, not your man.
Adams' administration move to let ICE into Rikers is illegal, judge rules. This article is by Luis Ferre-Siderny and read by an automated voice. A New York State judge struck down an executive order issued by the administration of Mayor Eric Adams that sought to allow federal immigration authorities into the Rikers Island jail complex, calling it illegal. The judge ruled that the order permitting the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency to open offices at the jail was barred by an impermissible appearance of a conflict of interest between Mr. Adams and President Trump. The judge said that the apparent conflict had become clear because of discussions between the mayor's lawyers and federal prosecutors this year, as the Department of Justice moved to drop corruption charges against the mayor in exchange for cooperation with Mr. Trump's immigration agenda. Mr. Adams, the judge noted, announced he would allow federal agents into Rikers 3 days after the Deputy Attorney General at the time, Emil Bove III, directed prosecutors to dismiss the charges against Mr. Adams. The ruling on Monday was a victory for the city council, which had sued the mayor after his administration issued the executive order in April.
Oh, by the way, speaking of Emil Oh, the third. He is now a federal judge. He got confirmed. People may or may not remember. I talked about it a couple weeks ago now. I actually think he's on the DC Circuit Court now. So just thought I'd interject that.
April. The Trump administration had hoped to get access to Rikers Island to accelerate immigration enforcement in New York City, which has so-called sanctuary provisions that limit cooperation between the city and federal immigration authorities. The judge, Justice Mary V. Rosado of State Supreme Court in Manhattan, had consistently handed setbacks to Mr. Adams this year by issuing short-term rulings that indefinitely blocked ICE from entering Rikers. Her ruling on Monday was the final decision in the lawsuit brought by the City Council. The court need not reach whether there actually was a conflict of interest because the timeline of public statements and the ongoing criminal prosecution so clearly demonstrate an impermissible appearance of a conflict of interest, she wrote in a 7-page decision. Randy Mastro, the first deputy mayor who issued the executive order in an attempt to distance Mr. Adams from the matter, said on Monday that there was no conflict of interest and that City Hall would appeal the ruling. Mr. Mastro said in a statement that the mayor responded to the appearance of a conflict by delegating this issue to me as his first deputy mayor. We vehemently disagree with the judge's decision, and we remain confident we will prevail when we appeal this case, Mr. Mastro said. Let's be clear. At no point does the judge dispute that the substance of our executive order fully complies with local law. That's because it does. Mr. Adams met with Mr. Trump's top border advisor, Thomas Homan, in February. Shortly after the meeting, Mr. Adams, a Democrat who is now running for re-election as an independent, announced that he intended to let ICE into Rikers. Mr. Mastro issued the order about 2 months later, on April 8th. But the judge wrote that the move to delegate the power to Mr. Mastro as a way to remove the appearance of a conflict of interest was farcical. Mr. Mastro reports to the mayor, she wrote, and is not independent. The judge added that the mayor could have appointed an independent, impartial, and insulated official to handle the decision, but had instead fully tainted the entire process. The executive order was narrowly crafted to allow federal agents into Rikers only to conduct federal criminal investigations, particularly into transnational gangs, and not to undertake routine enforcement of federal immigration laws, which are primarily civil matters.
Okay, so this is basically just a procedural thing. Okay. Well, see, that's why you read these news stories. I was thinking, the judge is just being, like, nope, you can't do it. Well, it turns out it's more procedural. There was a way to do it that would have been more impartial. And I agree with the judge, though it is nitpicking. But you know what? The law is the law. So let us move on. We don't need to listen to that foolishness. Mayor Adams is not real bright, as it turns out. I had high hopes for Eric Adams back in the day when he was first running for office. He actually seemed like a really a pragmatist, kind of like, I think sometimes you have to defy, party norms, political like Democrat, I got to do everything the Democrats want, even if it doesn't make sense. And Eric Adams just, he may be a pragmatist, but he's a crooked pragmatist. And it just won't do. And I'll get to the New York mayoral race here in just a bit. But we need to take a detour. House committee releases more Epstein documents, including birthday book, which I think we all knew about this. And I'm not going to even bother other than, hey, it's been released. There's some interesting things in it. But, this particular picture here, it actually does look like locker room talk. You don't want your president, with this kind of, shenanigans, but, It's not. It's not like something that's a national. I won't say it's not taken in its totality with the other issues surrounding the Epstein case and the relationship with Donald Trump. And I didn't talk about, because I just didn't even want to deal with it. Mike Johnson slipping up and saying that Trump was an FBI informant. The problem is the people who are smart enough to do some of these jobs, like Speaker of the House, or all the smart people in Trump's administration, like Rubio, and I think Susie Wiles is pretty smart. They stay out of the limelight. They just, their machinations are, they're leading from behind, from behind Trump's big bulbous shadow. It's people like Mike Johnson he just does not strike me. And he's a lawyer, and all that. I mean, he's educated, but dude, he just seems real awkward. And let's see. So we're not going to spend a whole lot of time on this. This is interesting, and I will have stuff to say about this, I think. Meet the rugged guys of the 2026 midterms. Joe Plummer is running for office, and I know people like Deacon Dave will enjoy it. He likes hard-working white men.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard,
for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You're listening to Meet the Rugged Guys of the 2026 Midterms, a news story written by Jesus Rodriguez and read by an AI-generated
Jesus
voice.
Rodriguez.
When it comes to next year's Senate race in Nebraska, Dan Osborne thinks he has the upper hand, specifically his right hand, which was mangled in a machine when he worked at a Kellogg's plant 10 years ago. It was a Friday afternoon, a day before his family was supposed to head off to Colorado on a skiing trip. Osborne, an industrial mechanic, was working at a high-speed machine that packaged little cereal bowls into big cases before being shipped off. Zucaritas, the bowls read, Spanish for frosted flakes. His right hand got too close to the work, and the machine pulled it in and bent it in a way hands don't bend. Well, I can certainly send you some cool pictures if you like gore, he recently told the Washington Post. His hand broke, along with his wrist, and everything else got dislocated. 5 surgeries and 16 weeks later, Osborne was back at work, on the same machine that caused the injury. It's just a machine, he recalls thinking to himself. It doesn't know any better. The Washington machine? That's another story. He's hoping regular folks would trust him with that job. The fact that I've worked with my hands and provided for my family, working with my hands every day, I think a lot of people can relate to that. Osborne, an independent running to unseat Republican Senator Pete Ricketts, said in an interview. He's not the only Senate challenger who has decided that his hands were made for running. In Maine, Marine veteran Graham Plattner is running to unseat longtime Republican Senator Susan Collins. People like to point out that I'm a political novice. I guess that's true, Plattner, a Democrat and oyster farmer, told us. I also think that the current situation the country finds itself in seems to have been built by experts, and I'm not super excited about the straits that we're in. Over in Iowa, where Republican Senator Joni Ernst is set to retire, Democrat Nathan Sage, a former mechanic and Marine veteran, is drawing a similar contrast with buttoned-up establishment types. I might be a little bit hairy, I might be a little bit fat, I might be a little tattooed, he said in an interview, but I'm here standing up, willing to fight. Meet the rugged guys of the 2026 midterms. They are scruffy, solidly built, middle-aged white military veterans who work with their hands and look like they're way more comfortable in plaid flannel than pinstripe suits. And they are banking that the anti-establishment populism that Republicans have embraced during the Trump era can work the other way too. Every cycle, there is a different hot candidate profile that everybody's trying to be, said Chuck.
I'm going to tell you right now, Mark Wayne, can't think of his name. He's from Michigan. I understand this. And I'm going to tell you right now, the Senate is not the place for these guys. Historically, the House of Representatives is where we want these flannel clad heroes, these working class heroes, but not in the Senate.
Chuck Rocha, a Democratic strategist who has worked for Senator Bernie Sanders, Independent Vermont, and Senator Ruben Gallego, Democrat Arizona, suburban soccer moms, veterans, self-funders. This year, it seems like it's these blue-collar workers. The backdrop? Democrats are unpopular and facing a crisis with the working-class voters who once formed the base of their coalition. When Donald Trump won the presidential election last year, he did so in part by winning voters making less than $100,000 per year, and also those making less than $50,000, according to network exit polls. Kamala Harris won the making over $100,000 vote but lost the election. To put it a little differently, says David Litt, a former speechwriter for President Barack Obama, one of the divides that is the reason that Trump is president, as opposed to, facing a great deal of jail time, is the political divide between people who work with their hands and people who work in front of a screen. Democrats, Litt says, are now trying to emphasize that they can work with their hands. You've got to appeal to the working class people in this country, says Doug Sosnick, a Democratic strategist who has been studying the education divide. Period. Osborne has filmed himself in his garage, installing a carburetor kit, and another time posted a photo of his dirty fingers. Plattner showed a gubernatorial candidate how to shuck oysters before an event. Sage has talked about growing up poor in a trailer park. All three men are clients of Fight Agency, a firm founded by strategists who worked for Sanders, Gallego, and Senator John Fetterman, the tattooed, gun-owning, hoodie-wearing Pennsylvania Democrat who rose swiftly from small-town mayor to the Senate thanks to his distinctly not another politician vibes. The new Rugged Guys ads, including sleek announcement videos set against electric guitar riffs, are the firm's handiwork, according to Tommy McDonald, one of the agency's partners. Osborne's announcement video finds him sliding out from beneath a car, wearing denim and holding a socket wrench. There's a lot of rich guys in Washington like Pete Ricketts, the candidate says in the video, but not a lot with hands like these. Authentic is what they're going for, McDonald says. You film at work sites, you keep the tone conversational, you let the candidates dress how they want. A lot of candidates have to go to Carhartt and buy a shirt. Most candidates don't have them, McDonald said. These guys have them. Sage's most recent jobs have not exactly been rugged. After working as a mechanic in the Marines and then as a civilian, he went to college and worked at a pair of radio stations before becoming the executive director of the Chamber of Commerce in Knoxville, Iowa. But he feels deeply connected to his upbringing in a Mason City trailer park. We ate the same stuff, buttered noodles, SOS, whatever we could make to make it through it, he said.
See, now the interesting thing about that is JD Vance had the same kind of, it wasn't quite trailer park. It was probably more like a holler somewhere. But look at JD Vance. He's nowhere near a tough guy. So, but you know what? It's a good idea, I guess. But, running against Susan Collins is not exactly combating, the Democrats. And this, again, is just going to be one of those fads. Nancy Mace and Joni Ernst, that soccer mom shit is worn out. Mace is a mess. And Joni Ernst she's the senator from Iowa. She's not even running again. So American politics is extremely faddish. But the Marine guy, I think he might be the one of the three that actually winds up surviving.
When he started on his journey in electoral politics, he would complain to his staff about call time, the part of the schedule when candidates get on the horn to ask for donations. You don't ask people for money where I come from, Sage said. You work for it. You mow lawns for $10. You fix a car for a six-pack. You work for that money. So to have to ask people for money now is degrading for somebody in the working class who's never done that before. Osborne can relate. I went through my contact list, he said, and I'm calling other mechanics and plumbers and, the people that I hang out with don't have a lot of money. For many working class candidates, this means relying on online and social media fundraising. At the moment, Osborne, who unsuccessfully challenged Nebraska's other Republican senator last year, but ran well ahead of Harris in the Cornhusker state, is still clocking in to work as a steam fitter at a plant in Omaha until his next leave of absence, which is planned for the spring. He says his debt collectors don't give a sut about the results of his last race or that he's running again. He spoke to us from an office at work where he can take breaks for some campaign-related calls. Later that weekend, there'd be a state fair and Labor Day parades to attend. My job can be pretty hazardous, so I need to stay focused while I'm at work, he said. But my race is always on the back of my head. Plattner says he sometimes has taken calls while on the boat, and people on the other end would keep asking about noises they were hearing. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm shaking oysters right now, the Maine Democrat said. Normally he'd be taking the boat out in the morning and staying out all day until the evening, but the campaign has shifted things around. His business partner of 8 years has picked up some of the slack when he can't be out all day. The oyster farm is his passion, and Plattner says he couldn't have started it without the government health insurance that allowed him the chance to recover from symptoms from my combat service after his military deployments to Iraq and Afghanistan. It allowed him to work on himself, he said. Everybody in the state of Maine should have access to that kind of support without having to hop over the bar of fighting in stupid foreign wars and watching their friends die, he said. Rocha, the strategist, worries about first-time candidates following the advice of consultants who aren't working class simply because they haven't run for office before and think they don't know better. When some big consultant says, "That's not how it's done, you have to do it this way," he told us, rarely do they push back, because they have no reference. Would the campaigns be able to speak to working-class Latinos, a constituency Trump seemingly made inroads with, and one Rocha says Democrats have overlooked? He had a word of advice for the candidates in a recent video. Don't let the media consultants and pollsters tell you how to talk to the voters you seek. You know more about working people. When it comes to winning political races, rugged, working with your hands authenticity has its limits. There's the words that the candidates speak, the jobs they've had, the clothes they wear, and the vibes they give off. And then there's the brand that goes with their name: Democrat, Republican, Independent. The most important brand that matters in politics to voters is party identification, says Lynn Vavrek, a professor of political science at UCLA. That is the brand. The parties are offering very different visions for the kind of world they want to build, Vavrek says. Voters know which of those two worlds they want to live in, and they want someone who will fight to build that world. Whether that's a construction worker, a school teacher, a doctor, or even a former member of Congress. It matters very little, she says, who that person is.
Well, speaking of working class, the intersection of working class and industry intersecting with politics, U.S. Steel shutting down its Granite City mill. Its deal with Trump won't let it fire 800 workers. I guess that's a good thing. U.S. Steel is shutting down steel production in its Granite City, Illinois mill in November, but its 800 workers will keep their jobs until at least 2027 due to an agreement with the Trump administration. The agreement, which allowed U.S. Steel to purchase Japanese steelmaker Nippon Steel. I thought it was the other way around. Nippon purchased U.S. Steel. Included job protections and production guarantees. U.S. Steel said the Granite City workers will maintain equipment and could resume production quickly if the situation changes, though they will not lay off any workers or adjust pay rates. Now, I guess maybe what I should do is explore this a little deeper, because on the surface, it sounds like these people, if they're shutting down the mill, they're just going to not collect unemployment. Let's explore this a little deeper, because I'm curious to know, if the plant's not working, what exactly are these people going to do? So this is U.S. Steel is shutting down a mill in Illinois. Its deal with Trump won't let it fire its 800 workers. This is CNN.
Trump administration acknowledges that its immigration policies are showing up in the labor numbers. Here's what White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett told me earlier today.
If the sort of supply of new illegal immigrants goes to zero, as it has, then there won't be non-native born workers taking a whole bunch of jobs from native born workers. And so that is an issue, that the supply of new labor has certainly gone down a lot because of the closed border.
Only 22,000 jobs were added last month. Even the White House called it disappointing. And new revisions show.
Well, this video isn't doing what I thought it would do.
The jobless rate now sits at 4.3%.
But we'll allow it.
Since the pandemic. Factories and construction companies led the declines. Industries that rely on immigrants.
Immigration enforcement actions can be very disruptive. When ICE agents show up at a work site and take away sometimes dozens of workers, as has been the case in several states, or just the rumor of them means that workers leave a job in mid-progress, or they don't show up when expected, that really disrupts all of the subsequent stages in construction.
The raid at the Hyundai electric vehicle plant in Georgia is the largest single-site immigration enforcement operation in Homeland Security's history. The site is one of Georgia's biggest economic development projects. And economists say immigration policies are just part of the story. They also say AI, higher interest rates, and trade uncertainty are all dragging down the labor market. At the White House, I'm Christopher Salas.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I was muted. What I'm doing is I'm trying to figure out what these workers are going to be doing while this mill is shut down. No, you didn't. I apologize. Black Knight. I'm trying to figure out what these 800 workers are going to be doing. And according to this local TV station, in Illinois, might be Chicago, but I'll find out exactly where it is. U.S. Steel is shuttering production at a mill in November, but its hundreds of workers will keep their jobs for now, thanks to an agreement the company reached with the Trump administration. U.S. Steel will stop producing steel at its Granite City, Illinois mill at the end of October, but the 800 workers at the plant will stay on the job, maintaining equipment until at least 2027. I know these people are just gonna, be working like a half day. That's due to the structure of the deal the company reached with President Donald Trump to allow its purchase. See, I thought so. The Ground News article had it backwards. Japanese steelmaker Nippon Steel bought U.S. Steel. The agreement included various job protections and guarantees. U.S. Steel will optimize, this is in quotes, U.S. Steel will optimize its footprint by focusing on producing and processing steel slabs at the Mon Valley, Pennsylvania works and Gary, Indiana works, and reducing slab consumption at Granite City works, the company said in a statement to CNN on Monday. As a result of this decision, U.S. Steel will not lay off any Granite City Works employees nor adjust their pay rate. So what are they going to do with the steel slabs from Pennsylvania and Indiana? The company added it would not idle the plant and keep it in an operational state. So that's maintaining the equipment. As for what the workers will be doing without any steel to produce, U.S. Steel said it will continue some ancillary operations and that and that the facility will be maintained by employees, so production could resume quickly if the situation remains. Wow. So basically, these people are going to be doing busy work. Oh boy. Well, you know what? Hey, anybody who has ever had a ship in dry dock or anything like that will understand. The ship's not operational, but there is equipment to maintain. There's paperwork to do. You'll be leaving, after lunch. And hey, it's cool. That's a good thing. But not again, it's political, it is temporary, it is not sustainable. And that's what people, like the tax on tips, there are caveats to it. Up to $25,000, there's ceilings or caps on how much you can make in tips. So that's the part they never tell you. That's the fine print. And where, like in a TV commercial, they start reading it, really fast. All right, so we're going to come back to, and I promised I would, Mom Donnie in New York City holds huge lead in mayor's race, Time Siena poll finds. And what Trump is looking to do is convince Curtis Silva. No, I'm sorry, it's Curtis Sliwa. He used to be like the Guardian Angels. He used to, back when he was young, like the Guardian Angels thing. They were the gang that stopped other gangs or some bullshit like that. I know Black Knight will remember who Curtis Sliwa is. And Eric Adams. There's talk that Eric Adams would be made ambassador to Saudi Arabia. And he's got great ideas about how to capitalize on, he did a mint with Turkey. That's what got him into trouble, in the first place with the federals. And, putting him in Saudi Arabia, we know he's good at to relationships. Going to be ambassador / agent for the Trump administration is going to make some people rich, including Adams. So getting Sliwa and Adams to drop out would add 24%. You put that 24% into Andrew Cuomo, and you're going to be competitive with Mamdani. So we'll see how that works out. Right now, Mamdani is up by a large margin over Cuomo, who is his nearest competitor, like 46 to 25%. And it amazes me how easily politicians, on the left and the right, well, the straight line Democrats and the Republicans can just kind of come together. As soon as you say you're a socialist, it's like, a new Cold War drill. Everybody get under your desks. Kids, get under your desks. There could be a nuclear war, and Zohran Mamdani is going to be the one dropping the bomb. It's kind of, in a way, the way I frame it is, you know what? If the people of New York City vote for this guy, trying to subvert the will of the people is bullshit. It's really basically sealing a comfort or a maintenance of the status quo. America has this two-party system has a real problem with trying something new. And you know what? I want to see what Mamdani can do in having Trump and fucking Cuomo. Both of them have some pasts that are kind of checkered when it comes to the ladies. I find this despicable, to be honest. Trump getting involved in this is unacceptable, in my opinion. So we'll play a little bit of this. It's real long, so we're not going to, when it gets boring, we'll move on.
Mamdani holds huge lead in mayor's race, Times Siena poll finds. This article is by Nicholas Fandos and Ruth Igilnik and read by an automated voice. Zoran Mamdani has opened a commanding lead in the race for mayor of New York City, buoyed by support for his affordability platform.
That's interesting. You should talk about it up there one day, Black
according
Knight.
to a new survey by the New York Times and Siena College. The poll found that 46% of likely voters currently plan to choose Mr. Mamdani, the Democratic nominee, in a four-way race. His support spans racial and ethnic groups, but is especially strong among young and highly educated voters. By comparison, 24% of likely voters in New York City said they would support former Governor Andrew M. Cuomo, who is running as an independent after losing June's Democratic primary. 15% would back the Republican candidate, Curtis Sliva, and 9% favored Mayor Eric Adams, the scandal-scarred incumbent who is also running on an independent line. The survey captured the state of the race in early September at a moment of unusual flux. The day after polling began, the New York Times reported that President Trump and powerful figures in New York City were endeavoring to create a one-on-one contest between Mr. Cuomo, 67, and Mr. Mamdani, a 33-year-old state assemblyman and Democratic socialist. The extraordinary effort has included negotiations about Mr. Adams potentially suspending his campaign and accepting a nomination to be ambassador to Saudi Arabia. Presidential advisors have also discussed strategies to try to push Mr. Sliva out of the race. The Times Siena College poll underscored the potential impact of shrinking the field. Doing so, it suggested, could meaningfully erode Mr. Mamdani's lead, but only if both Mr. Adams and Mr. Sliva, who have vowed to keep running, suspended their campaigns. In a hypothetical head-to-head matchup, voters who initially supported Mr. Adams and Mr. Sliva broke heavily toward Mr. Cuomo, a moderate Democrat. The survey suggested that would lead to an extremely tight race, with 48% supporting Mr. Mamdani and 44% supporting Mr. Cuomo. But if Mr. Adams dropped out and Mr. Sliva stayed in the race, Mr. Mamdani would likely still hold a comfortable lead, given Mr. Adams's relatively low level of support. With just under 2 months to go until Election Day, the race has already been one of the most tumultuous New York City has seen in decades. It has included short-lived corruption charges against Mr. Adams, a comeback attempt by Mr. Cuomo 4 years after he resigned as governor in scandal, and the unexpected rise of Mr. Mamdani. The Times Siena College survey is among a handful of independent polls of the race in recent weeks, and showed a somewhat larger lead for Mr. Mamdani than others tracked by the Times. The new poll suggested Mr. Mamdani's success so far is rooted in two factors: voters' personal regard for him, and their sense that he is best positioned to address two of their top electoral issues, affordability and housing costs. Around 60% of likely voters said Mr. Mamdani was inspirational, had good character, and cared about people like them. He is the only candidate viewed positively by a majority of voters, despite months of attacks against him. And Mr. Mamdani has an edge with all racial groups, leading Mr. Cuomo narrowly among black voters. Mr. Adams, the city's second black mayor, trails in third, and by a larger margin among Hispanic voters. Overall, voters said they trusted Mr. Mamdani over Mr. Cuomo 49% to 23% when it comes to handling the city's daunting affordability challenge, with the other candidates lagging behind. Mr. Mamdani's proposal to freeze increases on rent-stabilized units wins particularly strong public support. Nearly 70% of voters, including majorities of Cuomo and Adams supporters, favor the policy. Increasing taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers, as Mr. Mamdani has proposed, is also widely popular, the poll found. Faith Dulaurier, 24, a teacher from Flushing in Queens, said Mr. Mamdani's focus on affordability and his frequent appearances around the city had won her over, even though she is not registered with a party. "I want to see something new, different, actually active change," she said. By a large margin, likely voters also said Mr. Mamdani was the candidate who had best addressed the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. 40.
Yeah, I'll stop it there if anybody wants the article. And by the way, if anybody ever wants articles, I did not do it today. I guess I forgot to do it. I am getting old. Usually I put all my links in the in the notes. And I actually woke up early and got to, reading something and totally forgot to put my my links and stuff into the show notes. But forgive me, and if you need something dropped, let me know. This is probably, in my mind, the biggest news of the day. Who cares about all that Trump bullshit? Who cares about the New York City mayor's race? 12th grade math and reading scores in U.S. hit new low. And this, we're worrying about patriotic education and all this bullshit. This is a problem.
American high school seniors' scores on major math and reading tests fell to their lowest levels on record, according to results released Tuesday by the U.S. Education Department. 12th graders' average math score was the worst since the current test began in 2005, and reading was below any point since that assessment started in 1992. The share of 12th graders who were proficient slid by 2 percentage points between 2019 and 2024, to 35% in reading and 22% in math. There also were drops in the proportion of students who were able to reach at least a basic level of performance, a tier below proficiency. The results are from tests that are part of the National Assessment of Educational Progress, administered to tens of thousands of students in early 2024. The declines deepen slides that began before the pandemic and are the latest in a procession of gloomy data showing that U.S. students are learning less than several years ago. The learning loss has been broad and substantial, showing up on international exams and tests of children just entering school. Few, if any, student groups or regions of the country have been entirely spared. Students are taking their next steps in life with fewer skills and less knowledge in core academics than their predecessors a decade ago, said Leslie Muldoon, executive director of the board that oversees the tests. This is happening at a time when rapid advancements in technology and society demand more of future workers and citizens, not less. The 12th grade scores come with an important asterisk. It is possible that progress is being obscured by rising high school graduation rates, which could mean that more lower-performing students are taking the exams. It also is unclear whether there has been any recovery in the time since these tests were administered, more than a year and a half ago. In reading, 2/3 of seniors could determine the purpose of a persuasive essay, but only 1 in 5 was able to draw a conclusion from such an essay, supported by the text. In math, 60% of students deduced the population of an area using information on size and density, while just under half correctly turned a real-world scenario into an algebraic expression. Students who were already struggling tended to fall further behind, creating an even wider gap between the top and bottom. Girls' scores, on average, dropped faster than boys. Both trends have shown up on other assessments. Scores also fell on newly released 8th grade science tests. Results were similar to when the exam was first given in 2009. On other exams in earlier grades, scores have partially bounced back in math. Reading scores have generally remained low or fallen further. Researchers note that many factors in and out of school affect student learning, and that it is difficult to determine the causes behind the overall numbers. U.S. studies have found that schools that were closed for in-person instruction for longer during the pandemic tended to experience larger learning declines. Since then, schools have been beset with challenges, including high absence rates, student misbehavior, teacher turnover, and distraction from screens. Many other countries have also seen falling achievement. We should be thinking of possible explanations that transcend national boundaries, said Martin West, academic dean of the Harvard Graduate School of Education and vice chair of the board that oversees the national tests. He pointed to the influence of social media and smartphones, but added there is still no smoking gun. Many states have recently passed laws restricting cell phones in schools in a bid to limit distractions. Education Secretary Linda McMahon said the latest scores support the Trump administration's effort to eliminate the federal education department. President Trump and I are committed to returning control of education to the states so they can innovate, she said. Margaret Spellings, who served as Education Secretary under George W. Bush, said in an interview Monday before seeing the latest scores that states already control schools and that robust federal action is needed to address learning loss. The conversation in Washington around closing the department and relocating programs and the administrivia is to me a distraction, said Spellings, now CEO of the Bipartisan Policy Center. Write to Matt Barnum at matt.barnum@wsj.com.
All right. Well, I don't know. Well, I guess I have found tomorrow's show title. That is hilarious. We're raising big dummies. Oh my God. That, you know what? That is I love that. That is, yeah. All right. There we have a winner. All right. Well, let's move on to Israel. Trump says Israel accepted his terms to end war, urges Hamas to agree to hostage deal. Donald Trump suggested a ceasefire to release hostages in Gaza could take place very soon after issuing a last warning to Hamas to accept his terms to end the war. Negotiations for a ceasefire may include the release of 48 hostages in exchange for Palestinians held in Israeli detention, according to Israel's Channel 12 News. Hamas indicated it is ready to return to negotiations and welcome any initiative to stop aggression against its people. The Israeli military intensified operations around Gaza City, leveling a second high-rise tower, claiming it was used by Hamas, which Hamas denied. Holy fuck. I guess it's easier to level it than clear it, huh? So, on that front, actors, entertainers pledged to boycott Israeli film institutions over Gaza. Over 1,500 actors and film industry workers, including Olivia Colman and Mark Ruffalo, pledged not to work with Israeli cinema bodies they claim are implicated in genocide in Gaza, as stated in an open letter published on Monday. By the way, the Israeli Supreme Court talked about mistreatment of those Palestinian prisoners, basically saying that Israel was starving, its Palestinian prisoners. And I wonder if that had something to do with this peace proposal or ceasefire proposal. The pledge was organized by Film Workers for Palestine and cites institutions like the Jerusalem Film Festival as examples of complicity with the Israeli government. The statement emphasizes that the refusal targets institutional complicity, not individuals, and aims to support Palestinian filmmakers facing oppression. The International Court of Justice has recognized a plausible risk of genocide in Gaza, reinforcing the urgency of the pledge against complicity in violence towards Palestinians. So, not much comment on that. And by and large, over the course of these past few years, I've tried not to even, get too involved opinion-wise in this Israel-Hamas conflict. I'm sure I've made a comment here or there, but I think the United States needs to do a level set with Israel, to be honest. So anyway, I read this yesterday and didn't get to, towards the end of the show, I didn't get to where I wanted to go. Talking about this weird phenomenon that Trump is doing with this move towards a state capitalism. And it's basically horseshoe politics. Having the government take a stake, like a 10% stake in a company like Intel, how is that not socialism? I've been struggling, and I haven't seen Ryan. Apparently, Ryan is boycotting my show, probably because I called him a racist. He won't get called a racist over on John's show, but I call a spade, as it were. So anyway, Ryan, come back. I got some economic questions for you. Or we could ask Kelvin if he would ever come up on panel. He's an actual economist. Corporate America is silent as Trump abandons free market principles. I read this yesterday. Not long ago, American conservative orthodoxy held that when it comes to doing business, the government that governs least governs best. Forever, that was what was Reagan's famous quote? The scariest thing is to hear, hi, I'm from the government, I'm here to help. The orthodoxy manifested itself in familiar ways. Groups that claimed the mantle of individual liberties would decry new legislation. Talk radio and podcasts would mock unnamed bureaucrats for ham-fisted overreach. And powerful business lobbies were quick to denounce in press releases and even lawsuits, regulations or taxes they saw as government overreach. But when faced with President Donald Trump's efforts to seize control of private enterprise, such as his recent arrangement to have the U.S. pocket a portion of NVIDIA's sales to China, his social media outbursts or at individual executives, his moves to take a stake in Intel, and his use of executive powers to cajole banks and law firms he perceives as insufficiently loyal, those same groups have gone quiet. Take the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the largest business advocacy troop in the country, and quite frankly, one of the causers of this immigrant crisis. Last year, the Chamber sued a federal consumer watchdog group for attempting to cap credit card late fees at $8 a month, claiming the agency exceeded its statutory authority. In 2023, it sued the Biden administration over provisions for Medicare price negotiations in the Inflation Reduction Act, claiming the move would consolidate unfettered and unchecked power to the Department of Health and Human Services. But under Trump's second term, the chambers had little to say publicly about Trump's aggressive meddling in the private sector. Well, he thinks he's the CEO of all the companies. He is the CEO in chief. Similarly, the Business Roundtable, another DC-based lobbying group that represents hundreds of chief executives, has rarely been shy about denouncing what it sees as a presidential overreach in the form of taxes and environmental regulations. This year, though, the group has been largely MIA on the MAGA shift towards a style of capitalism that more closely resembles the autocratic regimes of Russia and China. Apparently, there is some dictator study group. Both groups have criticized Trump's trade war, warning that tariffs hurt American businesses, but neither has spoken about the president's more direct assault on free enterprise. And both groups are the Business Roundtable and the Chamber of Commerce. Neither the Chamber of Commerce nor the Business Roundtable responded to multiple requests for comment. And I'm going to read a little bit more. The Eye of Sauron factor. The president, a self-styled deal maker, has thrown out the standard free market playbook in ways that have alarmed lawmakers, investors, and legal experts. And suddenly, the legal protections businesses have long counted on appear shaky, said Philip M. Nichols, a professor of legal studies and business ethics at the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School. The Wharton School of Business, by the way, is Trump's alma mater. Any business that sticks its head up, or any business person that sticks their head up, is taking a risk that can't be calculated, Nichols said in an interview. What's the smart thing to do? What do the wildebeest do when they get to the crocodile-infested river? They wait for the other wildebeest to jump in and then follow. There's an Eye of Sauron element that everyone is very aware of. One manufacturing CEO told CNN, referring to the Lord of the Rings character that brought all subjects to heel. But there's also a recognition that this is an administration that is transactional if they believe you're on board with their agenda. When it comes to exerting his influence over corporate America, no matter appears too small or too large for Trump's input. Last month, he took credit for Coca-Cola's decision to roll out a cane sugar sweetened product that aligns with his allies' Make America Healthy Again philosophy. He regularly criticizes CEOs in public for perceived slights, demanded that Intel's boss resign over unspecific conflicts, and urged Goldman Sachs to fire its top economist after the bank said tariffs would raise consumer prices, a fact virtually all economists agreed to be true, and which are now being borne out in reality. So the state capitalism thing, Trump is a problem, quite frankly. And, for decades, people were like, hey, the country needs to be run like a business. We need, a businessman to be president. And what we've got is a president that is willing to go against like decades, if not hundreds of years of free markets. He wants to go back to the robber baron days where, there were a group of individual oligarchs, manipulating the economy mostly to their benefit. And hey, if a little bit trickles down to the people, that's even better. We can take credit for it. And this is just, the country's not heading in the right direction with Trump as CEO in chief. So this is, I don't know how much of this we're going to be playing, but this is a debate we didn't get to yesterday between Curtis Yarvin and Eglin Whale. I don't know how you pronounce his name. I haven't heard the debate, but anytime Curtis Yarvin gets involved in the debate, I want to at least see a little bit of it. So let's see what we got here.
This is open to debate. Welcome, everybody. I'm John Donovan. I wear the office of Moderator in Chief. We're in New York City at a club called Racket New York City, normally a music venue, but we have taken it over to hold a debate in a place that happens to stand just a mile or so from an historic site, the tavern where in 1783, George Washington said farewell to his troops after leading them to victory in the American Revolution. Appropriately close given why we are here today and what we are debating. But before we get to that, I want to remind you that around the time of the war's end, there were calls made for George Washington to be given a crown and proclaimed king of the new United States. It was a proposal that came from some of the officers who served under him. They were serious about it. They were concerned that the operation of the United States pre-Constitution was revealing all kinds of disorder and confusion. But they didn't get very much traction with the idea. Even though they felt a strong hand was needed to take over, Washington himself was a very, very big no on the whole concept. His words about it were, humanity revolts at the idea. This revulsion, it's fair to say, toward one-man rule, one-person rule, towards extreme concentration of power, also guided the drafters of the Constitution, which still governs us today. James Madison wrote in the Federalist paper, "The accumulation of all powers in the same hands may justly be pronounced the very definition of tyranny." And so we have the system that we have. Nobody says that it's perfect, but we've all been taught from a very early age to believe that it's pretty good, and far better than the alternative, especially if that alternative is dictatorship. Well, one of our debaters takes issue with that last premise, and his increasing influence in Silicon Valley and in some other policy circles has been growing for some time. He was the subject of a lengthy piece in a New Yorker profile in June of 2025. In July, Elon Musk reportedly consulted with him on the formation of a new political party. He's also been cited admiringly by the current US Vice President, J.D. Vance. His argument of record is that the American system of governance, our republic that we consider to be in many aspects democratic or guided by democratic values, has failed, and that it's time for a form of dictatorship as the best solution for what ails the American body politic. You're about to meet him and to hear his arguments. You'll also meet his opponent, who is raring to tell you all that he thinks is wrong with such thinking. But allow me first to spell out the question which is up for debate. It is this: should the US be ruled by a CEO dictator? Let's meet our debaters. Arguing that the answer to that question should be yes, I want to welcome Curtis Yarvin. Curtis Yarvin is a computer scientist and political philosopher. He's had many blogs over the years, including one under the pseudonym Mencius Moldbug, and most recently his Substack, Gray Mirror. Yarvin has experience as a CEO. He founded a startup called Tlon that developed a software called Urbit, and although he departed that company in 2019, he returned last year. He is here with us now to debate and make his argument. Curtis, welcome to Open to Debate. And here to argue the other side, that the U.S. should not be ruled by a CEO dictator, I want to welcome E. Glenn Weil. Glenn is the founder of the Plurality Institute and a board member of the organization Radical Exchange Foundation. He's been widely recognized for being a pioneer in the field of digital democracy, and he is currently founder and research lead of Microsoft Research Plural Technology Collaboratory, which is aimed at making sure that technologies are a force for diversity and democracy in the world. Glenn, welcome to Open to Debate.
Thank you.
If the two of you could just for a moment come center stage, I just want to do a little bit of stagecraft and ask you to shake hands to get us started. Thank you.
Double-handed.
Let's get to our opening statements in our opening round, and this is where each of our debaters has the floor exclusively to himself for a few minutes to explain their position. Curtis, you are up first. You, again, are arguing that the U.S. should be ruled by a CEO dictator. Here's your chance, please, to tell us why.
Thank you so much, guys, for being here in this beautiful New York fall evening. So I have a proposal here, which many people have would find instinctively anathema, horrifying, strange, exotic, weird. And to me, when I look at the weird...
I'm sorry. I'm muted. This dude just sounds like a big, like, bro-y frat boy, and he's in his fucking 50s. Dude has no gravitas, and he has odd ideas, even for someone who is on that, the fringe right. And he's a fringe right guy. Who is given much too much attention, in my opinion. Computer science and political philosopher is literally a recipe for disaster. Anti-democracy theorist. and tech entrepreneur. He's, I don't know. It just, this dude is just weird.
Of this proposal.
But I do subscribe to his Substack, by the way.
By the mind of the ordinary person at this time in the 21st century, I think it's sort of a sign of, in a way, how far away from reality the mass mind of the 21st century is. And I'd like to explain that by simply starting, and this may sound a little bit nerdy, but if you
he literally talks like my son, kinda. You know, I want to explain. It may sound nerdy. What's all this fucking vocal fry in a? Yuck! I might not be able to last for very long listening to this dude.
Replace government with X, and you say the question is, should X, where X is not X the company, but yes, also X the company.
Oh, God.
Where X is any endeavor requiring the cooperation of a large or even small number of people. And the question is, should this group of people who are trying to get something done be coordinated by a single central group, organization or a central structure? The answer is almost always yes. And so, for example, you probably have an iPhone or a clone iPhone. If you look at the box that iPhone came in, it says designed by Apple in California, made in China. Okay, by my count, that is 2 monarchies, Apple and China, and 2 one-party states, China and California. Now, if we look at the difference between how the organizations of China and California, both of which are sort of governing structures, operate, we see very clearly that the government of California, the organization of Sacramento, could never have created the iPhone. Imagine Caltrans, the California Department of Transportation, being asked to create an electric car. This idea is absurd, it is preposterous, it is out of reality. And so we see that basically all of the things we use at all times are made by these strange things called corporations. Corporations are monarchies. Sometimes they're a diarchy in Silicon Valley, sometimes we'll do co-founders, but they are all monarchies. Capitalism is the system of little monarchies, little kingdoms that solve all these beautiful problems for us. If we look, for example, again, China. Strangely enough, China is also a monarchy under the beneficent leadership of its ruler, Xi Jinping. Not necessarily a huge Xi Jinping fan, but if you walk around New York City and you walk around Shanghai, you'll see some differences. For example, in Shanghai, you are about as likely to be attacked by a tiger as by another human being. In New York, that is not the case. And so what we see is that actually across, not only is this the norm for all effective organizational structures. Go to see a movie. It has a director. This is called auteur theory. What is auteur theory? It's monarchism. Go to a restaurant has a chef. Monarchism again. You'll find structures that are oligarchical in nature and collective decision-making structures are very unusual in human history, even in the history of government. Essentially, that monarchy is the norm is completely accepted up until 250 years ago. And so when we basically see, Hitler, tyranny, despotism, and so forth, the thing we have to bear in mind is that we are looking at monarchy in the age of democracy. And so the question is, what is going on inside this 250-year bubble? That is this bubble of very different ideas about government. When we look at this period, do we seem to see governments that work really, really well? Have we found the mystery of that? I really don't think so. Actually, when we look at the technology available to governments today, and we look at what a poor job they do, and then we look at a pre-modern government which had 50th as many as employees per capita, we see actually, no, we don't seem to have discovered something new and more effective here. So how did we even get here? Like, what are we doing here? Because this is not normal.
Thank you, Curtis Yarvin. Glenn, you are up next. You disagree. You believe the U.S. should not be ruled by a CEO dictator. Your chance to tell us why.
Thank you, John. Before we get started, I just want to express my gratitude to Open to Debate for putting together this really important exchange. Yeah, round of applause. And I also have to admit to some trepidation to encountering Mr. Yarvin in person. I've long respected him as being one of the most influential figures of our time intellectually, and responsible as much as anyone for some of the challenges that we're facing. And in the face of that fear, I have to say that the easy approach to confronting someone who is called for most Americans to be put in solitary confinement and for our billionaires to be expropriated would be moral scorn. But I think confronting it in that way would be a disservice to all the people who found his arguments so persuasive. And so instead, I want to meet him on the ground that he stands on, the grounds he just occupied of historical experience. Because as an economist and political scientist, if there's anything that I've learned from study after study, it's how consistently democracies outperform autocracies, both on average and in the stability of the growth that they deliver. And it's been found to be causal. Transitioning to democracy increases income by 20% in the long run. And if we look beyond the average to the extreme cases, it becomes even clearer. Almost all of the miracles of the last century have occurred under relatively democratic systems with all their flaws against the backdrop of general tyranny. Places like Japan and India, Estonia and Ireland, Botswana and Mauritius. And even the exceptions that Mr. Yarvin loves to point to generally prove the rule. Places like Chile, China, and Singapore actually had their greatest success during periods of relative pluralism or as they transitioned towards democracy, while almost all of the greatest disasters of the last 100 years happened under iron dictatorships, places like Eritrea, North Korea, Iran, Afghanistan, and so on. And if we look beyond the narrow field of economics, it becomes even clearer because even for their income levels, democracies dramatically outperform autocracies in extending human life, progressing science, preserving the peace, extending their own stability, protecting the environment, reducing social inequalities, and on and on and on. The past quarter millennium, the only broad and consistent period of improvements in living standards and reduction in violence in human history occurred as democracy spread around the world. Now, Mr. Yarvin will likely blame the failures of dictatorship on a poor choice of CEO or on too many checks on their power. But I think if recent experience and history teach us anything, it's how hard it is to find someone who absolute power does not absolutely corrupt. Take Elon Musk, for example. For years, Mr. Yarvin and the people around him have held him up as the perfect CEO monarch. And yet, given something like that opportunity earlier this year, he was so mired in personal distractions, amateurism, and administrative chaos that his own agency became something of a murderous clown show. And can we really blame that on too many checks and balances? Now, Mr. Yarvin held up corporations for you. And, I respect corporations as well, but let's be clear. Unlike Mr. Yarvin, I've actually worked for the last decade for one of the most successful in history. And I can tell you that success at that scale does not come from an iron fist. It comes from multi-stakeholder feedback, transparency, and decentralization of power. So Mr. Yarvin is definitely right about one thing. Our democracies are in crisis. Their people are divided against themselves and have lost faith, and they're stuck in outmoded forms. That's why I've devoted my career to radically updating democracies for the digital age, and that effort is bearing fruit. In young and innovative democracies like Estonia and Taiwan, we see the adoption of digital technologies resulting in social cohesion, resilience against disasters like pandemics, and rapid economic growth. And more mature democracies like Japan, India, and Brazil are taking notice and showing us all how a mature adult deals with challenges, which is with humility, determination, and a growth mindset. Those are far better approaches for us to follow than the childish fantasy that if we just act out enough, Big Daddy will come and rescue us from all of our problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I want to make one point here about Yarvin's argument. Literally, one word, federalism. Okay, the 50 states, and there's some problems with federalism, but the president does not control what happens, say, in Savannah, Georgia. Federalism pretty much does what Yarvin claims doesn't happen. Policing is local, etc. Trump has been a disaster. Okay, it's clumsy, and the point that Weil makes about finding the right person who is actually not mired in his not mired in Epstein scandals and all these distractions. Monarchies worked in small kingdoms. Okay, even places like Rome, there were fiefdoms, there were, even in a monarchy, a lot of the power is decentralized. I don't even get Yarvin's argument here. It's impossible for a country as large as the United States to be controlled centrally.
I just want to review what I think I've heard our two debaters say. Curtis Yarvin is arguing that U.S. government is working very, very poorly, that it's doing a poor job of delivering order and prosperity, that the mass mind, as he said, has lost touch with reality. And that reality, as he explains it, is that to get something done, you do need a central figure. He cites corporations that we're all familiar with as examples of where this principle is in operation in ways that benefit society in terms of the products that they deliver that solve problems and also add to prosperity. Glenn Weil agrees that our democracy is in crisis, but he also says that by most metrics and by most examples, historically, democracies outperform autocracies economically and also socially. He says there's been a correlation over the last 250 years between the spread of democracies and human progress. And also he points out that the choice of some individual to have this sort of absolute power is not going to end well because power always corrupts. So we're going to have a discussion. As much as possible, I'd like to segment things into smaller chunks so we can take things piece by piece. So I'm asking for your permission to interrupt you. Wonderful. I also want to tell you our rules are no personal attacks.
Damn, I would never survive this debate.
Talking points, please stay on point and please listen to what each other is actually saying. And I will enforce those rules dictatorially.
Good to have a strong leader.
Yeah. And so the debate is conceded. Curtis, I want to come to you since Glenn was the last person to speak, but you're making a case for corporations as a model of how it works. A lot of people would say that living in a society is not living in a corporation, that it's just a different animal. Your opponent also made the point that within a corporation he's worked in, that decision-making has often not been the result of a single strong leader. But if you can take that
first of all, Glenn has worked at Microsoft, which is what we call a big co. It's not exactly a startup. How much revenue have your efforts returned to Microsoft, Glenn?
Irrelevant.
What have you made for them?
I think
irrelevant.
No, please leave.
None of this.
Leave.
Leave.
Leave. Leave. Please leave. Leave. Please leave. Please leave. Get out. Get out.
Ooh, who knew this was going to turn into a Jerry Springer show?
We're here to have a civil debate.
All right.
Thank you, security.
Thank you.
Can you reset the clock a little bit for that?
Yeah. How much? We lost about 2.5 minutes, I think. Thank you very much.
It's good. It's no. I think we learned things. Because that's sort of that's what's left of progressivism in America today, and
All right. We don't need to go down that path right now.
All right.
How much did you make for Microsoft? Was the question.
Yeah. So there's this interesting idea that I learned about when I was a kid called teamwork. And the idea of teamwork is that a bunch of different people play different roles, and that makes it hard to attribute things to individual performance.
So your lab is essentially kind of a, not exactly a cash cow for Microsoft. Like you're not under like revenue discipline.
What's your point though?
My point is that basically Microsoft at the scale that it's at actually acts a lot more like a government. It's very unlike the Silicon Valley startup scene that is very competitive that I come from.
Okay.
Actually, Google has become very similar. It's a company with basically one sort of giant cash cow that is very reminiscent of like a tax flow. And so you're essentially running a research lab that is really not part of capitalism in any sense.
So I could see us spending a lot of time on this side of the conversation, and what I really wanted to get to in my question to Curtis was, is the body politic, is political society like a corporation, or are there differences? In other words, does the notion of a CEO and shareholders, et cetera, apply to governance of a nation?
I mean, I do not, think that there is a sharp or categorical distinction between these things. I think as things grow in size, as they grow in power, they become more and more like an organization that needs to be disciplined by democracy, multi-stakeholder feedback, et cetera. So I actually have no particular objection to running a debate with a strong leader, to running an early stage startup with a strong leader. All those things make sense. And in fact, many democratic theorists like John Dewey talk precisely about the necessity of doing that. The problem that they have is when something gets very big, when it's very hard for people to leave, when there are very few alternatives, it becomes very problematic to run it as a dictatorship.
How do you feel about Franklin Roosevelt?
I think there are good and bad things about Franklin Roosevelt. I mean, Franklin Roosevelt did some, things were.
I think Franklin Roosevelt had two emergencies to deal with. Emphasis on emergency. Great Depression, World War II. That's what you should think about Franklin Roosevelt.
Generally a positive contribution. I think he did some things that were really awful, and that the checks on his power that came both from the Supreme Court and from the Republican Party were critical to disciplining some of the worst, though not all of the worst. So like, the internment of the Japanese that he did was a horrible thing that was not corrected by any of those institutions. And that's a stain on our country.
Well, I have a lot of criticisms of FDR, but I think it's hard to deny that this was a single individual running a very, very large organization. And I think that when you look at, there's a saying, essentially Microsoft is a corporation in essentially peacetime mode, and it can become more oligarchical.
What's up, Diwali?
Sort of consistently.
Again, he wants to flatten how this all happened. Dude, Eisenhower ran Europe at some point. MacArthur ran the Pacific at some point. FDR was not running the war directly. It's like this weird flattening that yahoos like Yarvin want to do. It just, read a book, dude.
Fuse democracy with oligarchy, which is something I'd like to get into at a certain point. But, certainly that company was created by actually really two monarchs, Gates and Ballmer. And if you think of Steve Ballmer as having a collegial style, like, I don't know what to tell you, man. These
I respond to that point,
please,
because as you may know, I joined Microsoft at the same time that Satya Nadella became president. and he was known specifically to become CEO. He was known specifically for having overcome a lot of the challenges that the company faced in the last decade because of exactly those issues. He made a center point of his time there, decentralization and cultural change to make sure that we included everyone. And since that time, Microsoft's value has increased. I don't know if anyone's tracking it. I haven't seen the latest number, something like 20 times. During the previous period, it was declined slightly. So, certainly I'm not saying that means Ballmer wasn't a great leader. He was in many ways, but there are many styles at a company, not all of which are dictatorship, that have had a lot of economic success.
Sure, but the thing is, if you compare the way Microsoft works to the way, say, the Department of State works or the Department of Energy works, you'll see that the level of oligarchy, even in a defense contractor, even in a nominally private company, the level of process and bureaucracy, if you compare Microsoft to a startup, Google today to a startup, it's like 10x the process, 10x the bureaucracy. You look at the federal government, you've got another 100x on top of that.
Yeah, so I don't think there's anywhere that operates without process. Having a dictator is a process. Having a, Microsoft, there's a process for everything. In other places, the question is, are they effective processes or are they failed processes? And I think it takes a process to beat a process.
Do you know that the concept of mission orders is used, for example, in the military? It's the idea that basically you shouldn't micromanage, that, this is a German.
No, wrong. No, totally wrong.
Originally military concept. The captain says to the lieutenant, take that hill. He doesn't say how to take that hill. And I think that for people who haven't had direct contact.
That's literally anti what Yarvin's argument is. The other part he forgets to take, and let's explore that. If the captain, that's literally decentralization. The captain says, take this hill, or, whoever, captain of a ship is what I'm used to. He doesn't tell the lieutenant, unless it's specific. Sometimes in those mission orders, there are, take it. This is how I want you to do it because of these reasons. But two things that happen. Number one, if your boss tells you to do something, you adopt it as your own. When you go and you talk to your men, your people, you don't go, the captain said do this. You go, this is what I want. Okay, you take on board in any objections you have. You literally, in that meeting or whatever, however the orders are distributed, you get to go, well, Captain, have you thought about this? There is an up and down. There is a debate. Once everything is settled, then, what the captain told you to do is now what you are going to tell your people to do. You adopt the mission. Okay, you don't blame the captain for failure. If it's an unpopular set of orders, you don't go, well, guys, but the captain said do it. Nope. I say to do it, and it needs to be done. Yarvin has no clue what the fuck he's talking about making this comparison. It's literally decentralizing what the mission is. And if the captain doesn't tell you how to do it, you get to decide how you're going to execute those orders. That's literally decentralization. That's how it's working now in a democracy. People like Yarvin literally depend on people who either don't know how to dissect his argument, don't care, or just, believe Yarvin. Yarvin is absolutely wrong about this military comparison he wants to make.
With Washington, the level of distance in not just Washington, but any modern Western government from that basic principle of operation is so far away that you can't even grasp it. This is why it is so inconceivable that the government of California could make an electric car.
I actually strongly agree with your point about delegation of authority, decentralization of power, giving people the ability to make decisions on things. That's why I'm a little bit confused by your proposal to put cryptographic locks on every gun of everyone in the military controlled directly by the CEO dictator. How does that give people the ability to achieve their mission without micromanagement?
Well, unless their mission is a military coup, like what? Like this is used in nuclear weapons today. It's called a permissive action link. It was put in place so that, General Jack D. Ripper couldn't launch a nuclear strike on the Soviet Union by himself. And so, I don't think you disagree with the idea that the president is commander-in-chief of the military.
Curtis, again, drawing a distinction between corporation and the political society.
Let me answer that in more detail in a way, because let me get back to your original
Well, let me
point.
put it to you this way.
Yes.
In a corporation, the people are employees or they're customers. In our system, the people are voters. What do people in this, or what would people be socially in terms of their political power or aspirations under CEO dictator? Your plan is that there would be one election in which the president who says, I'm going to run for office, I'm going to be a dictator, you don't get to do anything else for another 4 years. I'm in charge. There won't be any more elections. There won't be any government that doesn't answer to me. There won't be any media that doesn't answer to me. There won't be any university that doesn't answer to me. What are the people in your vision?
The people in my vision actually have about the same amount of power that they have now, which is basically none. So if you look, for example, at the, I think one of the most consequential policies of our democracy is mass immigration. This population has, this policy has never been popular in any country. It is completely top-down driven, and people feel that they have no voice in it, and they're really entirely right. They actually have no voice in it. If you look at basically the way that public opinion works in our democracy, you see this sort of remarkable pattern in which public opinion is not a final cause as people want it to be.
So what is their status? Are they employees of the government?
They're subjects. They're subjects. This has been basically the principles of the law of nations have been well known for thousands of years. They were only attempted to be revised, in the 18th century. They're subjects. As Charles I said, there's a clean difference between a subject and a sovereign. They're subjects. And the thing about...
I get your point that they would be subjects. I just want to take that for your response to that. Change in status that we would all become subjects unless one of us gets to be the CEO.
It's actually the real status. It's just that we're pretending that
I hear you on that, but the pretense would end.
I just think it's important that we be clear about what it means to be a subject, because in some, contexts, you're subject of the King of England, that you have all kinds of rights, Magna Carta, et cetera. Mr. Yarvin has repeatedly said that he believes anyone's wealth should be able to be expropriated if they are a concern to the, positions of the regime.
Fact check, is that correct?
No.
Okay. So you wrote in, I'm happy to quote at length, I have your essay from March where you tried to clarify precisely your perspective about this, but you said that the billionaire's money was just on in a computer somewhere, yes, and that root access should be seized by the sovereign, and that it should be limited until it wasn't any concern for
So that's essentially, yes, of course, sovereignty is absolute. Sovereignty is absolute today. Essentially a court can issue an order saying you, the billionaire, don't have any money, anymore. You are a subject of that court. The idea that the law rules in some sense is the sort of 17th century British idea that is sort of really completely contrary to political science. Sovereignty is conserved. If the US Supreme Court says that you have to hang upside down by your feet from, this lighting, you're going to have to do it. So everyone actually is a subject.
I don't think that's the case, but I just want to
Everyone
make clear,
actually is a subject.
I want to make clear just a few other aspects, because that's the billionaires. On the other side, he's said that that when this sovereign arrives, that they should round up anyone who's receiving government assistance and put them into solitary confinement with a virtual, simulation of social interaction, so that it can be determined whether they deserve to have.
Just to get a fact check, as you're the source.
Yes, I'm happy to read. I'm happy to read the quote if you'd like. I have a whole set of quotes on these matters here.
You may read your quotes if you like. What I would say is essentially. let me contextualize that, if you will. The way I
actually have quite a long context if you want. I don't believe in quoting people out of context, so I preserved the whole thing, and you should all feel free to go and look it up.
We can hear it basically if there's time, but essentially what I'm saying, solitary confinement is a sort of strange way to put this.
Well, you're the one who used those words.
What I'm saying, no, I didn't mean solitary.
You literally used the word solitary.
I meant that for actual prisoners. No, what I meant is that basically there's. Go ahead. Do you want to?
Yeah, no, you did not use it for actual prisoners. You actually used it precisely. I'm very happy to read this for you. So he says, a large number of residents are effectively dependents of the state. For example, those who receive housing subsidies. These people need to be reprocessed to determine whether they can be members of a productive society. Establish relocation centers with a high degree of personal discipline. Modern technology can realize the ideal of 19th century penological reformers, universal solitary confinement. In the 21st century, adequate social interaction may be delivered electronically. Individualized cells.
Okay, I'm going to stop because there's a lot there.
All right. So yes. So
may you make very clear that it's not criminals. You said entire slums should be rounded up.
So the proper way to basically let's contextualize this for a moment. So basically, you go around the world and you see a lot of people living in extremely inhumane conditions. You don't disagree with that?
I would agree with that.
You would agree with that, right? And so the question of how a technological society can basically take these people and provide what is essentially a decent and human way of living is really, open to question, because our society has really not solved that. Is that correct? For like 6 billion people. So when we say, okay, how do human beings live historically?
Just to be clear, this was you're advocating for the United States and anyone receiving housing subsidies.
So this is like, there's so many different kinds of people in the United States. But
also, you do talk in some of your writings about what should be done with third world people. You talk about Gaza and the notion that all aid should be cut off. So that's another example of how.
So let's address this question of what you're going to do with people who are have essentially zero economic value to the rest of humanity. You agree that there's a lot of zero marginal product human beings in the world?
No.
You don't?
No.
You don't agree with the idea of zero marginal product?
I do not think that there are many zero marginal product people out there. I think there may be people put in social circumstances that make it harder for them to contribute productively to society.
What should happen? Let's say they're there. What are you saying should happen to them?
So you've got, when you have people, what do people need? They need social community. They need basically to live in Dunbar number size groups, because this is our evolved evolutionary environment. They need society, they need purpose, they need meaning, they need work. These are the things that human beings essentially need. Do you disagree with me on that?
I might prioritize above that love, connection to
all these things, yes,
to the deity.
Absolutely, absolutely. There are all these things that people need. And the thing is that basically when you have the population of basically, a gigantic, slum in, say, Angola, and you're an advocate of mass migration, I believe. And so the idea that this is something that stays in Angola is not something you believe in. You don't believe that people's human rights as a human being should depend on the GPS coordinates where they were born, do you?
Well, the first thing I would say is I don't think this has anything to do with whether the US should be ruled by a CEO dictator.
Can you answer the question? Do you believe that your human rights as a human being should depend on the GPS coordinates where you were born?
I think probably yes, because I think that people are part of communities, and people.
That's not this. Is
can you circle this directly to our?
What I'm saying is that this problem is worldwide. The problem of what to do with the slums of Kinshasa is worldwide. I don't see our present oligarchy solving this problem.
All right.
Just what it has to do with the role of the United States.
I think you've reached an impasse on that point, or you're doing this. Let me bring this to you from the same article that your opponent is referring to. I found a phrase that I found interesting, and it leads to a question. You were talking about what happens in that first week after the monarch king is elected, and I'm quoting, "Ideally, within a week, every law enforcement officer in America is wearing a red armband to show that he follows the new president's direct, unconditional command." To me, that implies the expectation that there would be resistance from the public to this agenda.
We've seen the resistance.
Do you anticipate? Yeah, good point. Do you anticipate a smooth transition?
I think that Americans have been depoliticized to an astounding degree. I think if you look at the political intensity of the
Wrong. People have not been depoliticized as much as they were never politicized in the first place. Yarvin is a clown.
response to the first Trump administration and the second Trump administration, where the second Trump administration is doing, by my book, very little, but clearly like easily 10 times as much as the first Trump administration. The response from people like what we saw has been 10x less.
And you've also want to throw out the current U.S. legal system and functionally put all the lawyers out there who have gone to law school in the United States out of relevance because they won't know the system, the new system.
Couldn't hurt.
President is above the law. The monarch is above the law, just to be clear.
Right.
No, I prefer basically the system of Roman or civil law, essentially a Napoleonic code.
You want to abolish the media, shut down their servers. What would happen to a debate program?
The debate program is just fine. I mean, the thing is that what we have in the existing media is something that looks like a private institution, but enjoys many, many, many privileges of a government organization. So for example, if you pick up a copy of the New York Times, you'll see, people are always like, should Peter Thiel compete with the New York Times? I was talking once to SBF's girlfriend, and she was like, maybe he should buy the New York Times. And I'm like, if you buy the New York Times, it's completely useless, because if you buy the New York Times, either you're sponsoring the New York Times the way Bezos is sponsoring the Post, or you're actually trying to mess with it and everyone will quit. And actually, if you look at the way the Times, which by the way is a fifth-generation hereditary monarchy, if you look at the way that the New York Times is connected,
you shouldn't assume I feel any way in particular about the New York Times.
So
I feel it's an amazing organization, but if you look at the, let me finish for a second.
Yeah.
If you look at the way the Times is connected to the U.S. government, you'll notice something astounding, which is that easily 2/3 of the stories in the New York Times on every day basically contain information which is only available to the New York Times. They essentially contain information that is stolen from the government, that is not released through ordinary channels, that is leaked. And everyone considers this an ordinary and regular way of doing business. In fact, it's a subsidy. And it's a subsidy that prevents anyone from competing with this agency. And if you basically called it an agency and you said, oh, this is actually part of the government, you'd be like, oh yeah, the Department of Information. It's the most powerful organization in Washington. And so abolishing that does not mean abolishing debates.
I mean, look, I think there's a lot of interesting things to discuss about the New York Times and the way the media works and how leaking in the government works. I don't think it has anything to do with whether one person should come in and control everything and stifle as much dissent as they feel like or don't feel like doing and put people in, concentration camps. I mean, it just seems like those are very different questions. I mean, media reform is like an interesting question that we can debate. It's not the topic we're debating today.
How would you go about media reform? Because one of the things that you see in a lot of these different questions.
I mean, I can answer your question if you'd like.
Well, you know what? I see your point. I see why you're making your case. You're making your case that all of these changes need to be made because there are so many disparate power centers that you feel, I think, are fundamentally corrupt, and you want to bring in one guy to clean it up and have absolute power for 4 years to do that. But your opponent made the point that anybody who gets absolute power is going to be corrupted anyway by it, that there's just something about human nature, you can't avoid it. Can you take that on?
That's a famous aphorism of Lord Acton. I don't believe in it at all. I don't see it apply how it applies to Frederick the Great, Elizabeth I. Actually, I think that the truth is very much the opposite, which is that it's actually partial power that corrupts. Because the thing is, when you have an actual chief executive who is aligned with the organization, he essentially has all of that power. He doesn't need to say, oh, I'm going to do something that's going to harm the organization in order to get more power. And so when you see basically a functioning nation state in the days before democracy, the king essentially looked, yes, he looked to Frederick the Great, absolutely, he wouldn't use the word CEO. He sees himself as the owner of the nation in a way. And when the king is the owner of the nation, the assets of the king are the land and the people of the country, and improving and maintaining those assets and making those assets flourish is essentially his role. If you look at the way basically the managers of China have gone about it, they say, how are we going to increase the market cap of China Inc.? Well, we're going to make our people much more educated and much more productive and much more industrious and all of these things. If you look at the managers of the United States of America, they are not thinking that.
I want to make the point, Kurtz, and I don't think that you've been doing this deliberately, but you've had a little bit more speaking time than your opponent. And that's okay, but I want to give you a shot of a couple minutes to
respond to that because, you often make this argument that, the CEO owns everything, so they kind of want to maximize the value, et cetera.
Their interests are aligned.
But the thing that confuses me about that is that I understand the notion that in a capitalist economy, many people are to a significant extent motivated by maximizing the value of their assets because they're a tiny part of a giant system. And so kind of almost anything they want, they could get that way. But once you're like really powerful, almost no one who's really wealthy spends most of their time trying to mostly maximize their wealth. They do all kinds of other things. I mean, for example, if you have unconstrained power, imagine you have a thing for kids. That's just your inclination, right? So how many kids should you be allowed to make your personal
How many cases of that in 2,000 years of European history in hundreds of kings have you seen?
I mean,
because all of your examples of bad monarchs are all drawn from inside this democratic bubble. And I'd like to answer another point that you made there, which is why do autocracies, not thrive? And democracies
I just want to
thrive.
answer you're asking me a question and interrupting the limited time that I've had, and I'm interested in understanding about 75% of emperors of Rome, for example, died not of natural causes. So that's interesting. It's interesting, and there's all kinds of colorful tales about them. There was this monarch I remember in England who beheaded some people, and then got married to some, and then actually made everyone at gunpoint change their own religion so he could do that. And it's yes. President Obama didn't exactly do that during his time.
No, but our oligarchy is so powerful that it makes people change the words that they used. Do you capitalize the word black? When you write the word black, do you capitalize it? Do you say African American or black?
I generally say black. I don't really think about that.
Do you capitalize it? Do you capitalize it?
No.
What does this have to do
See,
with?
Remember?
Wait. Seriously.
See, this is literally. I almost encounter this every time somebody comes up on the panel. Totally irrelevant. He cannot stick to the point, so he wants to shift the goalpost. Okay, what does Obama have to do with European monarchy? This moderator leaves some he's not doing the best job here.
Let me answer your question.
Okay.
Do you remember being told by power to change the way? My point is, if a monarch
Power told you to do it,
rather than the New York Times telling you to capitalize the B in black,
I need the ability to cut off my head. I wouldn't do that. And that's why I don't adopt all the trends in linguistic stuff, and I'm happy to do that or not do that.
And
I'm glad there's someone who doesn't want to execute me for my choices.
No, they wouldn't execute you. They just end your career. And they just end your career. And how many times have you made a choice under the pressure of this oligarchy to not say what you think? How many times have you chosen, I shouldn't say that?
Well, I'll give you a good example. I had a position on immigration that you were referring to earlier, which I've actually changed my mind on some. And I went through a lot of heat. And that wasn't the most fun experience of my life, but I learned some things from it. Didn't end my career. I didn't lose my job. You know, I've gone on to all sorts of other things. I've met different people. That's the great thing about a pluralistic society. There's all these different little elements. And I'm really glad there isn't like one person in charge that if I cross them in some minor way, you know, can say off with my head as you relish saying that, you know.
Strangely enough, there isn't one person in charge, and yet the level of freedom that we have in this country is much lower than the level of freedom under Frederick the Great, whose motto was, they say what they want, I do what I want.
I mean, look, I don't know about making comparisons to periods that were massively before we had any, you know, digital technology, et cetera.
Why does digital technology change?
Very complicated.
Why does digital
industrial
technology change that?
Because it changes what can be monitored by a monarch. It totally changes what's observable.
Curtis, the statement we often hear, nobody should be above the law, the president should be above the law.
Mm-hmm.
Your take on that?
So when you basically say, when Charles I acknowledged that he was not above the law, he was shortly to lose his head. And if you essentially look at pre-Anglo-American jurisprudence, you very clearly see what's called the royal prerogative in English history, which Carl Schmitt called the exception. And the exception essentially says that if the king is not above the law is above the king. And the law does not rule. Law cannot rule. People rule. And what you said when you said, okay, the law is above the king, you said, no, you're actually saying these judges are above the king. And you're creating a situation that classical political science called imperium and in imperio, namely the conflicting rule. You've created an instability, and that instability is going to lead to the victory of one side or another, or in this case, civil war.
What you're calling instability, I believe you used the phrase in the beginning, checks and balances.
I would call it even adaptability. Look, there's a hypothesis. It's very interesting that Mr. Yarvin puts forward often that, you know, you kind of carve things up, you have absolute dictators over everything, and then there's no violence. And we've tried this. I mean, there's historical experience with this. In the 19th century, you know, there was Metternich, and he did all this balance of power, and et cetera. And just like, it's very, very clear that we've had massive, massive reduction in death since that period. I mean, is it like—
That's right.
And from violence of that
deaths
kind.
and violence in the 20th century were the highest ever. And I know you blame that on your enemies,
even taking into account all of those things, there were first of all, there's massive technology that enabled more extermination, but you attributed many things to technology, but still, even putting that aside, still massively fewer violent deaths in the 20th century than
in the 20th. Back to the cabinet wars of the 18th century.
Sorry about that.
From the 18th century to the 20th century, you're telling me.
Certainly after, you know, the end of World War II,
after the end of
the most democratic period in history.
Well, conquering the entire world will do that. You know, conquering the entire world basically gives you world
I thought
peace.
We had a rival during much of the 20th century.
Well, we had the Soviet Union, which was in a way part of our empire and was certainly part of our alliance that conquered the world in 1945.
That's an interesting interpretation.
That we were allied with the Soviet Union? That's an interesting interpretation.
That we were allied with the Soviet Union after 1945?
No, I didn't say after 1945. I said in 1945. And so essentially, like, our relationship with the Soviet Union was not like a relationship with Nazi Germany. Like, you know,
the Soviet Union didn't actually try to.
We're again exploring. We're again exploring different threads, and let me make the very No, I'm sorry. We need to take a break because of time. It's now time to take some questions from the audience. And if you remember, I had mentioned our protocols for asking questions. Thanks for bringing up the lights. I see somebody in the very far back row. I'm looking at you. If you could stand up, and we'd appreciate it if you would tell us your name and come out to the aisle so that the mic can be held in front of you, but not placed in your hand.
Hi, my name is Connor. I think that we have an interesting kind of case study today for Mr. Yarvin's ideas in Bukele's El Salvador. And I'm curious to hear what you would think about how, you know, by transitioning into what is functionally a monarchy, their quality of life seems to have improved substantially as a direct consequence of that. And if that has any bearing on your thoughts on the I guess, the broader topic of debate.
Is that for? Is that for him?
Yeah, it's a good question. Nayib Bukele has dramatically reduced violence in El Salvador, and that's been an incredible boon to the people there. Exactly how that happened and in what way and for what reason is something that our understanding of is evolving a lot. There has been a lot of evidence coming out that the U.S. intelligence services believe that he made a deal with many of the gangs there, and what that ended up implying and what the people got. It's a very complicated situation. I think that Bukele is not anywhere near the kind of iron dictator that Mr. Yarvin is advocating. And I think there are certainly examples of countries that at least temporarily have had improvements in conditions through having a dictator. It's very rare. There are many, 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 many more examples of ones that have had total disasters, but there are certainly examples that have gotten better. Chile is a great example. They had a elected Marxist government, and they had a dictator temporarily, and it ended up leading, they transitioned back to democracy to better conditions. Bukele's had a lot of troubles economically. So I think it's a mixed story. I don't think one has to believe that every case has ever been bad in order to think that on average and in the distribution, democratic systems dramatically outperform.
Which is your argument, on the whole? Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to let you respond, Curtis.
I think what's remarkable about Bukele is basically how little resistance he's experienced from the U.S. government. Because I think that, when you basically cherry pick your examples of monarchies from the last 250 years, you're basically dealing with these autocracies are all enemies of the United States and Great Britain. And so actually living in a unipolar order where you're essentially a rebel against that order, from Bukele to, the kingdom of the two Sicilies, which Gladstone called the negation of God. I think what's remarkable about Bukele is that he's basically thumbed his nose at the United States. And that's worked, and that's allowed him to be an effective dictator. Another great example of that, of course, is Kagame in Rwanda, who we've allowed to govern the country out of sheer guilt from permitting that genocide. And again, I think the record shows that when you remove this factor of the US trying to destroy these evil autocracies and its global democratic jihad, they actually do quite well. And I think that that's the factor that explains the poor performance of autocracies since Waterloo.
Another question?
Well, I just want to, can I respond to that?
Yes, well, I get to the next question.
I think there are many, many dictatorships that were actually sponsored and in many cases put in power by the United States that had equally disastrous outcomes in Central America, in South America. My wife actually happens to be an expert on these things. So I think there are definitely dictatorships that are maybe even worse that the U.S. opposed, and because on the average, I think the U.S. takes the right side in conflicts on average, but not always, but more often than not.
Give me an example. I'm gonna move on because of the sake of questions.
Contras.
If you could stand up and tell us your name, please. Thanks.
Pooja Olhaver. Mr. Yarvin, is there any part of the Bill of Rights you think is worth preserving?
Is there any part of the Bill of Rights that I think is worth preserving? I think the Bill of Rights is a very good set of principles for good governance in a lot of different ways. I think that essentially, unfortunately, we're in a world where the judiciary and the legislative are essentially at war against the.
See, literally, he's not answering the question. It's a yes/no question. Now he wants to tell you slowly but surely no, instead of just saying no. And then this is why I think dude's not that bright, or he's just being disingenuous. He knows that's a loaded question. My question would be, do you think the founders and the framers of the Constitution specifically were wrong or wrong-headed?
Executive principle, and unfortunately the way that that's been interpreted is kind of sort of all or nothing in an increasing way. And so I don't know if you mean for
Curtis Yarvin is a lefty. Maybe you're talking about the other guy. Can you be more specific? I know you know who Curtis Yarvin is, SKC.
example, the kind of the 14th Amendment incorporation of the Bill of Rights to the states? Would you include that? I think that the whole situation of essentially trusting the courts to be apolitical actors is completely over. As Justice Sotomayor said, appeals courts are where policy is set. These are the most undemocratic elements of our society, and that's the way our government works now.
Your answer is no.
Yep.
My answer is the whole system of rule of law is an anachronism.
So it's not just the Bill of Rights, but the entirety of law that should be.
Yes, I think that actually the idea of law, because our judiciary has become so completely politicized, they have called the entire question of the rule of law into question.
Final thought on this point?
No, I mean, look, I think I'm glad that he's clear about what he believes.
Okay, I just want to say, I want to say one thing. That question was fantastic in that it was like one sentence and it got us to a really interesting place. That's the model for how to do this. So thank you so much for doing it that way. Right in the center there. The mic's going to come to you if you could stand up.
My name is Don. Question to both of you.
Can you be a little louder, please?
A question to both of you. My name is Don. Do we live in a democracy or an autocracy?
We live absolutely in an autocracy because it's not an autocracy in the sense of a monarchy, it's an oligarchy. It's one of the three Aristotelian forms of government. And essentially, until the Trump administration, and this is mostly even true of the Trump administration, the effect of voters on the actual operations of Washington is essentially minimal and has been minimal for many, many years. And so I would say, yes, we live in an oligarchy.
Look, I think a lot of the ways we talk about democracy do a real disservice to the idea. We get these things like, this is a total democracy. This is like imperfect democracy. I think that maybe the US is like a 0.01% democracy, and like other places are 0.00001% democracy. I mean, democracy isn't ideal. It is like it's an aspiration. It's like, can we go, fast? Well, we can't go the speed of light. We can't even go close to the speed of light, but we can go a little bit faster than we used to be able to go. And that's how I think about democracy.
It's sort of the same way the Soviets thought about communism.
I'm sorry that I can't see everybody. I'm helping a little bit. Right down front, because you're near the front. Yes, and the mic's coming to you. If you could go to the aisle to your left. That's a lot of climbing over people, sorry. Is there a raised hand over there?
Okay. Hi, I'm Dylan. This is a question for Mr. Yarvin. So I'm building off of your earlier, you earlier brought up the companies Google and Microsoft as these sort of degenerated, one might say, forms of bureaucratic centralism. And I thought, in opposition to bureaucratic centralism, we might say a Trotskyist would believe in permanent revolution. And how do you approach the notion of absolute power without falling into this degenerated form of bureaucratic centralism? Like, how is it possible for you to, on the one hand, maintain this stasis in form while at the same time retaining the energy of a startup?
Yeah, excellent question. I think that everything in human affairs needs to be under tension, and that's why I'd be, I think, a little bit disturbed by even the best design for a polity becoming global. I think actually history shows that the most sort of generative times in human history have been periods of small competing city-states, the Italian Renaissance, the Mediterranean before the Roman Empire. And so I think that that is one force that basically provides discipline and control. I'm also basically not a believer in totally absolute monarchies. I'm a believer in what I call accountable monarchies, which is, again, exactly what you get with a modern corporation and its board of directors and shareholders. Or even what you get in the New York Times and its Class A shares controlled by descendants of the Sulzberger family, or even the Saudi monarchy and the descendants of Ibn Saud. Those have proven to be very, very effective systems.
I guess my biggest question about that would be, you describe the notion of like some kind of election after some period. And then I guess my question is, how do you organize a free and fair election if you've eliminated all dissent, destroyed all civil society, and eliminated all media?
So good question. How do you organize a free and fair election in 2020 when you can't even report on, Hunter Biden's laptop? I mean, we already have this. There's no world with a fair and independent press.
What do you mean by
such a thing?
what do you mean by a free and fair election?
Such a thing has never existed. Well,
you used that word you said free and fair election.
Yes, and I believe that essentially every form of democracy in the modern world is a managed democracy. I believe that autocracies like Putin's.
Again, the question was, how do you organize a free and fair election after a monarchy? And the dude cannot answer the question. This is literally like typical far right methods of answering questions. Answer it by moving the goalpost. I don't know how many times I get people up here, you ask them a simple indirect question and they just want to talk about, ooh, look at the grouse, look at the grouse. A bunch of fucking Three Stooges is what MAGA is.
They solve elections in Russia. That's a managed democracy.
So you consider that a free and fair election?
No, I believe it's a managed democracy, but it's also a free and fair election. People are voting, essentially.
Okay, so that's what you mean by a free and fair election. I understand.
There has never been an unmanaged democracy.
No, that's really helpful.
There has never been an unmanaged democracy. If you read basically, for example, Walter Lippmann's Public Opinion, like, my God, the things they did in the 30s for an election. Americans voted for president not knowing that FDR used a wheelchair. They voted in 1940 for Willkie versus Roosevelt. Willkie had been a Democrat until 6 months before the election, right? And so what is this free and fair election? I know of no such thing. Actually,
but you use that word as what the monarch would suggest.
So the thing is, that is one of many imperfect ways of basically creating an accountability system for a monarchy.
You can make all the media and all major political civil society organizations, including political parties, can be eliminated, and we can still have a free and fair election.
Yes, because today those structures are all completely synoptic. They all speak with entirely one voice. They are all within one echo
it's just
chamber.
good to get clarification.
They are all within one echo chamber.
I'm gonna go to another question. I kind of wish the protesters had stayed to ask a question rather than the thing. I can't see. Are there any women raising hands? Because yeah. Challenging question these days. Sir, I was calling on you, but somebody else. Yeah, okay, go ahead. If you could stand up. What's your name, please?
My name is Nidal.
Okay.
So as someone with a little bit of computer background, just like you guys, my question is pretty simple. It's about this notion of scale. For you, do you think there is...
You're pointing to Curtis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think there is any number or scale at which dictatorship will work? Like, can we have a galactic dictator residing over 10 trillion people? And for the other side, do you think there's some notion of scale at which dictatorship will work? For example,
we get the question mark, and that's a good question, actually.
I don't think there's any level of
the dictatorships work within your four walls.
Look at Apple, 60,000 employees, 80,000 employees. Microsoft, similar. Google, similar. Elon Musk and his various corporations probably has 50, 100,000 employees. That's more than enough to govern the world. That's more than enough to govern the world, right? We have a lot more people in government today, but that's because our governments are so terrible and inefficient. If you look at the ratios of civil service employees to, people governed, the best ratios are probably under the Indian Raj. The Indian civil service governed hundreds of millions of people with like 2,000.
So sojourner colonialism, the British Raj is an example of a perfect government. The fuck is wrong with this guy?
3,000 Englishmen, something like that. So yeah, actually, I believe these systems don't, have any trouble in scaling.
So you got the opposite question. Is there a scale? Is there a scale on the opposite end? I don't know, commune, something like that, where somebody can have sole authority over the decisions.
Yeah, I mean, look, I have no problem at small scales with organizations that have strong and narrow leadership, because there's a lot of opportunity to leave. Now, if you have absolute control over those people, that becomes slavery. And I don't believe in that. I don't believe in having one person be able to cut off the heads of anyone, in some organization that they're in. But if they have a limited scope where they're allowed to manage the production of something or whatever, absolutely.
Who enforces those limits?
Law.
And who law, and how does that work?
It means that people have a general understanding of a set of moral principles.
It's called civil contract.
Wendell Holmes wrote about the common law. The common law, which is the opposite of the civil law,
Moral
and I think
contract,
is one of the things that's made
civil
U.S. such
contract,
a successful polity, as well
social
as the UK,
contract,
is based on the principle of what a jury would say, more or less. It's like, what is the common understanding of something? And yeah, the judges play a role, but juries are, I think, ultimately more important.
Have you ever been on?
Okay, well, I hope you're talking about Yarvin's point, SKC. No, there is no such thing as a perfect election. There is no such thing as a perfect press, etc. There is such a thing as a free and fair election, but it's never going to be perfect. And sometimes, people like Yarvin, he has not so interesting ideas. It's just going to be the bro code folks who find this fascinating. That and the willing sheep who are MAGA. Believe me, if you wanted a CEO in chief, Trump would not be the first choice to do it. Talk about imperfect. The motherfucker's less than imperfect. He's flawed.
In a jury?
Yes.
I have twice, actually. It was a crazy experience. Have you ever been involved in a lawsuit, a legal proceeding, anything like that?
Once, yeah.
Was your experience that you had a very efficient and effective legal system?
I don't think the question is one of efficiency.
I think it's a reasonable. I think it's quite a reasonable question. Does the system work well?
I think it works a heck of a lot better than most other systems that have ever been used on that scale to address problems like that.
The Napoleonic Code, or the inquisitorial system. How do you feel about the
there's massive evidence that common law systems outperform in pretty much every metric of economic outcomes. On average, civil law systems. There's a huge literature in economics about that.
Curtis, and your opponent mentioned slavery, and this reminds me that one of the things that is said about your viewpoint is that you, and I just want to get this corrected if it needs correction, that you favorably cite Aristotle that the relationship between master and slave is a natural human relationship.
So do you know the etymology of the word family? It comes from the Latin famulus, meaning slave. Actually, we use the word emancipation, which comes from Roman law, for separating a minor from its parent, because actually the relationship between parent and minor is literally the same thing. If your 15-year-old runs away, the fugitive child patrol will basically track him down and return him to you. And so, we have this arbitrary division at 18 years of age where we say, oh, this kind of relationship is no longer acceptable.
But do you feel you're sufficiently reading the room?
Okay. It's not arbitrary. Okay. There is such a thing as a social contract. It's been voted on. It has been commonly agreed upon that 18 for the drinking age in Georgia, for instance, and probably a bunch of other states, went from 18 to 21 by vote. Why is this arbitrary? And why do people let Curtis Yarvin get away with this bullshit? It was anything but arbitrary, sir.
When you make this case,
I have no interest in reading the room.
okay.
None.
Mr. Yarvin speaks for himself.
We disagree on that, SBC, as far as
I think this is
doing
going to
a
be our
better
last
job.
question.
But
Charles
you know
here.
what? The
Is
good
the
thing is Trump
current
has a shelf
pattern
life.
of self-sorting and redistricting really moderate and dissenting voices out, which represents 43% of America, a democracy at work, or the embracing of autocracy?
You want me to comment on the redistricting? Yeah, I'm happy to comment on redistricting. I mean, look, I think there are an infinite number of flaws that I could go on forever about the way that our current democracy is working. Redistricting is one narrow aspect. I mean, there are so many infinitely better systems of voting that we could use. Certainly things that like approval voting or ranked choice voting are a tiny step in a better direction to address some of the issues that you're talking about. Addressing the redistricting would be an even tinier step that I don't think really makes a very big difference, frankly. So I don't think like in the grand scheme of things, it's like a major question. There's just so many greater improvements that we could make and know how to make and other countries have made. So anyways, I mean, I don't think it's a great development that you're describing, but it's not on the top of my list of things I would worry about.
Curtis?
I would say people vote on the basis of lawn signs anyway. There's only one election where people actually know anything about the candidates or care about them. That's the presidential election. The way districts are drawn is simply a matter of advantage. We don't really have a system of like consensus collegial democracy in this country. We have a cold civil war. And essentially,
there's a woman over there.
You wanted a woman.
All right.
That looks like one.
All right. We're going to extend the. I hope this is a great question.
Genuinely and conceptually, how can totalitarianism be effective when that's not what humans are? It's not unified.
I don't have anything to say to that. I mean, it's not my position, so I would offer it to Mr. Yarvin.
Okay. So I would say that there is definitely a restless human striving for power. People want to matter, they want to be powerful, they want to be relevant. And we generally explain, democracy as saying, oh, this desire for power leads to good government. I don't believe any of that. I would say that the sort of human for striving for power is almost it's a relic of kind of Stone Age process. And what we see is that striving is fed by a lot of essentially pornographic things that convince people that they matter in relationship to Washington, whereas in fact they actually don't.
Do you want to comment?
I mean, I would say that the time when striving for power that I've seen has led to the most destruction and chaos has been the hundreds of years of monarchy in which there were constant civil wars and fights over transitions of power, as opposed to the extended periods of, I mean, every study that you have shows that the average gap between civil violence over control of power under democracies is like an order of magnitude greater.
Yes,
than
because
under
your democracies are the Anglo-American Empire.
Okay, one more.
No, San Marino has been a stable democracy for more than 1,500 years. It was the earliest democracy. The Helvetican Confederation that became Switzerland is another. I mean, it's not true that it was just under Anglo-American Empire. Almost every case of extended regimes has been under some kind of democratic.
Okay, one more question. You're standing with the mic already. Can you tell us your name, please?
Hi, my name is Mia Winther Tamaki. This is a question for you, Glenn.
What do you think of network states as an experiment for the tech CEOs as dictators?
Okay, what did you say? Network states?
Yeah.
Network states.
Yeah, Balaji Srinivasan's idea that basically groups of people should form online, break off, and like try and experiment in different ways of living. Look, I love the idea of experiments in new ways of living. I really dislike the notion that you're going to get a bunch of people who are going to just completely agree on everything, go off to somewhere, and disconnect themselves from the rest of the world. So, like, you know, the idea of a network, the network state idea is the name is really contradictory, because the whole concept of a network was that people are connected in complex ways. They don't just like go off into some feudal thing and separate themselves from the rest of the world. They're a part of a network. That is the meaning of a network. The whole idea of the internet was that we don't just have these like feudal things. We have all these complex connections. And so, like, yeah, I believe in network societies that have experiments going on and are connected to everything else. I don't believe in people like going off and like separating themselves from everyone else and running themselves like some kind of a thief.
Okay, everybody, thank you for your questions. We're going to move to our closing round. And our closing, we can do one of those. Yeah. In our closing round, each of our debaters once again stands up and makes an argument uninterrupted by appealing directly to you. And Curtis, you're up first with your closing. And again, reminding everybody, our question is, should the U.S. be ruled by CEO dictator? Your closing, please.
Thank you, everyone. I'm trying to sort of go through the points here that I think have been sort of we've poorly descended into. I think the most important point is essentially, I think that when Glenn sort of kind of comes back to his studies and his like results over the last 200 years and so forth, I would say he's not thinking very scientifically, because he's essentially looking at history through this massive fisheye lens where he sort of wants to essentially destroy all evidence before 1750 or so. And he says, oh, because they didn't have the internet and antibiotics and computers, we can sort of forget about anything they learned in this period of time. And I'm like, no, actually, because they had to run a government without the internet or computers or phones, actually, we can see how impressive their results were. And there's an example of this that I like to sort of give in terms of the fall of the Roman Republic, because I think that we've sort of heard this consensus idea out there that the fall of the Roman Republic was because, you know, authoritarians took over. You know, actually, the fall of the Roman Republic was because the military system of the Roman Republic was much, much more effective than the civilian system. And the way Rome really found that out was that not even Caesar had appointed this guy called Pompey to basically extirpate the pirates from the Mediterranean, which was like ending the drug gangs in Mexico. And they were like, we have failed to do this with the Roman civil system. Let's do it in the military way. Top-down command, without any computers or guns or cell phones or whatever. As soon as they adopted the monarchical way of doing things, Pompey clears the Mediterranean of pirates in 3 months. It's very, very similar to Bukele in El Salvador. Here's a thing that basically said people...
This motherfucker thinks that it's very similar? What? Oh, my Lord.
Said couldn't be done, and it was just done. And people are like, wait a second, we need a new system of government. And that's what created the Roman Empire. And I think that if that hadn't happened, Rome would have been destroyed by the Gauls, probably in about 50 BC.
Thank you, Curtis. And Glenn, the last word is yours.
217 minutes ago, we came forth upon this stage to debate whether government of the people, by the people, and for the people deserves to perish from this earth. The fact that we have to do that now is as clear of a mark as any of the crisis facing our republic. Because however extreme or even nihilistic you may find Mr. Yarvin's views, mark my words, he is no more a fringe figure in today's America than I am. He has the ear of the vice president and of the world's wealthiest man. Thomas Jefferson charged every future generation of Americans with a sacred duty to remake our institutions for changing times. And if we forget what we love about our way of life and default on that sacred trust, then we richly deserve the future that Mr. Yarvin promises us. Because as Arnold Toynbee famously said, societies, great civilizations like the United States, never die from murder. They always die from suicide. And Mr. Yarvin today offered us a rich offering of the kind of cynicism and despair and distrust that rends pluribus from its unum, and that surrendered the Vichy, the French to the Vichy, and Afghanistan to the Taliban. But the American spirit has never surrendered to any of the enemies that Mr. Yarvin would have had us surrender to. The Tories, the slave drivers, the appeasers, and the totalitarians all wilted in the face of the people who, like my ancestors, came here escaping the lash and the gas chamber. And it's in their name that I'm up here on this stage today, unwilling to be part of the first generation of Americans to surrender that legacy. Instead, tired as I am, I'm here to rebuild our republic so that my two daughters sitting at home watching this debate on the very ground where their mother's ancestors fought and died to see off our last monarch can grow up with the courage and the pride in their heritage to spit in the eye of anyone who demands that they kneel before their master. Thank you.
Wow.
And everybody, that is
don't know how that
I want
can
to
be
thank our
topped.
debaters, Curtis Yarvin and Glenn Weil. We so appreciate that the two of you came to the stage together, had this out with one another, did so respectfully.
Yeah, love that point. As always, SKC makes a salient-ish point. A lot of lefties who speak on American government hate world history because it forces them to truly compare and contrast. Absolutely right. And a lot of lefties and a lot of righties who use the term exceptional don't understand what exceptional means. Either America is exceptional and unlike any other country in the present or past to truly compare and contrast America to, or we're just like everybody else. The problem with the MAGA right and other far right fringe type people is they don't know the definition of words. Exceptional means something, folks, and it's not necessarily conditional. So with that, dude, SKC, do better. So anyway, I showed that video, kind of as a kind of an example of how these folks who want basically state capitalism and a CEO in chief running the country like a corporation. Let's see. Yeah, unfortunately we're going to stick with this topic for probably the next hour or so more. This is something called the Enterprising Investor, which wandered into my email by the CFA Institute. Never heard of these folks, but I have the most interesting YouTube algorithm in the world, and I have the most interesting spam email spam in the world. So this is by a guy called Winston Ma. He's a CFA and an Esquire. I assume that means a lawyer, maybe. So anyway, Intel, TikTok, and a U.S. sovereign wealth fund, what it means for investors. And I'd heard the term sovereign wealth fund. Well, apparently it is some sort of fund that's sponsored by the U.S. government. All of a sudden, the government is into wealth funds. How interesting. So essentially we're tying the United States government directly to the economy. And I don't think that even Frederick Hayek would approve of this. What happened to the right? All of a sudden, they want to become socialists. What could a U.S. sovereign wealth fund mean for markets and investors? It could alter the balance between state and private capital by de-risking strategic projects, legitimizing new asset classes. In other words, we can make more derivatives and attracting global co-investment into critical industries. Since President Donald Trump announced the establishment of a U.S. sovereign wealth fund in February, it has fueled both expectations and controversies. Why is the government getting into establishing financial instruments? This is a bad move. If for the folks who thought that America is capitalist, well, welcome to the new world. It is not a free market capitalism endeavor anymore. How the U.S. is redefining the sovereign wealth fund? To see why this approach is so unconventional, it helps to compare it with traditional sovereign wealth funds. A sovereign wealth fund is a state-owned investment fund that manages a country's financial assets, typically derived from surplus reserves, natural resource revenues, and trade surpluses. These funds are generally managed by a country's Ministry of Finance. We renamed the Defense Department back to the Department of War. I predict the Treasury Secretary will soon be renamed the Ministry of Finance. These funds are generally managed by the country's Ministry of Finance, a central bank. That's why Donald Trump wants control of the I want to say the FDIC, of the God damn it, the Fed, or a specialized government agency. But under President Trump's executive order, America is carving an alternative SWF path, one that is distinctly bottom-up and industrial strategy driven. Far from displacing private capital, it is increasingly proving to be a powerful crowd-in catalyst for public-private investment partnerships. Okay, here's the deal. Thank God this hasn't been enacted into law. It can basically be reversed once a non-senile president is in charge. Let's see. I never use exceptional. Okay, I wasn't talking about you specifically, SKC. No one ever said you used exceptional, but plenty of your ilk do. So we have a sovereign wealth fund. They're going to privatize Social Security at some point. This is just the precursor to that. And speaking of state capitalism, we will be China one day. America alone can't match China, but with our allies, it's no contest. Totally disagree. I think we're moving towards a China model of state capitalism. While Trump is talking about rounding up the immigrants, by the time the immigration or the deportation issue is resolved, we will be a state capitalist country, or Russia.
America alone can't match China, but with our allies, it's no contest. This article is by Kurt Campbell and Rush Doshi and read by an automated voice. For the first time in its modern history, the United States faces a rival, China, that has greater scale in most of the critical dimensions of power, and American national capacity alone may not be enough to rise to the challenge. We are entering an era in which the true measure of American primacy will be whether Washington can build what we call allied scale, the power to compete globally in tandem with other countries across economic, technological, and military domains. President Trump appears to be moving in the opposite direction, His go-it-alone, tariff-centric diplomacy has alienated allies and left openings for Beijing to build its own coalitions. Mr. Trump's recent imposition of high tariffs on India is just one example. The United States spent 3 decades courting India as a geopolitical counterweight to China. But after the tariffs were applied on India, Prime Minister Narendra Modi last week visited China for the first time in 7 years, where he and President Xi Jinping agreed to move past a recent history of tense relations and work as partners, not rivals. Mr. Trump is playing with fire. Throughout the 20th century, America outproduced and out-innovated Germany, Japan, and the Soviet Union. But China is different. On the metrics that matter most in strategic competition, it has already surpassed the United States. Its economy, while slowing, is still nearly 30% larger than America's when one accounts for purchasing power. China has twice the manufacturing capacity, producing vastly more cars, ships, steel, and solar panels than the United States, and more than 70% of the world's batteries, electric vehicles, and critical minerals. In science and technology, China produces more active patents and top-cited publications than the United States. And militarily, it has the world's largest naval fleet, has a shipbuilding capacity estimated to be more than 230 times as great as America's, and is fast establishing itself as a leader in hypersonic weapons, drones, and quantum communications. China has its problems, such as a shrinking and aging population, excess industrial capacity, rickety state finances, and high debt. But any serious U.S. strategy toward China must reckon with the Cold War aphorism, quantity has a quality all its own. The rise and fall of great powers has often turned on scale, the size, resources, and capacity that make a nation formidable. Once countries reach similar levels of economic productivity, those with larger populations and continental size eventually surge ahead. Britain's first-mover advantage in the Industrial Revolution gave way once larger countries like the United States and Russia caught up. In the 20th century, America awed its enemies. Hitler called it a giant state with unimaginable productive capacities, and Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, the architect of the attack on Pearl Harbor, admitted he could run wild in the Pacific Ocean for only so long before American industry overwhelmed Japan. Today, that sense of daunting scale describes China. America's best hope for matching that lies in maximizing its own strength through alliances. That means no longer treating U.S. allies as dependents under our protection, but as partners in building power jointly by pooling markets, technology, military capability, and industrial capacity. Investments in American renewal are necessary, but insufficient by themselves. Alone, the United States will be smaller compared with China by many important metrics. But together with economies such as Europe, Japan, South Korea, Australia, India, Canada, Mexico, and Taiwan, there is no competition. This coalition would be more than twice China's GDP when adjusted for purchasing power, more than double its military spending, be the top trading partner of most countries in the world, and account for half of global manufacturing to China's 1/3. It would possess deeper talent pools, create more patents and top-cited research, and wield a degree of market power that could deter Chinese coercion. Allied scale would win the future. The aim is not to contain China, an impossible goal, but to balance it. Only through partnerships can we protect our shared industrial bases, technological edge, and the ability to deter China. The Biden administration favored persuasion in winning over other countries. It helped create the Trade and Technology Council with Europe, elevated the so-called Quad grouping, which combines the United States, India, Japan, and Australia, to balance China's growing influence, reached a nuclear submarine deal with Australia and Britain, and struck new export control and trade arrangements. Mr. Trump is not entirely allergic to this approach. In his first term, he pursued initiatives such as the Abraham Accords in the Middle East and signed the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement, and it was he who initially revived a previously dormant Quad. But he was often more comfortable with coercion, which alienated allies. This is true once again. Mr. Trump's hardball tactics target the very economies that the United States should be pulling closer. Even his handshake trade deals with Japan, South Korea, and Europe focus narrowly on reducing bilateral trade deficits, raising tariff revenue, and securing vague investment pledges rather than balancing China. U.S. allies have publicly likened his approach to a landlord seeking rent. America's global popularity has plummeted, even falling behind China's in many countries. A Trumpian path to achieving Allied scale, if it exists, is likely to lean on more coercion. That might generate short-term concessions from desperate partners, but it would deplete trust over the long term. Mr. Trump is not wrong to seek more from allies, but he is squandering America's precious leverage on the wrong objectives. Instead of settling for vague pledges from trade partners, he should push them for significant and specific long-term investment in sectors that would spark American reindustrialization. Instead of focusing on trivial disputes like trying to sell more American rice to Japan, he should press them to commit to building a multilateral tariff and regulatory wall that protects the industrial bases of the countries behind it from being hollowed out by China's mercantilism. The destination is visible. If Japan and South Korea follow through on pledges to help build American ships, Taiwan builds more semiconductor plants in America, and the United States sells some of its best military technology to allies, all under better trade terms than each of them offers to China. This would be consistent with Mr. Trump's preferences and serve as templates for future deals. These two-way flows of capacity could garner bipartisan support and buy-in from our international partners. It is a path to Allied scale that might work. What won't work is punishing our friends while courting Beijing. Offering China tariff relief or access to U.S. semiconductors in exchange for hazy promises to buy American goods would offer fleeting benefits but permanent damage to America's position. It could alienate potential partners and lead them to embrace China, as India appears to be doing. America's singular advantage partners, many of these, fearing abandonment, are prepared to accommodate Mr. Trump in ways few would have expected. Under U.S. pressure, South Korea has offered major investments in shipbuilding. Vietnam announced it would drop all tariffs on U.S. goods, and European allies are increasing military spending. Countries like these are willing to do more than those that Mr. Trump chases after, like Russia and China ever would. It's not too late for Washington to build Allied scale, even through Mr. Trump's coercive style. But unless the president redirects his leverage toward the goal of balancing China's overwhelming capacity, he will leave America smaller and more isolated. The next century, then, will be China's to lose. Kurt Campbell is a veteran diplomat who helped craft U.S. policy toward Asia during the Clinton, Obama, and Biden administrations. He is chairman of the Asia Group, a strategic advisory firm he co-founded. Rush Doshi was the deputy senior director for China and Taiwan affairs in President Joe Biden's National Security Council. He is an assistant professor at Georgetown University and an Asia Fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations. He is the author of The Long Game, China's Grand Strategy to Displace American Order. Graphic by Bhavna Banerjee. Follow the New York Times opinion section on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Blue Sky, WhatsApp, and Threads.
Man, that's a long closing. Well, you know what? This was actually a pretty interesting opinion piece. SKC, let's see, doesn't matter. See how I answer a question, but you don't. I'm sorry, what question did you ask, SKC? I'm looking back through your comments. I don't see any of them with a question mark at the end of the sentence. What did I miss, SKC? So anyway, this is I think this is Ross Douthat. Does the future belong to China? See the theme from state capitalism, kind of like China, to does the future belong to China? Now, I don't know this for sure because I don't really keep up with economic policy that much, and I don't even read that much about it, but I'm curious to know if some of these state capitalism moves that Donald Trump seems to be making, if he is betting that America can go one-on-one, mano a mano with China if we start ramping up our industrial capacity. I don't know that. I'd be interested to know. I'm not going to even speculate. again, hopefully we'll get our or maybe China. Actually, hopefully Kelvin shows up because I'd be interested to know what he thinks. He has a PhD in economics.
The game goes to he who outlasts the adversary. And what the Chinese want to do is to just keep things really, really stable and just
You
wait
know,
for the
I used to
Western
think
countries
this
collapse.
too, SKC, but now I'm starting to have doubts about that.
Just
It may
how
not be a
powerful
paper
has
dragon.
China really become? What does China's leadership really want? If America is in a new Cold War, who's...
And, you know, the reason I'm thinking this is, you know, obviously and probably predictably partisan. You know, when I hear Trump, you know, fret over China, but say Xi is a great friend. When I start hearing like Biden appointees and actual like academics start, you know, kind of sounding the alarm bell, I'm starting to pay a little bit more attention. I'm not so much worried about the military part of it. I am kind of worried about the economic part of it. China doesn't care about its people. You know, sometimes when you actually care about your citizens and you have a democracy, that's kind of like an inherent weakness. I don't think China has those built-in, you know, checks and balances.
going to win? My guest today thinks that the U.S. has a lot to learn from Chinese success if we want to remain the world's leading power. Dan Wong is a research fellow at Stanford's Hoover Institution and the author of the new book, Breakneck: China's Quest to Engineer the Future. Dan Wong, welcome to Interesting Times.
Thank you for having me, Ross.
You're very welcome. Thank you for being here. So, we're going to talk about China and the Chinese model, and how it compares to the American model, strengths, weaknesses, conflict, coexistence. But I want to start by talking about your own experience. You were in China from about 2017 through about 2023,
correct?
Right?
I want to take a quick commercial break here. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new, please like, share, most off, and subscribe to the channel. And I want to make a distinction here. This particular channel, though it is Black owned, I'm actually at least 90% more interested in interviews like this, stuff that affects us all, versus the, you know, the and I'll use the word, the niggatry and the fuck, you know, the fuck shit. There's always time for that. You know, towards the end of a show or maybe on a weekend or something. But this is stuff that, no, it's not my original work, but this is actual news. This is actual analysis. This is actual current and possibly future events. And sitting here wondering, you know, about the racial stuff, while fun, and sometimes, you know, it will attract 1,000 people to come listen to the fuckery. I'm sorry. There are just bigger things on earth that are going on. And there's a time for that. There's also a time for adult shit, like adults stuff that, you know, these are adult matters. Okay. This is what the adults talk about while the kids are in their room, you know, talking about the fuck shit. So let us sally forth.
And you were a technology analyst, you were a writer, you wrote an annual letter about what you saw in China, and you traveled a lot. So I want you to start by telling us a story or giving us an image or a place that you visited or saw or experienced that you looked at and it made you think the 21st century is going to belong to China.
Here's a vision from 2021. In the summer of 2021, China had closed off its borders to COVID when I was living in China's richest city, Shanghai. My life was full of ease and full of beauty. You are never very far away from a subway station. They're constantly expanding their subway stations. Shanghai had about 500 parks in 2020. And at the end of this year, in 2025, the city government declared that it will have about 1,000 parks. It has all of the big skyscrapers that are so iconic in China. But below these skyscrapers, you also have a lot of these wonderful noodle shops and dumpling shops that I love to frequent. And so Shanghai is a highly functional city. I would say much more functional than New York City. But I was feeling a little bit cooped up in Shanghai. I wanted to go see the great countryside in the rest of the country throughout the provinces. And so what I decided to do was take two friends and go on a lengthy bike ride in China's southwestern province of Guizhou. And this was a land where a local said that not 3 feet of land is flat, not 3 days go by without rain, not a family has 3 silver coins. And China's fourth poorest province, I was surprised to see, had much better levels of infrastructure that one could find in much wealthier places in the United States like New York State or.
Well, but here's the deal though. Shanghai is probably millennia older than New York City, but the infrastructure is bound to be newer. So while I understand the point, there's a reason for that.
California. And so throughout this 5-day bike ride in which we cycled from Guizhou's capital city to the mega city, hydropunk city of Chongqing, which was China's wartime capital, we traversed these beautiful green mountains. We saw very tall bridges all around us. We saw a guitar making hub. We saw a lot of fancy new roads that were a cyclist's dream. And it was only afterwards when I realized how bizarre it was that China's fourth poorest province, about the level of GDP per capita of Botswana, much less than Shanghai or Guangdong, was able to build all of these things. And it is a province with 11 airports, 50 of the highest bridges in the world, and brand new spiffing highways. And that was because China was just building a lot in its equivalent of a South Dakota or West Virginia.
So your experience was basically like being in the New York of China and finding it more pleasant and beautiful and civilized than our New York, and then going out to China's West Virginia and discovering that it had far better infrastructure than the richest American states.
That's right. The cities in China are, I would say, quite a bit better than the cities in the US. Here in New York, we have these subway lines that are screamingly loud. Have you ever heard of these metallic screeches once you're in the subway stations? We're sitting here in the offices of the New York Times just across from Port Authority Bus Terminal. The governor of New York recently announced that they're going to refurbish the Port Authority Bus Terminal. Hooray. And it's going to take years.
Yes, and if you've been in the Port Authority Bus Terminal, it's like Hercules cleaning out the Aegean stables, right? To say you're going to refurbish
Let's clean
it.
out those stables. And Shanghai is able to clean out those stables, and the Chinese countryside is also superbly built up.
So China builds and the US doesn't. And one of your arguments is that this reflects a fundamental difference in our elites and who rules our respective societies. And that China is a society of engineers. It's ruled by engineers. The Communist Party is filled with engineers. And America is a society of lawyers. What does rule by engineers mean, and what can it achieve that is harder to achieve in the United States?
My framing of China is as an engineering state because since the 1980s, top leader then, Deng Xiaoping, started promoting a lot of engineers into China's leadership, really as a corrective to the mayhem of the Mao years. Mao was a romantic, he was a poet who inflicted all sorts of strange disasters on the Chinese population. And Deng Xiaoping took a look at what was wrong with China under Mao. And Deng said, that, what we need is highly efficient technocracy. And technocrats at the time meant engineers, mostly trained in the Soviet style of heavy industry. Chinese were civil engineers, they were mechanical engineers, they were all sorts of electrical engineers that Deng Xiaoping promoted into the highest ranks of the Communist Party. And by the year 2002, all 9 members of the Standing Committee of the Politburo had degrees in engineering. I contrast that with the Lawyerly Society of the United States. What is really striking about the US is that the founding documents of the Declaration of Independence read almost like a legal argument. Most of the founding fathers were lawyers. And so that's kind of the contrast that I set up, that China is an engineering state trying to build its way out of every problem. The US is a lawyerly society that is really good at stopping a lot of things. What that means is that the US doesn't have functional infrastructure almost anywhere, I would say. And it also doesn't have these stupid ideas like the one-child policy either.
Talk a little bit more about how engineers see the world.
Something that engineers do is not only construct a lot of bridges and subway systems and highways and nuclear plants and coal plants in highly rational ways. They are also very intent on treating the economy as if it were a vast hydraulic system made up of a series of valves. And part of what I have seen living in China was that Xi Jinping in the years 2020 to roughly 2022 decide that the economy was just something that could be pushed around as well. He engineered a property crackdown to reduce the leverage of state-owned enterprises in terms of housing development. He also very dramatically re-engineered a lot of the online tech sector as well. And there was this series of thunderclaps that Xi issued against major Chinese companies that included Alibaba, an e-commerce company, Didi, which was a ride-hailing company, the entirety of the online education sector. And Xi and the rest of the Politburo essentially wiped out about $1 trillion from China's stock market back then. And I think part of that was trying to funnel China's best and brightest, the people graduating from the top universities, away from building cryptocurrencies or consumer tech and hedge funds into building industries that are more critical to strategic needs, something like semiconductors, aviation, chemistry instead. And so what Xi Jinping really tried to do was to really engineer the economy in a way that the Communist Party really wants to achieve some vision of success.
So what you just described in terms of the Communist Party's view of what had gone wrong with the tech sector is a view widely shared in the United States, including by people deeply involved, as you know, in Silicon Valley itself, right? The idea that at a certain point, Silicon Valley just became a machine for generating new apps and, ride sharing and, getting people's DoorDash deliveries there as fast as possible, but lost any direct connection to building rockets and flying cars and new infrastructure and making other kinds of breakthroughs, right? But the American assumption is that when capitalism goes wrong, the solution has to be some kind of deregulation, that you can't just have someone sitting in Washington, D.C. say, okay, Silicon Valley, too many rideshare apps. We're going to turn the dial and we're going to develop, more self-driving cars and high-speed rail or something like that, right? And part of the argument you present in the book is that over the last 10 or 15 years, China has actually succeeded in turning its dials in ways that are generating cutting-edge breakthroughs, cutting-edge research, and technological mastery. So talk a little bit about that, what you see as that achievement.
I think China has achieved a pretty high level of technological mastery. I moved to China at the start of 2017, in large part to study a major industrial plan that the State Council had announced called Made in China 2025. This was a grand, ambitious plan, one of a series of plans from the Communist Party to say that China really needs to master these industries of the future that included clean technologies, that included electric vehicles, maritime technologies, agricultural equipment, whatever you want to name, it is listed somewhere in these plans, sometimes with these exquisite percentages of exactly how much Chinese industries need to be as a share of the global total. I think we can clearly see now that China is a leader in electric vehicles. It is a leader in all sorts of industrial robotics. China has a complete chokehold on the solar industry. China owns about 90% of this industry. If you take a look at rare earth magnets, which caused a lot of grief to the Trump administration earlier this year when it was trying to prosecute the trade war, China has about 90% of the processing for these goods. And if we take a look at a lot of manufactured goods, segment by segment, we'll see that China owns about 35% of global manufacturing value add. And if we take a look at a couple of these particularly high-end technologies, almost everything aside from semiconductors as well as aviation, which are big Chinese weaknesses, China is becoming really strong in most advanced technologies. Now, I wonder to what extent this is the result of government planning. I would certainly not say that this was some genius demonstration of spectacular central planning from Beijing that got China where it is today. Sometimes China is able to produce these successes out of some degree of government policy, but just as often, whenever we can take a look at these examples, we can find other examples in which government policy produced only waste and scams and fraud, and to some degree, overcapacity as well. I would situate China's success mostly on the level of its fiercely dynamic entrepreneurs. You can have capitalist competition, I would say, far more cutthroat than what we would see in the US. I've seen...
Why is that?
It starts with the scale of the country. I remember visiting a company that had grown already a little bit large. It was called Meituan, which is now one of these big Chinese online platform companies. And Meituan said that we survived after being one of 5,000 clones of Groupon in China. They simply cloned the Groupon idea, and out of this battle royale, they managed to brawl it out with everyone else, and they were the only ones left standing. If we take a look at a lot of these other industries that China completely dominates, solar, for example, China completely owns this industry. The solar industry has collapsed in prices. I think the figure is something like 94% drop in prices since the year 2000. And that is in large part of what Chinese companies have done in making the processes better and making the panels themselves more efficient. And what has been a national success, strategic success for the government, as well as producing a lot of consumer benefits, has entailed absolutely miserable competition for these companies and absolutely miserable returns for their investors. And in a sense, I think this is what socialism with Chinese characteristics mean. The state wins, consumers win, but it is actually pretty rough for any of these companies out there. And I think this is one of the things that I did when I was writing this book was to try to confront head on whether we needed something like free speech and free thinking in order to drive a lot of innovation as well as dynamism. And I'm not sure that these are terribly important, because if we take a look at a lot of highly autocratic regimes I would say are more autocratic than China today, namely Stalin's Russia, Stalin's Soviet Union, as well as Hitler's Germany. These were also regimes that ended up producing a lot of state-driven innovation. If we take a look at the record of Soviet science, there were a lot of these Nobel Prize winners that barely staggered out of gulags, out of the Soviet Union before they made their great prize-winning innovations. Soviet military scientists, fighter jet scientists, nuclear scientists had all been persecuted by Stalin himself. And also with Nazi Germany, there were these breakthroughs in rocketry and fighter jets in spite of a highly autocratic, fascist, totalitarian regime. And I think what matters a lot for innovation is simply the funding. Sometimes they really care about free speech. Sometimes they care about creative expression. But for many of them, they're able to make breakthroughs if you just give them a really big lab.
But what about the argument that says, look, authoritarian and autocratic models can be really good at driving production and innovation in areas where there is low-hanging fruit? And so clearly, a lot of what China has done technologically is a kind of catch-up, where you are essentially taking a Western product or a Western innovation and perfecting it, figuring out mass production, doing all these kinds of things, right? But when it comes to discovery, right, that, figuring out what the new thing is, the thing that you can't centrally plan, American democratic capitalism tends to be better. Liberal societies tend to be more successful. By the 1970s, Soviet Union was not doing anything substantially cutting edge. The space program was amazing for a while, and then it wasn't. The economy grew quickly, and then it didn't, right? So what is the case that China has escaped that kind of trap, that it's not just catching up, but that it is actually going beyond what liberal and democratic societies are achieving technologically?
I'm not sure that this is a really big trap, because I think that the US is really good at making these sort of discoveries, but the US also is unable very significantly to actually follow through with building industries out of these discoveries. Bell Labs invented this great new scientific project in the solar industry in 1954. It remained, for the most part, a scientific project until the Germans developed it into a much bigger industry throughout the 2000s. And subsequently, all of the Chinese firms were able to copy the German expertise, and they completely overran the industry, such that the Germans and the Americans barely have a very strong solar industry anymore, even after quite a lot of tariffs and protection. And so I think this dichotomy of innovation and production is at best blurry, because I've seen too many examples of Chinese simply building up accretively, step by step, trying to perfect an industry such that you get to a whole new industry by the time that they really perfect it. The Chinese are just better at climbing these ladders in which the Americans have placed.
So let's just drill down for a minute into why that is, because part of your argument is that it is choices that the state has made. But you just said that often the state still seems to make bad choices.
Yes.
And so it emerges as organically from frantic competition in a large market. But then you also said, you used the phrase socialism with Chinese characteristics, right? Which implies that this frantic competition is still constrained in some way by Marxist or socialist norms. So what is the actual model? Why are they climbing the ladders faster?
I think that the first and most important part of China's technological success has to do with something I call process knowledge. So process knowledge is also known as tacit knowledge, also known as industrial expertise. In a kitchen analogy, it is something like the recipe, and the hardware is something like the stoves and the pots and the pans. But let's say, Ross, we give someone who's never cooked a day in his life the most well-equipped kitchen, as well as the most exquisitely detailed recipe. Are we sure that this person will be able to do something as simple as frying an egg for breakfast? I'm not sure if that person will not burn the kitchen down in some big way. And
my children have often given evidence for that hypothesis.
Yes. And I think the crucial part of technology is actually all of this tacit knowledge, process knowledge that we can't really write down. And that is the core part of what has been driving China's technological advantage. It started when China started making pretty simple things, socks, t-shirts, all these things that we think and know are not terribly important, before they get to slightly more complex shoes. And then they get to everything that includes now iPhones and electric vehicle batteries, that they are really good at climbing this ladder. If we take a look at China's hardware capital, Shenzhen was mostly a backwater making textiles all the way up until 2008, when Shenzhen started producing Steve Jobs' iPhones. And so iPhones started rolling off the line, and you had this enormous workforce, hundreds of thousands of people, making the most sophisticated consumer electronics in the world, making next consumer drones, more sophisticated electronics. And I think that is really the basis of China's technology advantage. It's just these gigantic investments in workforce. The state sometimes gets in the way. The state sometimes harnesses this workforce. You also have a lot of entrepreneurial energy. I'm not sure if I wanted to define it as state capitalism with Chinese characteristics, but I just view it as technological catch-up.
Right, but what is the difference then between that model and ours? Like, part of your argument is that America has lost a lot of that knowledge through the process of outsourcing and allowing factories to move overseas and allowing deindustrialization to happen, right? And becoming, an information and financial services and service economy, a very rich one, but not an industrial economy in the way that China is. I want to understand how much of this is saying there are engineering minds in the Politburo who made these choices that maybe you can only make in an authoritarian society, or maybe we could have made different choices ourselves in the US. How much of it is that versus some other element of competition or culture in China right now?
I think the crucial mistake in the US was that it wasn't even a choice that the US really made to outsource a lot of manufacturing. Now, there is this line that politicians like to trot out that China stole all the jobs. And sure, that's one framing of it. But I think a more accurate framing is that since the 1990s, big American manufacturers had been actively moving their production to China, and the US government did almost nothing to restrain them. And I'm not sure whether that was actually a really deliberate choice plotted out by the Council of Economic Advisors advising Bill Clinton. Maybe it was, but I think this was just kind of a process of business lobbying saying, well, we need to tap into this market and produce at these cheaper places. And something that the Communist Party actively decided was that we are going to import big American manufacturers in the 1990s and 2000s.
Right.
Apple. Tesla, if they want to build their products here, we are going to welcome Steve Jobs and Elon Musk to train our workers and make them as good as they can be. That was a more conscious decision, I think, made by engineers who realized they had to catch up to the global frontier. They couldn't do it with China's existing level of technology, and they were going to have Americans help them.
But so to speak to the views of like Bill Clinton's Council of Economic Advisors or any of the other American policymakers who presided over this transfer of industrial might, for a lot of them, there was an assumption that has been proven false, which was that economic development would inevitably lead to liberalization in China, would turn China into a democracy, and that would, make the world more likely to be at peace and have relations between the US and China get better and better and so on. That was, at least so far, has been completely falsified. But there was also just a basic economic assumption, a kind of free trader's assumption that says, well, if China gets really good at building things and sells them to us, and we have an economy that's in a different phase, in a different stage, and is based more on information and services and these things like this, as long as we stay rich, that's okay. And the US, while there obviously are big parts of the US that suffered from the relationship with China, that were hollowed out, the US has remained very rich. The American economy, despite what some doomsayers would say, is not a disaster area. And so someone could listen to your arguments and read your book and say, okay, but what are the actual stakes here? What is China building and investing for, apart from wealth for its own sake? What kind of power does it want?
I think you're absolutely right that America is highly dynamic, and I don't want to count out America in this stage of competition. I think at various points, the US will look weak, at various points it will look strong. But what are the stakes here? Because I think there is still a broad view in the US that deindustrialization has been pretty bad, not just for regions like Pennsylvania or Michigan, where deindustrialization has been felt pretty badly. There's also a pretty clear loss of manufacturing expertise that represents in the declining fortunes of American apex manufacturers, companies like Intel, Boeing, Detroit automakers, and now
let me interrupt right quick. Ryan, with Trump taking a 10% stake in Intel, I did a story earlier today, about a U.S. steel plant in Illinois shutting down production, but they're unable to lay off the 800 workers there because of the agreement with Trump, in Trump allowing Nippon Steel to buy U.S. steel. With Trump taking golden shares and, just U.S. sovereign fund, I actually think it's possible that, and I read a couple stories over the past couple days where people think that Trump is moving us towards a style of of state capitalism. If I recall, you even made a comment towards that end. State capitalism is essentially, or can become, a command economy. You don't think Trump is moving us in that direction? And if not, why? Why don't you think?
Increasingly, Tesla, they've had mostly bad news over the last few quarters, last few years, in the case of Detroit, last few decades. The apex manufacturers are not working very well. And if we take a look at the early days of the COVID pandemic, the US manufacturers were not very good
The
at making
link
simple
should be
products
up
either.
top.
Necessary products like cotton swabs and cotton masks, and they weren't able to really rejig their supply lines in order to build out critical materials. If we take a look at the US defense industrial base, after the US shipped a lot of munitions to Ukraine in its self-defense against Russia, the US hasn't really been able to rebuild its munition stockpiles. If we take a look at naval ships with the US Navy, every class of ships is now behind schedule. And so part of this
let's pause there then.
Yeah.
So you just offered two somewhat different examples of what the US loses. So the first one would be, if China is a manufacturing powerhouse and we are not, even if our per capita GDP looks good now, over time we will just inevitably get poorer relative to China. Is that right? Is that what, again, we're making the bullish case for China.
Yeah.
But would that be your expectation?
That could be a scenario. I'm not expecting that China will be richer than the US, but I think that what China will do is to seize more technological industries of the future in the way it already has. And in the apocalyptic scenario in which these two countries meet in the conflagration, you need a material base. You need a defense industrial base in order to meet on the battlefield. And so I can see a scenario in which the US can't get its act together to produce drones and ships and munitions, and the Chinese are able to. So it's not just about the economy.
That's the second point, right? I just wanted to think about the economic side of this, right?
Sure.
That, like, are we telling a story where even if there isn't a war between the US and China, the average American is just going to be poorer than we otherwise would be over a prolonged period of time?
Yeah, I wonder whether services is going to be able to absorb.
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, man. How you doing, bud?
Pretty good. Would you have commentary?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I'm really glad that the Times is covering this, because I mean I read this stuff all the time, and it's kind of like an area that is very interesting to me, and I'm glad that the media is finally, I mean, the Times is the #1 read publication in the country. I'm just very glad that they're finally calling out some of these things, because we're getting our lunch eaten, and it's, anyway. But yeah, I was going to say the Trump policy with tariffs is short-sighted, and we don't have the ability to manufacture stuff anymore, half the time, and China's just taken they outsmarted us, man. Like, our steel industry's gone largely because China has been dumping, their government. Chinese steel companies don't lose money, right? So they get free electricity because they own the electric company, the state electric company, right? And they essentially transfer money back and forth from the steel industry to the electric industry. All their largest companies are owned by the government, but they also have these other private companies that they fund heavily. 10% of their GDP goes to funding industry. Nothing really, we're not even close to that,
Well, let me play the devil's advocate and actually take Trump's side, so I'm truly an advocate for the devil.
Okay. Well, I'm with you there.
What alternative to encourage manufacturing to move back to the United States? What else besides tariffs would do that?
I'm not fully against
force industry back.
Yeah, I'm not fully against all the tariffs. Some of them, like tariffing India, when we
Right,
should
but my
align.
question, my
Oh, sorry.
question is what would actually like, do, I don't know, what would you call it? Like instead of declaring emergencies all the time, what if we say, hey, look, this is actually an upcoming emergency. What are we going to do to ramp up our manufacturing? Right now it's tariffs, and the stated purpose is to get a lot of these industries to um, either move back to shore or encourage companies like Hyundai, which I did cover yesterday and
Yeah.
today, and maybe the day before that, encourage foreign investment in their manufacturing processes, plus bring American companies back. Other than tariffs, what else could he do to ramp it up to make it happen quicker?
Bolster our industry. So Biden had the right idea, right? Which was, okay, we're going to subsidize selective industries. For example, we're going to subsidize and do this CHIPS Act. They put a lot of money into getting our chip manufacturing business going here. And so
Well,
he
Trump
essentially,
hasn't counteracted that, has he?
no, that's still happening.
Okay.
He did take credit for all the jobs in the chip industry, though, which was
Yeah,
funny.
of course
Because I'm
he
like,
did. But I mean, that's
that didn't
that's
happen.
politics.
And I think certain tariffs are good, but usually the way tariffs are levied, like, let me say this. There were 3,000 tariffs in place prior to Trump's first round of tariffs. We already had some tariffs, though we are one of the lowest tariffs in the world. Like, I think we're 3% on average. So, some tariffs are good. And so I don't have a problem with tariffs, but most of the time when they're done, it's selective. You don't just they don't tariff by country, right? Let's just tariff Vietnam, right? I mean, what the hell's the point of that, right?
Right, but
So,
listen, I mean, this is, and again, I'm still playing devil's advocate here. Trump's idea with the tariffs is to get some money in here to pay down the debt. What's to say some of that he's got a sovereign wealth fund that he started in February. He obviously has plans for the tariff money. So
yes,
now the problem is it's essentially a tax. I agree with you there.
there's a tax, yeah.
But what other options other than saying, "Hey, you're going to do it because I'm the president"? I mean,
We're going to
I
waive your
honestly
taxes for 5 years if you bring industry back. We're going to let
say
you
that again.
depreciate. So in other words, he can say, hey, whatever, Mr.
Well, I mean,
Walmart.
he could tariff and do it and do the tax stuff. He could, these companies could double dip.
Yes, I
Or
agree.
the government can double dip.
The government can double dip, but you're talking about economic pain at some point. Like, we're going to stop
Right.
when stuff's too expensive. We're not going to buy it. So
Right.
we're not feeling the effects from the tariffs yet. I mean, largely.
Oh,
they've
we
been
will. We
delayed.
will by Christmas time. Thank
Oh,
God I don't
absolutely.
have to buy. Thank God I don't have to buy
And
toys anymore.
So China is very selective. They said we want to own the processing of, and when I say this, I mean manufacturing. You have the mining of raw materials. You have the processing, which essentially what they do is they say, okay, we're going to mine. We're going to buy this mine. We're going to take the ore, and we're going to bust that into pieces and process it to where we have, magnesium, whatever. And then, so they pretty much own a lot of that at this point. So, and that there's a trap to that in that there's not a lot of money in that, right? So now they've moved into mid-level manufacturing. Hey, we're going to take this aluminum, we're going to take this bauxite and make aluminum out of it, and then we're going to sell the aluminum to the Americans, and they're going to use that to make whatever computers, So they now kind of
But like
dominate
this
the mid.
guy is saying, though, you may wind up having some sort of financial issue, but the upside is, like he said, if it comes down to a conflagration, we're going to have what we need to build warships. and other countries who were lax won't. So I mean, there's some strategic stuff that
I'm all about that.
benefit from.
We need to make steel. We need to make stuff to make war, bullets, etc. The problem we have now is we don't have the machining. So, like, to make a machine to make bullets, I need machine tools made in China, taps, dies, drill bits made in China. There's very few U.S. manufacturers that make drill bits anymore, right?
That's right. When they get sick from the manufacturing, I got to get my pharmaceuticals from China.
Yeah, I mean, so we've so short-sighted in the last 20 years. Like, China literally lost money on steel year after year after year, and now they own, I mean, they're kicking the shit out of us. And there's so many industries that we've just, the iPhone, they went to make the iPhone in China, and Steve Jobs said that he got there and they were willing to build out, there's tool and die makers, they're called, right? We don't have tool and die makers in the US.
Yeah, I know.
We don't have them.
Right.
My buddy is in that. He's 55. He's trying to train young people. And Northrop Grumman, okay? Northrop Grumman. I got another friend at Northrop Grumman. He's in inspection. He's like, I can't get people to do this. To inspect parts for fucking satellites. You can't get people to do it. So we've...
Why? Because of interest or training? Or both?
Training. You know, there's nobody even half trained. And he went to his company and said, listen, give me 10 trainees. I'll screen them. I'll teach them how to do this because I'm going to retire in 5 years. You don't have anybody to backfill. So he'll like write a program on how to inspect certain parts. And the computer does it, like half of it, right? Like they used to do it with calipers and things that would measure micrometers, right? Forget that. Like it's computer program. He can't even get people to do it. He's like, I don't have a pool of people that'll do it. So he goes to Northrop Grumman for a raise every year and says, I'm like 20 grand. They give it to him because there's nobody to backfill the job. So,
well, there was a story I did earlier today about math. This is like 12th grader level math and English being at the lowest point in years, if not on record. These are people who obviously aren't interested in, high school, this is really, and I'm old now, not that old, but old enough. I don't necessarily have to worry about it, 30 years in the future. If I'm lucky, maybe. But the bottom line is that this is one of the problems I have with American leadership in forever. Okay, I don't think Trump or Biden. This is why we need younger people, in like the POTUS slot. We're not thinking holistically.
We're not.
I mean,
we haven't had anybody from the defense sector, and I'm not like a war hawk, but we're so removed from the idea that there could be a war, right?
Well, I think we now have a Department of War.
But they're in America. So they're inside the country. I mean, outside. I'm kidding, but the idea, like after the Berlin Wall fell, it was like, oh, okay, we're good. No more possibility for this. And we got 4 countries run by lunatics. Putin is fucking terrible. Xi wants to economically take over the world, and I think he wants China. I think he wants the Chinese, which, he wants them in the #1 seat and essentially make everybody a vassal.
Why wouldn't he? What's wrong?
Yeah,
with
sure.
him?
That's kind of his job. I don't blame him. I mean, you got Iran, which they're run by a regime, and I mean that alliance that's formidable. So why wouldn't we want to tariff India that can offset that? Fucking idiot. The hell's he thinking? India could help us, right? And we're gonna tariff him. I mean, it's just fucking stupid policy.
Oh well,
So
India is helping us.
how?
You know, as
They just
much as you might not like that H-1B visa program, you know, let me give you another good example. Again, a story I did today on this Hyundai plant down outside of Savannah.
the
They
Indian.
about 150 of those 475 workers actually did have H-1B credentials. They were here legally,
Yeah.
and they were doing things that Americans don't know how to do. They were like engineers, you know,
Yeah.
dealing with installations that no one in the United States could do. Now, there are times there's equipment, you know, where American engineers will go overseas, and you know, so it's not like, you know, that unusual. But two things, um you know, the immigration folks went in, and by implication the Trump administration went in, made the omelet, but they broke some of the wrong eggs. Okay,
Yeah.
Hyundai, honestly, that facility down there, it's right off of I-16, like you can see it on the way into Savannah. uh it's the only facilities I've ever seen as big as that Hyundai facility are airports. It's fucking just vast. It's almost a sin against nature. The damn place is so large. And
Yeah, and
it's come to a halt. It's come to a halt.
I'm sure. Well, I don't. You know, as far as I'm concerned, when I say India, I mean not people coming here. I mean, we should be helping them build out
Oh,
their
I know
base.
what you mean, but dude, you
Yeah,
know what? You don't want to pit. We don't have enough engineers. You don't want to be pissing off India. And they're a democracy. They're more inclined to our, you know, line of thinking. I mean, they
sure.
have some deep attachments to
Well, why
Western.
would you tariff from 50% then?
Because he want
Fucking,
because he's trying to bitch slap Putin, who is unbitch slappable. Putin doesn't give a
he,
fuck about
he
Trump.
don't
That's
care.
obvious.
Putin's the richest man in the world. He
Is he
doesn't.
really? Well, wait, hold it.
Uh,
How come Elon doesn't know this?
uh, Putin's essentially a king at this point. He can do what he wants. I mean, Putin is going to.
Yeah,
Putin,
I saw let me yeah, I saw the story. I was gonna save it till tomorrow. We talked about earlier, Dirty, about Trump saying that hey, he's reached some sort of ceasefire deal with with Israel, and he wants Hamas to, you know, go ahead and, you know, hey, let's end this sucker. And then Israel does an end around and bombs these Hamas, a targeted strike in Qatar. What the fuck? You know, so Trump reaches a deal with Netanyahu and the Israeli government, and then they just do an end around and go bomb the shit out of Hamas leaders in Qatar.
yeah.
You know, Netanyahu and Putin are literally running the president who's running the country. He reaches a peace deal, and then they turn around and just do Netanyahu biggest bombing. He hit a government building in Kiev.
I think that was a retaliatory strike.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, no, I agree.
My point is that Putin's not backing down. He's just escalating.
Yeah. I think that Trump tariffs on Europe to get them to pay into NATO and defend themselves was a smart tactic, though he
Yeah,
did it
but
in a stupid way. But
you know
I mean,
what?
look,
All these stories I did today are just kind of feeding into counter narratives. Here's the deal. We just read an editorial. If you look in the chat, you might see it. I dropped it for Kelvin, where there are a couple China experts who are saying, you know what? The way China's going, the only way at some point we're going to be able to counter China is to partner up with Europe and Australia. Okay, but we're tariffing the shit out of them. Are they gonna want to join with us to counter China? It's like Trump seems to be doing all the wrong things with these tariffs.
Curious. The thing is, China overproduces on purpose, right? They have very little internal demand. Like when they make jeans, they'll make 1 trillion sets of jeans, and they only need 1 billion of them, right? So they sell them to everybody else at a loss, even. And what he should have done is gone to other countries and said, "Hey, China destroyed the half of Brazil's industry. Like Brazil hates China. You go to Brazil and say, listen."
So no more bricks.
Well, that's go to India and say this is what they're trying to do. So instead, he's tariffed everybody, right? We need Mexico badly because they can be that mid-level process manufacturer. So, because we don't want to make fucking t-shirts. Get the Mexicans though, as they evolve and we should be looking for mid-level manufacturers. And, we make Becton Dickinson makes the most advanced medical equipment in the world for testing, right? Like we want to make that shit. Where can we make computers? Well, India's got a lot of people. We can build out some infrastructure. They can make computers. So I guess what I'm saying
Ryan,
is we need to go ahead. Sorry.
Are you on your phone or a computer?
On my phone.
Okay, I'm gonna put a link in the back. That opinion piece that I was talking about. It'll interest you because it concerns tariffs in China.
I listen to a lot of different geopolitical guys, and the way Trump's going about it, like some tariffs are okay. Like we should have tariffed steel years ago instead of letting them like dump steel in the U.S. and
Well, do you think we should have tariffed it or just supported U.S. steel?
Both, either. I mean, prop up U.S. steel or tariff the Chinese steel, but they did it to everybody. Chile they're doing it to Chile now. Chile, right? They're tariffing Chinese steel because China's getting all the business because it's half the price, And
well, let me ask you another thing. Oh damn it! I forgot what I was going to ask. Now it'll come back to me in a minute.
Kelvin's saying we're communists. We're not communists.
I think, in that story I did about U.S. Steel closing a plant in Illinois, but they can't lay off the workers. So essentially, the workers are going to be maintaining equipment in this facility until maybe the market picks back up, or there's probably a time limit. But they're going to pay these people basically full salary, 800 people, full salary to just maintain equipment, basically.
That's crazy.
Now but that could have been done with U.S. Steel years ago. And I'm not even blaming Trump. Trump hasn't even been in office for a year. I'm just like, why don't we hire people who can like think of the future?
I think it's largely the democratic process. I've kind of come to terms with that. Like China says, hey, let's build a bridge, and they're breaking ground in a month. And part of the reason they do this command economy is because they can employ everyone very quickly, right? They say, okay, we're going to build a bridge. We need some jobs for these people. They overbuild. Like if you look at video of China, their airports are gigantic. Their train stations are expansive. So what they do is they suck all the money out of the economy, and the government pays to build a massive train station, which then employs everybody. So, that's kind of how they do it, this command economy. And then they bolster their private sector too for innovation and things, which we need to do that. We have to counter that. Biden had the right idea. He just decided to put it into environmental bullshit, which is unfortunate because we weren't going to win that fight. we weren't, they control the supply chains. But he had the right idea. I think the CHIPS Act is awesome. by the way, Joe Manchin largely wrote that. Joe Manchin was the best guy geopolitically. Internally, he was talking about rare earth minerals 10 years ago. And of course, he lost to the right-wing lunatic in West Virginia. But Manchin was a Democrat, but he was very centrist, national defense oriented, forward thinker. But I think the process we have is the broken piece because, like the CEO, they're playing for the quarterly budgets and not 5 years or 10 years down the road. And
yeah, well, Kelvin, you have to be careful because if the New York Times is to be believed, the communists are winning.
Yeah. I mean,
it's not even, as a matter of fact, the communists are beating us at capitalism. That's the scary part.
True facts. And I want to say, like, they're largely, Biden said this, and I agree with him. He said that China is not really communist anymore. It's authoritarian because Xi's literally ousted everyone around him. There's nobody, I mean, he's got an echo chamber. If anybody disagrees with him, they're gone. And it's authoritarian. Actually, good point. It's Putin, Xi, Trump, Kim Jong-un. I mean, Modi's even gone in that direction. If you Netanyahu, we're moving towards this different thing globally, and I don't know if it's going to slow down. I mean, Hungary, that guy, half of Africa now is moving authoritarian. Orban, yeah. Africa, you're seeing these. Burkina Faso has a authoritarian that just took over the place, and the world's going to this authoritarian.
Wait, Burkina Faso is one of the richest countries. Is that the one, or is it Burundi?
Djibouti. There's a country, I think it's Djibouti. It's on the eastern coast above Eritrea that is wealthy. I think it's Djibouti. I don't think Burkina Faso is. That's right above.
I seem to recall. I'll either look it up.
Ghana.
I got
it's
a buddy.
Above Ghana.
Right, but I'll ask a buddy of mine if I don't get a chance to look it up because I'm sure I'll forget. But Burkina Faso, if I recall, is like one of the more successful African countries. But I could be wrong. Let's finish this video. Let me see how much is left here.
Even more of the
why is this not doing what I want it to do? Yeah, we're I don't know, probably about a third of the way through it, maybe a little bit more than a third.
Okay,
but
that's cool.
It's an interesting video.
U.S. workforce right now, about 11% of the American workforce works in manufacturing. Much of the rest is in services. Can the U.S. be a great power if a lot more people are working in Hollywood, in Silicon Valley, in Wall Street, in healthcare, in consulting? Is that even a likely scenario if we have a lot of people in Silicon Valley trying to produce artificial intelligence that is going to make it much more difficult, I think, for entry-level people to find jobs in a lot of these service, knowledge-based sectors? And so I'm not very optimistic that very many people will be able to manufacture in the US, but I think there is also strong limits in how much services can absorb. And this is where the economics might be nervous.
Okay. So you have the possibility of US economic decline, but then you have direct great power conflict, where it seems like very straightforwardly, you're saying the US is in increasing danger of just losing our position as the world's dominant military power, being in a position where we would likely lose a war to China. Do you think we would lose a war to China if we had fought a war in the next 5 years?
I can't comment on whether the U.S. would lose. I think I'm not a military analyst. I wonder whether the U.S. would be able to win on the battlefield, because it depends on the battlefield. If Beijing is intent on dominating this island nation of Taiwan, which hangs just a few 100 miles off of its shores, and if it is not intending to do something like seize Guam or seize Hawaii, then I think it is quite possible that China is able to overwhelm Taiwan pretty quickly, and the U.S. Navy isn't able to sail so far in order to free and maintain the safety and integrity of Taiwan. I certainly don't see any scenario in which the U.S. tries to invade and incur
Right.
into mainland China. And I don't see the Chinese ever trying to seize Los Angeles and California. So it depends on the battlefield. But certainly I feel like we can't win a war without drones and munitions. And right now it doesn't look like the US is really able to produce these in quantity.
But what is China, in terms of that battlefield question, right? Is primarily to become a global superpower as a successor to the US and before that Great Britain? Or are they primarily building for an idea of being kind of, a self-sufficient East Asian civilization unto themselves, which gathers in Taiwan and, can bully Vietnam, etc., but is not fundamentally trying to do what the US has done for the last few decades? Where are you on sort of those two possibilities?
Yeah, I think it's a matter of considerable debate among the specialists who are looking at the tea leaves and trying to read the mind of Beijing. And I think the contrast is with these two big binaries. Does China want to supplant the US wholesale as the global superpower, not only in technology, but also financial terms and diplomatic terms, and pretty much everything else that the US is good at? Or does it want to kind of retreat and become the celestial empire once more, as the Qing dynasty once called itself, close the doors against all of the barbarians, seize Taiwan because it must to fulfill the aims of Mao in the Civil War, and mostly dominate its near neighbors? My view is that I think that China is closer to the latter, closer to being the serene empire that doesn't care about the turmoils of the crazy Americans outside. But I think that the question then has to become something like, if China is fully able to dominate its near neighbors in East Asia, countries like the Philippines and Vietnam and Malaysia, such that it is able to bring those state leaders out to kowtow for the emperor's pleasure in Beijing, how much does that in particular threaten American interests? And how much should America really feel that it needs to defend these regions against that potential threat? And I don't have a super strong view here. Mostly what I think is that China is achieving some goal of being very physically strong in terms of manufacturing might. I don't think that it is being a great superpower in terms of cultural production. And I think their prowess is mostly constrained in the physical manufacturing world.
And do you think the AI race changes that at all, or sort of maybe determines the shape of where Chinese power might go?
I am skeptical. I spend a lot of time.
I'm going to make a quick point with this exchange, Ryan and Dirty Dude. And this is just my impression. It's not like an empirical thing or, but just my impression over, say, the last year and a couple months I've been associated with the anti-black sector. Most of why people were into Trump was because of immigration. I don't think I'm being hyperbolic. Maybe I am, but it's unintentional. I literally think most of the people that I hear talking about Trump, from this John Galt / CT world, it was mostly one issue, and it was immigration and deportation.
I think that
I really never heard. I've heard maybe a few people talk about taxes on tips and overtime. It was a lot of it was about immigration, and the reason I think this, and it kind of jives. It maybe I'm wrong, but and I'm not being hyperbolic when I say this. This anti-black John Galt, Bob, CT, Ock Nation, really just chock full of racists. And you know what? They wanted the Hispanics gone. It is shocking. And I mean this. Hold on one sec. I'm 60 years old, and I've been a number of places in the country and the world. And I can honestly say, and I'm from Savannah, Georgia, born in the 60s, grew up in the 70s and 80s. And I've literally never encountered as much racist rhetoric than I have on YouTube. And I mean that in all sincerity. It shocks me. I'm a 60-year-old black man. And I was telling my sister the other day, the most shocking thing, because I knew blacks can be racist, but god damn, I had no fucking clue that there were Ock Nations and John Galt's out there.
Well,
I
do you mean
honestly,
specific to immigration? I don't hear you fully. Specific to immigration, are you talking just overall on YouTube?
no, I mean, just to, dude, I don't get around YouTube all that much, but literally, because most of the shows that I go on are pretty much black oriented. Every now and again, I'll go on, I'll listen to Orthodox, and Bob is a little bit more mixed, but Orthodox is included. There are a bunch of racists over there too. As a matter of fact, Orthodox was up on my panel, and he and I had a little tiff because he wants to pretend that race realism is not racist. And you know me, I'm blunt. I'm like, that's just racists trying to bring a little science to pepper on top of their fucking racist attitudes. And then I really pissed him off because the motherfucker wants to talk about race realism and genetics and has literally never taken a college level biology class. I'm like, what the fuck?
Are you talking about John or Britt?
No, I'm talking about Orthodox guy.
Oh, okay. He's
Well, John supposedly was a biology undergraduate. There's no excuse for him, but it is shocking. But the race real, because see, I'm just saying, I'm saying that I never knew blacks could be this racist. Number one, against blacks, and just overall racist. I swear, I grew up in Savannah, Georgia, and I had no clue, even at 60 years old. These motherfuckers, I would take John Galt and give him pound for pound. He's as racist as fucking like David Duke. And I mean, he's a fan of Jared Taylor, and he's had Jason Kessler on his show. And I don't mean to derail this because I really do want to get back to this video, but to the point about about Trump and his policies, I think Trump largely won on the immigration issue, which had gotten out of hand under Biden. But what shocked me, and I think that the reason black men in particular and blacks overall, the reason more went for Trump this go around was a lot of blacks are as racist against Hispanics as whites are.
Did you not think that they were?
Ryan,
I mean, anybody could be racist.
Well, hold on, dude. You know what? Y'all are right when you say I've led a sheltered life. Yeah, I at 60, 59, at the time and into 60, I had no clue blacks could be this racist against blacks, for starters, and then just overall racist. I honestly had no clue. I fucking don't hang out with people like John Galt.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a
never
lot of
had
bullshit.
to. Never had to, apparently.
Well, I've said many times, like I live in the suburbs, you live in the suburbs. We are somewhat removed from these environments.
Well,
And
see, I grew up in the suburbs. I've never not left the suburb.
Yeah. But I want to say,
dude,
about
I read a lot. I watch a lot of news. I used to think that, hey, you know a couple things around the world. I was in the motherfucking Navy. I never ran in to anybody like these motherfuckers. Like CT. And the thing is all of them are younger. I think I used to pretty much hang out with people who were my peers age-wise. You know, I never
Yeah.
really hung out with a bunch of younger people. Like John is 10 years younger than I am.
Yeah.
I had no fucking clue.
Stanley, listen, I was raised on the MLK speech, right? I mean, I actually took my kids to the where he gave the speech in DC. Like you stand on the come out Lincoln Memorial and there's a plaque right
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So like content of character. The next generation, they don't even believe in MLK. MLK was up. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like,
Oh,
this is
I've
what-
heard John. I've
it's
heard John
crazy.
talk about MLK. Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, he was a bad guy. I'm like, what are you? It's insane to me. It's insane to me.
Well, look,
So-
he wasn't a saint, but his heart was in the right place at a minimum.
Sure, it's ridiculous, but
Now, see,
Yeah.
I will blame some of this on rap music. You know, someone I read or heard someone say in the past 24 hours, it was a black person say that, you know, essentially where we are now is all black people in America, you know, especially the legacy black Americans, get judged by the lowest element, which is rap music. Okay, rap is not by and large celebrating excellence. You know, they don't talk about chemistry majors chemistry majors in their rap songs.
yeah, I think that was, you know, in the '80s prior to rap taking off, you could pick rock and roll, and when I say that, I mean like heavy metal. You can almost guarantee you saw behavior change based on that, right? Sex, drugs,
come
and
on
rock
now,
and roll.
Tipper Gore. Come on, really?
Hey, looking back, I think Tipper Gore was right. None of that music is good.
Now, see, I remember that. That was the early, like 1995, 94, 95, right in that era, those years. I never agreed with Tipper Gore to that extent. I mean, she was on to something, but, you know. And I actually think it is the breakdown of the family. That's
I agree.
really the root cause. But, you know, you can't put Humpty Dumpty back together again.
You can't. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just glad that like I come from a broken home, and you know I'm divorced. I'm remarried, so you know I kind of kept it going, so to speak. But that's another story.
Yeah, well, at least I've seen a picture of your wife. You elevated your game.
Believe me, she's a good looking woman,
dude. I'm like, wow, no wonder, dude. You are a lucky man, is all I have.
When I first met her, I was like, I don't give a shit what I got to do. I got to find a way to get her to marry me.
Dude,
if I gotta change, if I gotta.
Oh, hey, I was the same way.
That's funny, isn't it?
No,
I gotta be better. You said that to yourself. I gotta be better.
I told y'all because when I met her, her brother was like my up the road neighbor, like a 10-minute walk from my front door, and we were fucking mountain bums up there. Dude, I worked during the week, but you know what? On the weekends, you know, all I needed was a little bit of, you know, you put me in that truck and we were drunken all over that goddamn mountain.
That's fine.
And then this one time, I think I know I've told this story. My wife and I were dating at the time. Well, it was before we were even. I think we knew we were going to get married at some point, but anyway, it was like I had mowed my lawn, and I lived on an acre lot, and I fucking mowed that goddamn thing with a push mower. And you know what? I was young, and you know it was a workout. So I finished mowing the lawn, and my future brother-in-law drives by in the truck, and he's going, "What you doing?" I'm like, yeah, I just got done, you know, mowing the lawn, and I'm supposed to go down and meet your sister, you know, at like 4 or 5 o'clock. He's like, okay, well, get in the truck. So motherfucker, that was the worst decision I'd made all damn day. It's like, I got in the truck. And dude, we were fucking, there was a 12-pack in the back seat, and we were just, it was like we were just gone,
That's
all
awesome.
over that fucking mountain. Well,
in Northern Virginia.
Oh yeah, it was up in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Fuck, I lived on top of a mountain. You could see like counties over down in the Shenandoah Valley. So I'd left my phone home, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't intentional. So you know what? I knew, one more beer, and then I'll get back and I'll get ready to go. So, dude, an hour turned into several hours, and so my brother-in-law was married. So I get back home, and there are like 19 fucking messages on my phone, and I'm like, oh shit. So, and then my brother-in-law somehow or another had not been paying attention. So my future wife and his wife like fucking were just blowing up our phones. So I call my future wife and I go, well, I figured, hey, I was out with your brother. I figured that was going to be the magic bullet. Yeah, well, you know where I was. I was out with your brother. Just ask him. He'll tell you. It was not going to work. She's like, well, you were supposed to be so and so. And I'm like, oh, God damn it. I'm not going to be able to get out of this. So I take a shower. I wait like an hour, kind of sober up. So I head on down there. And I picked up a peace offering because I knew I was going to be in the doghouse. So I get down to Chantilly, Virginia is where she lived. I get there and she looked me dead in my fucking eye. And, my wife was pretty laid back. She was a parrot head, she was just kind of laid back. And she looked me dead in my eyes. And she said, if you had not come down, we would have been done. And I just chuckled. You know how I do. I just kind of chuckled and go, I was like, come on now. Oh, no. She did not break eye contact. She's like, no, I'm dead serious. And I'm like, oh, my God, I've never seen her be this serious. And I fucking never did that again. It's like, it was like, dude, it was like, oh, dude, it sent a chill up my spine. So talk about getting your act together. I never did that shit again. It's like,
hey, man, I just said I gotta, whatever I gotta do, I'll do. I gotta marry this woman.
I learned that day. That's what I gotta do. Gotta forego the fun, boy.
Yeah. Yeah, no more playing around. So, well, they say when you know, you'll know, right? And I didn't know up till then.
I believe that.
I got married before, and I was like, she's pregnant. I got to get married, right? But it wasn't. I didn't have the feeling of, man, this is something I was like, I guess I got to get married, right? Because she was pregnant, and that didn't work out, obviously. So, but I'm arguing with Dirty Dude because he's currently claiming that the last two presidents, Trump, Biden, and now Trump again, and presidents don't spend money, Congress does, but literally have been irresponsible with the budget. Obama was the last somewhat responsible president with the budget. Bush was irresponsible. Clinton was responsible. Clinton did a great job.
Well, Clinton balanced the budget.
He balanced the budget. Yeah. I mean, what a great situation. He actually paid down some of the long-term deficit.
He balanced a lot of things, but the budget was one of them.
And what I'm trying to say is Build Back Better didn't pass. American Rescue Plan passed. It contributed to inflation. It didn't cause all the inflation, but it definitely contributed. And we lost a lot of buying power, as a result of that. And now we have a $37 trillion debt that will be paid. The issue is not can we pay it or
Well,
not.
supposedly some of this tariff money is going to go towards.
We'll see.
Going to go towards paying down the debt.
We'll see. If it starts hammering the economy, then what was the point? If it starts to hammer, right?
Well, no. The point is American taxpayers or American consumers are going to pay down the debt. That's what it's going to be.
And the thing about the inflation is that it hurts the poor worse than the rich. It crushes the poor. Dirty Dude doesn't seem to understand that. Losing 20% of buying power when you still have to buy, the rich and poor both pay for tuna fish, right? At the store, they got to eat.
And hey, I like my tuna fish and olive oil. That shit's kind of expensive.
And the thing is, asset prices go up during inflation. House prices go up. If you own a home, you now have more equity. If you own stocks, you have more equity. The poor man gets hammered with inflation. And that's why, at all costs, you've got to push it out of the economy. Raise rates, cause a recession, whatever you got to do, you got to squeeze it out, like Volcker did. And interest rates were 18% because he had to crush inflation. So,
oh my God, Volcker, oh my God, he will live in infamy.
At 18%. What he did with in the beginning of Reagan was good, like by squeezing the inflation out. And then later on, I know that he was involved with the financial crisis of 2008. So I don't know. This thing with China, Stanley, I wonder, it appears to me, they just built the tallest bridge in the world. China did, right? It appears to me that this planned economy. Oh yeah, it's a beautiful bridge. Like I said, their infrastructure is amazing, right? Because they say, hey, we're going to have everybody employed, and then they give them jobs. You're now a bridge builder, right? So my issue, Dirty Dude saying Jerome, no, Dirty Dude. Jerome is an independent entity, and if he listens to Trump and lowers interest rates, it very well could cause inflation. And Jerome Powell is smart enough to know that. That's why he's not lowering rates.
He's actually got. Did you see the report that they revised the fucking job? They revised down the number of jobs created for the year by 1 million. They revised it down.
I believe that.
Well, no. How do you think Trump is going to take this? Let me bring up that story. Oh, when I saw that, I'm like, oh shit, he just hired.
I don't know how they missed the mark that much.
He just hired some dude. That dude is.
How they missed the mark that much is my question. I want to see a breakout on government jobs versus private sector jobs, because both are bullshit. The thing that pissed me off is Biden was hiding the new jobs in government jobs, which that still comes at spending, right?
Right.
I want to see private versus public, but I believe that we've lost 1 million jobs, or he didn't. It's bullshit. I believe it.
So boys, whoever, I don't even remember his name. He's so new. The BLS head, his ass is out after like a month.
Because he fired him already?
No. I'm saying, how is he going to survive? Now, I think he'll. I am kind of joking. There's no way you can fire a dude after a month. Damn, he fired that. He fired that woman because she. What did she? Was it 100? It wasn't even 100,000.
She missed the mark.
Revised the quarterly numbers down. This motherfucker. These people are off by 1 million jobs. I want to see Trump's reaction. I hope he does a press conference.
They update them they've been updating these for 20 years. So firing her was dumb, which I said that. Kelvin thinks that I split. I go both ways on these issues.
Man,
And
stop. Kelvin's just busting your balls. He's not
no, I know
serious.
he is, but I really go by policy. Like, what is the policy of the
Okay, well,
person in
see,
charge?
Kelvin, people like Kelvin don't want to hear policy. They want to hear the word pragmatism. So you
I don't.
use pragmatism instead of policy, and his little chihuahua ass will stop yapping.
I say it all the time. AI can be the president. The policy, if the policies are better than the people we have, which pretty much anybody's would be better than who we have. But you know, Obama was the last intelligent president, and before that, it was probably George H.W. Bush. Well, Clinton was very smart too, but Clinton was very, very intelligent overall. So George H.W. Bush was smart. I feel like they're just showmen at this point. I mean, Biden wasn't. What was
Look,
he?
we need to, in Clinton, like who was the last military man?
I'm with you there.
HW was the last president who had military experience, right? Or am I wrong?
Yeah, that was HW. Well, W was in the reserves or some bullshit, but HW was the first.
Dude, I told a story a few days ago. My first ship was a reserve designated ship, in that we would ferry around these reservists 1 weekend a month. And dude, it did not leave me. It did not leave me with a good impression of the Navy.
I'm sure. Yeah. No, but really, legit is HW. And then before
I was
that, who
telling
was
the story on a reserve weekend. We're out in right outside of Narragansett Bay. I guess that's Long Island Sound or something like that.
Yeah.
Somewhere between Long Island and Rhode Island. I think that's still Long Island Sound or something like that. So anyway, I got an 04 who's warfare qualified. I'm an ensign. I'm an 01 boot ensign. I've been in the Navy for like a year. And I am telling this lieutenant commander, go right, sir. Sir, left standard rudder. I have to call my junior officer the deck fucking sir. And I'm sorry, I just lost. I just wasn't impressed. Now, he was a good guy. I mean, he was.
Why'd you have to call him sir, though? Why
Because he outranked me by like 3 ranks. He's a lieutenant.
Okay.
He's a lieutenant commander,
but he's not a legitimate.
Ensign.
He's a weekend warrior, though, right?
Well, yeah. Well, I think he was active at some point.
Yeah.
But it was just weird. And see, that's the weird thing about the military that people don't understand. There is actual rank, what's on your collar, but there's also positional. Like in the chain of command, at least the operational chain of command, yeah. I was his boss. And I'm 23, and he's probably deep in his 30s, but he works for me in that operational structure. Now, outside of that structure, he could drop me for fucking push-ups if he so chose. But on that bridge, it was my bridge. The military is weird like that.
Yeah. Well, I think we do need a military, someone, a military president, leadership from the military. I totally agree with you. So,
well, it's not so much. I mean, understanding, somewhat of a military structure is one thing. There are things you get in the military that you just can't get anywhere else. And I've worked as a civilian and as the military. Dude, you are not a man until you have been scared for your life, and even more scared for the lives of the people that work for you.
Yeah.
I've been in just 1 or 2 situations where, I might die.
Yeah.
But I'm going to do everything I can to keep my people, alive. It's only happened maybe once, twice. But if you have never actually faced how you look that sort of thing in the eye and not panic, you go all cold. If you lose, if you get all emotional, you will fuck up. There's no way, dude. You keep your cool, and it used to drive my wife crazy. Like, I don't know, everything from like a near miss in an auto accident to, I remember my son, having a double ear infection. I go all quiet and I go Mr. Spock. It's like, dude, if you lose your cool, you're going to lose the bubble. And my wife could never understand that. She's like, you know what? You don't even talk. you don't even talk when shit hits the fan. Like, for what? I'm calculating. I'm making decisions. What do you expect me to do?
Well,
I think scream.
No, I think it's the way to deal with it. I mean, I'm the only way.
It's the only way.
Yeah. You got to be rational and think, what's my next move?
Exactly.
Right?
So anyway, and I want a president like that. I don't want a president to be giving press conferences and calling everybody names. I want them to think your way out of this problem. I had a captain used to say, Stanley, you got to drive the problem. And that's true.
Yeah. Well,
so anyway, so we have been revised, and I'll cover this tomorrow, but the BLS revises jobs numbers down by 911,000 in an annual revision. That's incredible. I want to hear what Trump has to say about this. It's fake news. It's hard for me to believe.
He's completely stalled with everything now. So, which I knew would eventually happen. He's got Ukraine sitting.
Well, I think he knew
Israel. He's got that sitting around. The tariff, that shit's all stalled.
Ukraine, China.
Yeah, all stalled. So, by the way, this, executive order doesn't govern. It'll all get reversed, and we're going to flip flop back and forth until these idiots figure out that we have to pass laws and shit. So just dumb.
Well, they're not going to figure that out till the Democrats take the House back.
Yeah, that'll probably happen here.
Dude, this 911,000, if you believe it's the economy, stupid, well, dude, Trump literally just lost the 2026 election. Now, I'm way premature, but I don't see how I'm as a student of politics, I literally want to see how he handles this. Either he's going to be a master of politics, or he's just going to fucking, it can only get worse unless he handles it. And I don't see how he's going to handle it. But, he's the president. I'm not. He is obviously more talented.
The funny thing about this thing, when Trump was talking about tariffs, he's been talking about them since the 80s. And at the end of the day, they would have made sense in the 80s, by the way. No, but now it's too complicated. And everyone said to me, because I said, the
80s was pre-NAFTA, right?
The 80s was pre-everything. It was pre-everything.
Yeah. Clinton was NAFTA.
Yeah. Well, it was pre-NAFTA. It was pre-China. China was nothing. We had Japan as one of our rivals.
Exactly.
It would have made sense then. But as things evolve, like now, you've got to be very selective in what you don't want to tariff the fucking Canadians, right? You don't want to tariff the Mexicans per se, other than selectively on industry. And we need some of these countries to trade. And so, but you tariffing whole nations is just so stupid. Most trade deals take 18 months on average. They're usually industry specific. He's going to do it all in a month. I knew that was bullshit. But I really thought prior to the election and prior to him winning, and then once he won, he's talking about tariffs. I'm like, it's all saber rattling. But he went through with it, which is shocking to me. So it's just
Yeah,
dumb.
but when it didn't shock me.
I didn't think that he would actually. Everyone thought it was
Dude,
just like a what's it called?
I'm telling you right now, y'all are sleeping on Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon, I honestly think Steve Bannon is very powerful in this administration.
Yeah, I think he's part of. He's actually gone away from Bannon with this Chinese student thing, and I was like, that's interesting. Like Bannon's talking bad about him. I'm like, holy shit.
Well, he's
Like,
listening to Elon, and I
who, Trump is?
also think, yeah, I think so.
Okay, yeah, maybe.
But he's gone against his MAGA base.
I know. That's the thing. It's like, holy shit.
The deporter in chief bringing in more students.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know.
And I've seen that dude talking to his high school students. Dude, that is crazy. You know me. I'm kind of, that left of center dude, but dude, watching that class and that stuff wandered into my algorithm by accident, or it just kind of wandered in. Dude, I don't want those high school students in the country. That's like, dude.
You mean the Chinese students? I don't either.
Hey, what's up, Nighties? How you doing?
We need to be very selective with immigration. It's completely fucking broken. And one thing about the immigration thing is the Democrats just politically, it's a disaster because the border is essentially closed, right? They kept saying we can't close it. It's closed. Nobody's talking. The Democrats don't even bring it up because it's like egg on the face. But we should be selective about deporting people. If we need those jobs, you stay. If you don't, you go.
Well, you heard that the TPS for Haiti has been at least stayed for now.
Yeah.
Oh, look, and damn it, I didn't think to do it. These people in Springfield, you remember Springfield, the cats
Haiti.
and the Haitians
Right.
and the silver spoon. Dude, they don't want those Haitians to go now.
The funny thing about it is TPS is 2 years. Biden extended the TPS. So 2026 is the drop date on the TPS. But
one set of people expired in April, and then the other was set to actually expire on September 11th. And some lower court stayed it. I don't know how it's going to turn out. I don't think it's been overturned by an appellate court, but I'll have to go back and see can I find it. But the people in Springfield, they don't want the same Haitians that they were like, dude, they don't want the Haitians to go. As it turns out, they were great citizens, or I'm sorry, great residents.
That's cool. Well, I think we need to be selective.
It's just so ironic given the hullabaloo in the news and the hullabaloo, in these YouTube streets. You remember John doing those shows? He was talking to some woman and her husband, and oh my God, it was like, I'm going to find that, and maybe I'll do it tomorrow, like a Springfield, Ohio follow-up.
I do think that all these things, now that we have a lot of immigrants here, illegally and legally, that the right approach is to, like I said, everything's supposed to go through the Department of Labor, which now is probably laid off. But that's what you do. The immigration policy is supposed to be, okay, we want to bring in these immigrants this year. We have to look at what jobs need them, right? And then let's see what the wage impacts are. And if there's no wage impacts, we bring them in. If there is wage impacts, we don't bring them in. It's like it totally made sense until they just, fuck it. We won't run anything through the Department of Labor. And which is, it's damaging to the country. I just saw something about my industry, construction, and the wage impacts have been very, very heavy. But like in software, they're not. The wages haven't gone, like they haven't been suppressed due to that, right? So, but in construction, it's been very damaging for wages of iron workers, the wages of concrete guys, you know. But but the Department of Labor could have told us. But in the 90s, they stopped running shit through the Department of Labor and played the political nonsense. So, anyway.
Kelvin, we make our own sausage here. We grow our own tomatoes here. We'll substitute the goddamn beans with grits, which are way better than beans anyway, at least for breakfast. Now, I like beans, but not for breakfast. Black pudding. We'll just have blood sausage. We'll make do. We'll call it an American breakfast. As a matter of fact, doesn't Denny's have an American breakfast? Let me look up a Denny's menu. Denny's has an all-American breakfast, if I recall.
Yes. I think it's called they also have like Moons Over My Hanny and all these weird fucking names. But
no, it's probably been 10 years since I've been.
That's terrible. I haven't been in a clean Denny's or Friendly's since the 80s. They're fucking, it's all kids just fucking throwing shit. I don't even go in there.
Really?
Oh man, the Friendly's is always dirty. And Denny's is
no. Denny's.
Well, both. Pick one. Friendly, but Denny's is always dirty.
Well, wait, hold it. Are they related? Are they owned by the same conglomerate?
No, it's just no, they're not related. It's just they're both kind of like that. These franchises.
Well, I know what a Friendly's is. It's been even longer since I've been to one of those. But let me show Kelvin a real breakfast. See, we have our variety of breakfast. We got the lumberjack slam. We got the all-American slam. We have the plant-based pancake slam. See, we don't just do an English breakfast. We have breakfasts. Everyday value slam. Now this variety is the spice of life. There, Mr. Kelvin. We want all kinds of breakfast there, Kelvin. Beans are perfect for breakfast. Dude, beans are perfect for breakfast, and then you get on a metro. Dude,
I eat beans for breakfast every morning.
Dude, you know what?
Every morning.
Your carpool mates, or when you get on the what do they call it? The tube in London, dude. The beans are good for you, but they're not good for the people that are riding in that enclosed metal container that you ride to work in, dude. Y'all are just farting all day.
No,
you need.
No. Gotta have fiber, man. Fiber, buddy. Gotta have some fiber.
Have beans for lunch, not for breakfast.
I have huevos rancheros every morning. Huevos rancheros, refried beans.
You're kidding me.
Every morning, that's what I make. Yeah, it's good stuff. It's
Well,
got
that
fiber. It's
gotta
got
do wonders.
protein.
You know what? Now apparently your cholesterol is good.
Man, it's not bad. Well, if you exercise and you got to exercise some, it's not. It's a little on the fatty side, but it's really it's pretty good. I like it. Fiber, protein. little bit of hot sauce.
How have you been actually lately? I always mean to ask you that. Still doing pretty good?
Yeah, good. Yeah. I mean, I'm taking, I'm taking a few different medications now, which are helping. So,
Well, yeah. Well, you and
but
me both, brother.
I got to go give
Brother.
blood tomorrow. They're going to go I got to do blood testing tomorrow, and then they're either going to take blood or not.
From the eggs. You know, eggs have fat, Kelvin. Did you not know this? And huevos rancheros. What's the meat? Oh wait,
Eggs.
huevos rancheros. Doesn't that have like refried beans?
Refried beans, eggs, and then some hot sauce. Sometimes it's got sour cream on the side.
Okay, well the hot sauce cleans out the cholesterol.
Gotta love that hot sauce. Salsa. It depends on where you go. Sometimes they got chorizo, but I first had it in Denver. So this is so good. Yeah, man, good food.
Yeah, Black Knight. I have not. As a matter of fact, you know what? I'm gonna have to pull out some recipes. I've not had anything Greek. Greek food is the fucking bomb. Mediterranean food is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. I showed a YouTube creator called Demetra, who has this Greek. She's had a Greek cooking channel forever. And Greek food is the fucking bomb.
I like it. I like gyro, but it's a little fatty. I'm not supposed to eat this shit.
Oh, dude, a Greek omelet where you actually kind of like fry it in you put like a 1/4 inch of olive oil in there, and it does these weird frizzy things on the edges of the eggs. Oh shit, that stuff is so good. Olive oil is actually pretty good to cook in.
That's all I cook in. So
Is that right? Do you ever use?
It's got a low smoke point though, so I'll go to like grapeseed if I'm trying to, I got to cook something hot.
I was going to ask you about avocado.
That's hot. That's got a high smoke point too, but I just use I think it's called grapeseed oil. It's like $4.50.
Oh yeah. Dude, I can't afford that shit.
Well, it's I think avocado oil is high too.
And that avocado oil, that shit's expensive to fry in. Dude, I'm not Ryan rich.
I'm not rich. Well,
now, I use avocado oil to make mayonnaise, but I don't need much oil. So
you make homemade mayonnaise, huh?
Yeah, dude, it's not hard. If you got an immersion blender, you can do it in 2 minutes.
I don't want to rip all that shit out. I got all these kitchen things like that.
No. It's a handheld immersion blender.
Oh, it's not like a Vitamixer or some shit, like a super blender.
No. It's literally you can get a hand mixer, an immersion blender for like $25. Now you don't want one that costs $25. You want one that's good. You could actually do it. You remember those hand crank egg beaters?
Yeah.
You could actually do it with one of those, but it's more work than an old man wants to do. You know what an immersion blender is, right?
No, I don't. I have no idea.
Okay, hold on. Dude, I only use it for mayonnaise, but you can use it for soups and stuff like that. They're actually pretty handy.
I make a lot of stews, and I make a lot of barley, millet, shit like that. A lot of grains. So I make a lot of stews.
You might actually find something like this. Actually, because soups and stuff like that. Let me find one. Gearheads.
I make etouffee. I make a lot of Cajun food.
Oh, really? Etouffee. That's kind of fancy.
Love etouffee and gumbo and just all that. A lot of Louisiana based stuff. So, but sometimes I'll make just barley, chicken, turmeric. I'll just make my own stuff. So Sometimes it's good, sometimes it sucks, but either way, I eat it. So,
well, it always tastes different, right?
My favorite.
Okay.
I like my cooking usually. So
you know what? I'm the same way, and I think it's an old man thing. You know, I want it to taste the way I want it to taste.
I'm with you.
Now, I could have found one that's a little bit better.
Oh,
but,
I know what this is.
Okay.
You just put it
yeah,
right
yeah,
in
yeah.
the
You
thing,
see them in the
right?
background.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, you
I've seen
can
these
get them
things.
for like $15, but you want, and this is my recommendation. You want one that's probably around $50
Okay.
because they usually come with attachments, and you can make yogurt. You can do all kinds of
Yeah.
things. You can actually, mine has a little thing like a jar thing. You can actually cut up vegetables. But $50, and then you want like a Hamilton Beach, or you don't have to do like super expensive like a Cuisinart, but a Hamilton Beach level $50. And Ryan, I tell you what, I use them for mayonnaise. I don't use it for much else. But if I have to get in there and make up soup or something like that, it can be done.
Yeah, it looks very convenient.
It
Instead
is,
of having
and you take the little business end of it, put it in the dishwasher, and you're done.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. That's why I don't pull that blender out. It's such a pain in the ass.
Right.
You got to take it out. You got to just clean it. It's a pain in the ass from time. It's unless you're doing a lot of stuff with it. It's aggravating as hell. You know.
Well, I mean, I have the way people who like to cook. I have a food processor. I have a little blender thing. It's maybe like four cups. Of capacity, volume, and then I have an immersion blender.
Yeah, that the small one, I have an attachment for that, but you still got to rip. I mean, I don't. It's just a lot of bullshit. I mean, I cut up my own vegetables with a knife,
right?
And you know what I mean. It's just easier. So, but I do want this thing called the slap chop. I saw it on TV years ago. I've never seen it since, but it's like a thing that goes over the onion, and you just pump it up and down, and it cuts the onion up.
It's like French fry. Does it do it like French fries?
No, it'll cut it into small pieces or whatever. It's called a slap chop.
It's more fun to have. Isn't it more fun to do it with a knife?
No, when I'm cutting up, green peppers, then onions, then when I'm cutting up a bunch of vegetables, it's kind of a pain in the
just
ass.
pretend you're Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah, that's great. I just get sick of cutting this shit up. So, yeah, I'll go. That slap chop though, I can't find the damn thing. That lunatic Vince that sold the sham wows on TV, he was marketing it, and I'm telling you, I had one that was the greatest thing in the world, and then it was. I haven't been able to find it in years. I guess I gotta find one of these damn things. You put it over the onion, pump it, and it just cuts it up into pieces. It's easy. So anyway, but I like the immersion blender though. That looks like a good idea.
Yeah, and you get them. You can get them for pretty cheap.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think that's something that I think my wife would use too for mixed drinks and stuff. You know what I mean? Like you can make mixed drinks with that.
Like if you're doing a pitcher of mixed drinks, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah. Well, she likes all these, the strawberry, all the bullshit in the drink, fruits and all that.
Strawberry. Hey, Hemingway used to drink strawberry daiquiri, so that's not a girl's drink. That's a Hemingway drink.
Well, believe me, it's going to be sweet. She just.
Oh wait, hold it. You're talking about something like this. Hold on one sec. I have one of those. Yeah, this isn't. You can get one of these at Walmart, like that, where you just put it through.
Oh no shit! There it is. Where's that? Walmart.
Walmart.
I like it. I got to get that,
dude. I have one. I
Do you
have
really?
one that
I've been looking
you
for
can
10
use-
years for this thing.
Motherfucker, it's been there all along. And by the way, you can make decent French fries. You can quarter apples with it.
Do you like this thing? It's convenient, isn't it?
Yeah, it's convenient, but you know what? I like cutting my own French fries, but for someone who wants it done quick and consistent, that's the thing about it. It's always consistent. It's always, and it matters when you're cooking stuff. You actually do want consistency of size.
Yeah, sure.
Dude,
No
literally,
cooks
it fucking order it from Walmart.
Well, I had one. Yeah, I'm going to. I had the one I had didn't look like that, but I had one maybe 15 years ago, and I haven't. But this is awesome. I didn't even know they had the damn thing.
Yeah, I got mine from Amazon.
Yeah, I like it. Well, I
I'm
just
gonna
haven't
drop
looked
this.
around.
I'll drop this in the back chat.
Yeah, Slap Chop. It's Vince the ShamWow lunatic. I don't know if you remember that guy, that fucking infomercial
Oh,
guy.
I remember it.
He
He's
was
still
marketing
alive,
it.
right?
I think he's on drugs, man. I know that guy Billy Mays ended up like in trouble, drug trouble or some shit. These guys end up on drugs and shit. So, but Billy Mays, ShamWow, Vince. So he was throwing it that behind him. Set it and forget it.
What is lefty logic? Is everything I say lefty to you now, Dave? You go up there on John's channel and you talk to questions to ponder, and all of a sudden you have just become anti-Stanley. What's up with that, Dave?
I don't think
anyone's so his answer is yes. You know what? My only diagnosis is she's gotcha, Dave. She's gotcha.
She's got quite a voice.
You know what? I like her voice. I don't like her attitude.
Yeah. Yeah, you have your own. You got your favorites, don't you, Stanley?
Well, wait, hold on. What does that mean? My favorite.
No, when you start to go in, I've noticed a pattern. When you start to get into it with a woman, you just get downright nasty.
Yeah.
You get downright. Who's this woman? What's that woman? Nazius. She was on in the chat. Who the hell's this Nazius? Like you were just. I was like, damn, just meet her first. Meet her. You don't know her.
Wasn't that on Bob's channel?
It was on there. You were just off the hook. I'm like, Stanley, you don't even know her, man. Jesus.
Dude, I was teasing those silly glasses she was wearing. Dude, you know what? I don't know. I've literally never talked to her. Dude, look.
I just noticed if a woman gets under your skin a little bit, you definitely go in on them.
Why? Hey, I go in on men, dude. I'm an equal opportunity roaster.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. And
now,
it also depends on how long.
There's some women I will just have to eat it. But those are the women that have proven themselves worthy.
It also depends on how long you've been on. If you've been on a long time, your trigger gets a lot shorter.
Yeah, well, there's a compression. Old man fatigue.
Yeah.
It was funny. I was on somebody's panel the other day, and they asked how I was doing, and I said, "Well, I had an old man nap. I'm pretty good."
Oh, that's nice, man. I love an old man nap myself. So, but it also depends on if you're on with like Snake and 12th Man. It's
oh my god. Oh,
nobody's going to get a lot of patience there.
I think I hurt 12th Man's feelings yesterday because I told him, believe me, because he wanted to get all sassy and saucy and all this bullshit. And I told him the only reason that I didn't boot your ass permanently was because I talked to John and Portia, and they were like, look, it's good for content and all that stuff. honestly, if I'd been left to my own like Stanley
You would have
standard,
pulled the trigger on it, huh?
oh shit. You remember that one night and you bailed Solid Snake out, which I was kind of pissed about. You know, I'm like, motherfucker, I booted his ass off. You know what? $50 to bring him back.
Hey, I was off of YouTube. I found out about my condition, and I was off of YouTube. I was like in a depression. And then I woke up in the middle of the night, and it was you, Snake, and 12th Man, and you're just trying to manage this idiot shit with these two guys. And it was the funniest 2 hours of my life. I'm sitting there listening. I said, I gotta call in. This is too funny. Like you're just trying to deal with these guys.
It was like Kermit the Frog with Fozzie Bear and what was the animal? You remember the drummer on the Muppet Show?
Yeah.
Kermit the Frog trying to manage Fozzie Bear.
You're trying to corral these guys. And I'm like, holy shit! Like this is so. And it's just 12th Man and Snake are talking, and you're just trying to corral them, and it's next to impossible, as you know. So
you know what?
And I think they were both hammered.
I was stupid enough to think I could.
Oh my god, they were just steady on you, and I'm like, this shit is so funny. And I called in. I sat there and listened. I said, I got to call in.
Yeah, you kept egging them on.
It was so funny. It was so funny, man.
Like every fucking time you came up, you would just chuckle from the damn chat.
It was so funny. Yeah, it was just so funny. These two idiots are both drunk. I'm like, Jesus Christ! And you're just trying to manage.
Oh, and you know the problem was is I generally wasn't, and then I started getting drunk with them. Yeah, it was a little bit better.
They were both at it. I mean, they were both way gone. And I'm like, Stanley's got a lot of patience. I couldn't deal with this shit with these two clowns.
Hey, that was back in the day. I don't have that kind of patience much anymore.
Yeah. New channel, new situation. So
No. I started losing my patience way back when. That's why, John coming up drunk and shit. Dude, and you know what? I honestly don't have a problem with people coming up drunk because, hey, you know what? More the merrier, but goddamn, you don't have to be disruptive.
Yeah,
I don't get that part.
If there's like an intelligent debate about politics or something, or the stuff we talk, I tend to talk to that stuff with you. And it can get sidetracked really quickly. And also, you're trying to cover a certain amount of content, and it can just, go off the rails if you got crazy people.
Well, you know what, though? I'm not. It's funny you bring that up. And John, in his dastardly way, actually does make a good argument. But I'm just, dude, that fuckery. If I was 35, I could probably just kind of get into it. But dude, I honestly, it's 60. My version of peace and having a good conversation is really as combative as I can be. I really want to shun that sort of thing. I just don't want, I want peace in my life, and having a bunch of people who don't know shit about much going back and forth about nothing in particular. I'm just not going to be able to sleep well if that's what's going to happen.
It doesn't really, I don't know. It kind of bores me when they're just talking about relationships or some bullshit or.
Oh my God, dude. It is incessant. It is just fucking incessant. It's like, and I think I just kind of this weekend and maybe in the last week, were you here when I showed the and I know Dave will enjoy it. I went up on Drip's panel, and you probably don't know who Drip is, but it's a bunch of young black kids. They're in their 30s, and I'm 60. I'm just exercising my old man card.
Yeah.
But they were talking about a 50-year-old and a 20-year-old, and I'm going to try and see. I should have clipped it.
What the hell are you going to do with a 20-year-old? I mean, what are you going to talk about?
Well,
you
know what? But my argument is that there are 50-year-olds like shit. Shannon Sharp did something with a 20-year-old, or the ages were roughly that. Why not?
I mean, to each his own. But I'm like, personally, I want him to get my references right. Like, if I mention the Muppet Show,
that's my dude. You get me. You get.
If I mentioned the Muppet Show, I wanted to know what's that. I mean, you know what I mean. So I wanted to get my references and have like a similar life story experience, maybe
enjoy the same humor.
Yeah, yeah. So and I'm just like, I don't know, man. I see these guys that are 45 dating a 22-year-old. I'm like, what are you going to talk about? Like, what is there?
Well, but the thing is that now that I have been up on YouTube for a bit, I get it now. There are 40-year-olds who don't know shit.
Yeah, I guess maturity-wise,
a lot of these people talking about this. I don't know what would you call it. There are a lot of 40-year-olds. Most of these people talking about, you should be submissive and all this stuff.
Oh God, that's such fucking ridiculousness. It's fucking.
Well, yeah, but most of them are right around 40.
I don't understand this bullshit with this. Like, I want a partner. I want somebody that it's like one man plus woman can make three with the right people, right? 1 + 1 can be 3. If you have you and your wife complement each other.
People,
you know what I mean? All right, a strong marriage, it's a force multiplier. I think I heard somebody say that. And I'm like, you know what?
That's I don't care about any of that. What I think is, I think the right 1 + 1, it's inevitable.
But I think that if you marry the wrong person, you're going to get bad results. But I hear
you're still going to get that
bullshit.
3. You're still going to get that 3, though.
Well, I don't. I think if you have the wrong one, it's 1 + 1 is 2. You know what I mean? Because you're always fighting with them. Like me and my wife, we have the same goals. We have the same. You know what I mean? We both kind of have the same ideas about a lot of stuff. Not completely, but. But like what's important to her, our values are similar,
Well, see, that's that Catholic bullshit.
What's that?
Back in the normal world where, and you know what? Sometimes I just want to go, Imperious, you're right. There should be a Catholic dictator. Everything will be sorted out. And you know what? The first parish priest that I can remember, he should be the dictator.
Well, this whole submissive shit, I don't even know.
You know what? I don't fucking get that bullshit. I honestly don't. Dude, I grew up 2 black parents, grew up in a black neighborhood. I don't get it. Now the thing is I understand, because I tell the story about my wife. Believe it or not, she would spank my son when he not violently or anything like that, but she'd swat him on the leg. If he wasn't doing. Well, but I didn't. Honestly, I swatted him once on his diaper. I was very selective, but you know what? My wife and I had a very brief one-way conversation about that, and I just told her straight out, "You don't spank my son." I literally, don't do it. I don't care whether I'm here or not. It's not. We shall not. And that was that one you will follow my lead. Okay, this ain't gonna happen, because when I was a kid, I used to get spankings, whippings, and nope,
I got
didn't like
whippings
them.
too.
There's got to goddamn be a better way. And you know what? I turned out fine, but
Did you get the belt? Did you get the belt?
Oh yeah, everybody back in everybody back.
That's kind of standard, wasn't it?
Yeah, in the South at least.
Yeah, I got the belt. So.
But the bottom line is, it's not necessary. There are, especially now, my son was just one of these kids who was just smart. Even at 2, you just had to engage him and tell him, and you could, dude, to this day, at least as far as I know. Now, I wasn't home a lot, so shit, she could have spanked him.
Yeah.
But I never did. But the bottom line is that my son is, to this day, if you slow his dumb ass down and, look, take a deep breath, let's think about this. Let's not get all goddamn emotional. And if I get emotional, all is lost. So let's slow it down and let's talk about it. Let's negotiate. Now that came like after 15. You negotiate with a 15-year-old and above. It's not daddy says it, therefore you shall do it. Try and engage the brain. But no, I think with the right kind of child. Now, some children you might have to spank, but I just didn't think it was necessary with mine. And so far, now he hasn't finished college yet, but I think he stands a good chance. He survived his first year, did not make anything below a B, so he will be fine.
That rocks. But I don't understand this submissive stuff, and I hear people on YouTube talking about this shit, and I'm like, okay, I don't want a drone like an automaton. I want somebody that's intelligent, and and the thing is, I hear some people talking about this shit. I'm like, you have nothing to offer a woman. Like, some of these people have nothing to offer a woman. I'm like, you need to get your own shit together first, right? Get your own life together. And then when you can offer somebody something, right? Then you try to get in a relationship. But right now, man, you should be working to build your life, And women need to listen to this and that. I'm like, what
well, see, I don't come at it from that direction, because I don't give a fuck what other people do. Deal with your own stuff. But for me personally, it's a sliding scale. I mean, there might be, like, I remember years ago, I fell and wound up. I had a blood clot, developed a blood clot in my left knee. And you know what? My wife had to help me take a shower. Dude, it wasn't horrible, but look, and at that point in time, I could work from home, so I was working from home. But dude, I couldn't split wood. I couldn't do shit for about a month.
Yeah.
And then I had to go to fucking physical therapy, which was even worse.
Yeah.
I will never go to physical therapy ever again. But the point is it wasn't 50-50. It was like 90.
That's right.
It was like 90-10.
Yeah.
So, this 50-50 proposition, I know they mean overall, but marriage doesn't work like that. If you have to think about the percentages, then don't marry the person.
I agree with that. But I will say that, like, I say this a lot. I see some guys that say, oh, yeah, I'm going to go to work. And they work 40 hours a week. They come home and that's all they do. And if that's the agreement, that's fine. But I'm not going to work 40 hours a week. And then she's working 40 hours a week and then doing all the extra shit. Like, you should both get equal time off, equal time. You know what I'm saying? So, but some guys have the idea that the woman needs to do all this stuff. And I'm like, everyone's supposed to be sharing in their responsibilities, you know? So
No, it's never going to be 50-50. Dude, you know what? I remember one time there's this place in Marshall, Virginia. And not, I'm sorry, not Marshall. It's God damn it. It's right off of 60 Manassas.
I know Manassas.
There is a really good it's probably not even still there, but it was a good seafood restaurant. It was called, I have t-shirts. It's called like the Blue Crab or some bullshit like that, but it was not too far off of 66. Going from 66 to Warrenton. It was on that highway.
Yep.
Yeah, it was one. They're like, at least when I was in Virginia. But anyway, it was a fairly famous restaurant. So it might have been my wife's birthday. So I go with her and my son, and she had some high school / college friends. So it's like 4 white girls and my son. And you know what? I was like the house husband. Dude, I was much more interested in what my 2-year-old had to say than these silly white women. It's like so you know how it is sometimes. You know, you go to a restaurant and the wife kind of takes care of the son or the child. I'm like, nope, I'll do it. Y'all just do what you're gonna do.
Yeah, I don't want to have to
As a matter of
communicate.
fact, I think I took him and we went to a whole nother booth. It's like, it's you and me, kid. Let them silly white women, these silly white girls, just, you know, have the fun. But
That
you know
rocks.
what? It was like my wife fucking had a great time. And
Yeah,
you
that's
know
awesome.
what? I really didn't want to go. And my son was the excuse not to even engage.
Yeah.
But you know what? That wasn't 50-50. She wasn't following me. But you do what you got to do. And you know what? I had a good time. My son had a good time, and there was a happy wife. You know, if it must
Well,
be.
Stanley, let me ask you this.
Friends.
I hear this, right? Oh yeah, the woman needs to stay home with the kid. And I'm like, oh, cool. Do you make a couple $100,000?
Well, my
a
wife
year?
did. My wife
I
never
know.
worked.
Yeah, you were able to do that, right? You're educated,
Well,
etc.
it wasn't that easy, but you know, it's what we
You did it.
I mean, it was a joint decision because, to be honest, she could have made more money than me.
Well, Stanley, but on the internet, on YouTube, here's what I hear. I hear, oh, the woman needs to stay home and raise the kids. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, can you afford it? Because a lot of these guys can't afford that. It's a lot of money, right? And I'm like, oh, you want your wife to stay home, but you have a job at the fucking Taco Bell. You know what I mean? Like, no, you better get 2-3 jobs if you want that to happen realistically. You know, life ain't it's expensive. You know, you want your kids to stay home, you better have a damn good job.
Ryan, but the thing is that I just assume if that's what you want, you have a plan. Now, I was living. Do you know where Chantilly, Virginia is? It's in
I know.
Fairfax County.
All the places you mentioned, I drive through about every other week. So,
well, the thing is
Tyson's
do you know
Corner, all that shit.
Do you know where Greenbrier is in Chantilly?
No, I don't know where that is. Not
Okay,
Greenbrier.
well, let me put it to you this way. It ain't cheap.
Yeah.
You know, this was like old military officer housing.
It's like Great Falls. Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. I don't know where Greenbrier is. I know where Great Falls is. So
it is in Chantilly. It's probably the bigger part of Chantilly, to be honest. Of course, I haven't been there in I haven't been there in at least 15 years.
Well, it's grown. If you were on 66 now, they got Google out there. It's literally
really. Did they put Google where the NRA was?
There's about there's hundreds of there's just they've built this amazingly. I was working on the Google building, and I mean it's not just like a standard strip mall building. It's about 20 stories high, and it's like an architectural piece. In fact, it's a megaplex. There's about 10 buildings surrounding it. So the 66 and 267 have gone off the chain, man. They are exploded with just company after company after company. It's wild. BAE Systems, I mean, just one after another.
Yeah, I know exactly who BAE is.
Well, they're there. It's amazing how much money has run into that area to influence our government. So it's amazing the money, these corporations, you know, and law firms to, you know, just, I mean, all your tech boys move, you know, have stuff out there so they can influence and petition the government, you know, so it's wild.
Well, the point I was trying to make is, you know, and it was going to happen anyway, but I mean, you might have to, we bought a house back up out in Warren County. It was cheaper. There was a little bit more land. You know, it was in Warren County. Front Royal is the county seat.
That's out there. That's about it. That's
well,
out there.
shit. It was. Now I worked in Chantilly, so you know it's about a 45-minute commute. That's on a good day. You know, if there's ice, some bad weather, shit, it could be 2 hours. However, the thing is I had to make adjustments, and it was a willing adjustment. And as it turned out, I got a son. I wanted him to go to Princeton, to be honest, just so I could brag that I have an Ivy Leaguer.
That was for you, huh? It was for you.
Well, it was for me, and also the alternative. And my wife and I wanted the Naval Academy. He could have gotten in. And I asked him specifically, I asked him to, dude, this is the asshole my son is. I told him, just apply to Princeton. We'll see how it turns out. That motherfucker, I was telling him Vanderbilt, Duke, Princeton, let's do another Ivy League, Cornell. Because he'd expressed an interest. You know how many motherfucking colleges he applied to?
One.
He applied. No, he
Georgia
was
Tech?
bold. He was bold. He did Georgia Tech and University of Georgia. Period.
Yeah, too. Well, that maybe they'll never move away. I mean, that's
motherfucker. He didn't tell me though.
Oh, I got you.
I should have fucking. No, he's like, yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it. Motherfucker, it turned out. Now, luckily, he got into both. He would have gotten into Georgia no matter what.
And even though scholarship, so that's great.
It's harder to get into these days, believe it or not. Than when I did it. But no, you know what? But the thing is he actually made a more sane decision. It's not that far from home. So you got to give him some credit. But my point was, now we did make life adjustments. You're not going to live in Chantilly and have a stay-at-home mom. We moved out to the woods. But the thing is it was really both. I mean, I loved it out there. I didn't want to live in a cookie cutter neighborhood.
Sure.
And, she wasn't totally happy, but as it turns out, it was near her brother and her, we were about 20 minutes from her brother and sister-in-law. So there was family up there. I mean, there were reasons.
Yeah.
So, and it wasn't, but I mean, you know what? I wanted to, I didn't want to live in Chantilly in the first place. I would have been more remote. And it was a
You would have gone out off 81.
No, not quite that far. There were places, dude. We looked at a house that overlooked the Shenandoah Valley. The problem was if the ball went over the edge, you weren't going to get it back because it was a sheer drop.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was like, I'll take it. And she was like, no, we won't.
Are we building
But it was-
a 10-foot fence so that our son doesn't?
Oh, you
end
know
up
what?
off the back?
Dude, we would have figured it out, but my wife wasn't. Dude, it was summertime, and with a front wheel drive, you couldn't get up the road.
Wow.
You needed a fucking 4-wheel drive to drive up the gravel. I was like, I'll take it. I'll take it. It's mine.
And she said, absolutely not.
Well,
It's
you know
not-
what? The funny thing is I started to just divorce your ass.
That's funny.
It's
You
like-
got to have a dune buggy to get here. I'm with you, though.
You just had to walk. You'd be okay if you just walk.
You don't leave in the snow, but that's okay with me, too. I'm like, dude, I'll take the woods.
Park the car at the bottom of the hill and just walk.
Yeah. Hey, man, I'm with you. I'll take the woods. I don't need to see anybody. I don't need to see my neighbors. Fuck them.
I'm exactly like that. I don't want to see my neighbors. You might be there, but the trees will occlude you.
Yeah.
So anyway, the bottom line is that, you know what? I think stay-at-home mom, if she wants to do that, because my wife had a PhD, she could have made more money. But you know what? As it turned out, I got, she did a really good job, and I didn't even know it. Sometimes, I've told you those stories. Calling me from a goddamn lake is not the wisest thing to do.
Yeah. Well, but you made enough to make it work. Some of these guys ain't making enough money.
There were no frills.
You're an educated. You have education. You're Navy and all that shit. Some of these guys don't even have nothing, and I'm like,
but
I
you gotta be careful with that. It's really none of your business. If they don't ask for advice, don't give it to them.
Yeah, I'm with you. I agree with that. Unsolicited advice is called unsolicited advice.
It's called "You're Not My Daddy."
Yeah, it's called "Fuck You" and "Don't Meddle." I'm with you. Actually, unsolicited advice is actually subtle criticism. You know what I mean? It's subtle criticism.
Well, I think you're probably right about that.
Yeah. Let me tell you what to do here, mister. So.
Well, and not only that, but me, I'll drop a one-liner disguised as advice. And,
yes, you do. Yes, you do.
But
always on the back end,
Ryan,
it's like a backhanded comment.
But Ryan, you're not a dick. I am. Everybody knows it.
Yeah, I know.
I have firmly accepted that I am a dick, and I'm a crotchety old man. Don't be me, Ryan. Be a good guy. Let me be
trying.
the good.
I'm trying. It's hard. It's hard to. It's hard. It's hard some days, but I want to be a nice guy. I like being a nice guy. I like being a nice guy.
Fuck that. You know what? I'm nice until I just get pissed off. It's like, dude.
It's true.
And you know what? I was trying to get this particular video because I actually want your reaction to this. And it's funny. I was stone cold sober, and it was like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I'd gone to sleep early. You know how you'll wake up, at like 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
And I started listening to this show, and I'm like, well, yeah, you know what, kids? I think, I wasn't really thinking kids, but I'm like, y'all are just going off the rails with this kind of logic. Let me help you out. And boy, I honestly have not been on a panel since.
You catch some hell, huh?
No, I didn't catch much hell. It was honestly, I was disappointed in these people who were mostly over 30. I'm just like, you know what? I can't.
Yeah.
I can't be exposed to this because it will rot my soul.
Was it about men and women fucking cheating on each other? And they always talk about that. All women are cheaters. I'm like, well, not necessarily, and maybe their relationship
Can you believe
sucks.
someone would say some shit like that?
That's all these people talk about is this shit. And
that's why I do news.
It's the Andrew Tate world.
Oh my God.
It's the Andrew Tate shit, right? Where man, just keep working on your money and keep working on your body and blah, 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 and all this shit. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, he's wanted, by the way, he's wanted in Romania on sex trafficking charges.
He's been
but let's be
there.
like that guy.
He's been wanted there for a while.
Yeah, so it's kind of the red pill thing, right? Red pill.
You know what? I don't even know that it's red pill.
Women are too masculine now, Stanley. I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? How are women too masculine? What? Because they have to go get jobs and shit? God forbid. So I don't know. I hear all this shit. I'm just like, whatever. So.
Well, I mean,
maybe it's because her husband's playing video games at the house. He's sitting on his ass playing video games. What about that? So anyway, you there? I lose you?
Yeah, no, I'm still here. Deacon Dave, God damn it. You know what? Somewhere, I think this is the video. Because I actually do want the reaction, but I can't remember where. See, I never clip stuff. And I probably should.
Yeah, this is it's okay. Etouffee.
But
I just made some etouffee today. Oh yeah. I just made some
tell me you don't
right
eat etouffee every day.
No, I don't. But we were talking about
it. Are there different types of etouffee?
Shrimp and different ones. But we were talking about it, and I was like, man, I think I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna make etouffee. So yeah, kind of got a lax day at work, so why not, right?
Look, you know what? Actually, I kind of have a question. If you were to move down to Georgia, what would you do? Retire?
Well, that's now. No, I would do the same thing. I'm in commercial building. I would just transfer down there. So.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of, a lot of the stuff I do is from home, so I kind of got the ability to do that, But they're building stuff in Georgia. They're building stuff everywhere. So, but
oh shoot, they're building stuff in Bryan County. You want to be? You want to build a battery plant for Hyundai? They're looking for
probably pretty basic. But I think a lot of those, because that's just going to be a tilt up. It's not going to be like I'm more involved in like hospitals and shit like that. That's more complicated builds. But but they're building hospitals. The healthcare industry's doing well. Colleges, stuff like that. So, but,
I talked to my son about being a civil engineer, and he wasn't really into it.
I think it's super neat, but it's the least paying of all the engineering jobs.
Really?
So,
wait, hold it. They're industrial engineers.
Well, they can make money, but if you're talking
but
highway
motherfuckers,
infrastructure,
they're the least technical.
That's true. If I could do that, I would be somewhere in the foundation engineering, something like that. I've always found that to be fascinating, because the building stands up on good ground, and that's it,
Do you ever come across materials engineers? Is there anything a materials engineer can do in construction?
They're mainly looking at, absolutely. I mean, the funny thing is, a lot of construction methodology comes from Europe, especially in concrete and cement. So, they've had it forever. So a lot of it comes from Europe, more than you would think. But it's a lot of polymer modified. That's a plastic. Yeah, they're always developing new stuff. I mean, they're always carbon fiber is now used in buildings.
Well,
to
no, I mean
strengthen
like
stuff.
out on a site.
What do you mean? I don't know
I
what
don't
you mean
know.
by
You
that.
know what?
Like if you're in materials,
there was a
the
time
material
in my
people are like,
life
okay,
where I wanted to build bridges. I
yeah,
found them fascinating.
Yeah, that rocks. But the materials are kind of already.
That's basically civil, right?
That's civil, yeah, and somewhat structural because it's standing up. You know, so you'll have structural and civil, you know, in the design. But you know, they're essentially industrial. You start to get into automation systems and things like that, and that's stuff that starts to get difficult. Automation systems, you know, for industrial construction.
Right.
So, but you know, electrical engineer, mechanical engineer for buildings, mechanical, really, they can do anything. But
Well, you know, I was about to say that. Do mechanical? I've heard of safety engineers who are mechanical. They're like really the racehorses. In aeronautical and mechanical are similar.
You start to get
those
into
are
some of those, and I have no idea about aeronautical engineering. No clue. So,
well, I had a friend of mine who was like aeronautical, and he told me, you know, it's essentially, you know, mechanical, except you concentrate on fluids or something like that. It was something, you know, I'm not an engineer, like trained.
Yeah.
And,
but you've
I
been
think
around
sometimes with the software stuff, they tend to stretch it, except there are places, and this is actually one of the reasons I wanted my son to go to somewhere like Vanderbilt, where they teach the engineering they teach the computer science in the engineering department.
Gotcha.
So you're going to have to do like some basics. You know, you won't be a mechanical engineer, but you will have that base. But I think Georgia Tech Georgia Tech has a whole school of computing. So there are two tracks. You can do the software engineering, or you can do the actual computer engineering, which I think is more geared towards electrical. And I kind of like, if I had to do it, I'd do the computer engineering because I'm not, you know, I can do software, but I couldn't imagine fucking like doing that forever.
Yeah.
And my son doesn't want to do the actual, like, I know he can do it. He can do the goddamn math.
But he wants to do computer.
No, he wants to do software engineering. But I don't fuss because he literally first started talking about it when he was 6.
Well, there you go.
Did you not? You're not gonna. I'm not. He literally, like, his first Xbox.
He wouldn't take it apart.
No, he didn't want to take it apart. He started wondering how the software was written. He's literally been interested, and you can't deter that. You can try and divert it, get interested in something else, but it's always been what he did. Which is funny because he never, he wouldn't get on a computer and, do software, but he made A's in computer shit. Because there are a couple AP classes, like the basics, and then there is one specifically, and how he ever did it, I don't know. But anyway,
6 years old, you can't fight that. 6 years old, you got to let him.
No, and let's not say 6. It was between 7 and 8. I got that wrong.
Well, he hasn't wavered on it, so rock and roll.
Well, he talked about architecture.
That's cool.
But that was very short lived. It's always been consistent.
Architecture is art. It's art.
He's
it's kind of
actually pretty
removed from
good at
engineering.
he's actually good at art, surprisingly.
Okay. I tell people this: architecture, they design it, and they want all these flowing curves
Right.
and wide
Right.
spans. And the engineer says, "Yep, we can do that. We can't do that. We can do this. We can't do that." And so the engineer kind of makes the architect. Every building has an architect and then an engineering firm to make sure the building.
You
will
get
stand
your
up.
wish list.
Yeah, that's it. So the engineer is the realist, the architect is the idealist, and So, but if he's good at art, then that's kind of an architecture's along that line. More
Well, I
so
won't
than-
say he's good. I will say he can do it.
Okay.
I've seen him do some things that were pretty impressive. But
cool.
my brother was kind of the same thing. My brother's first job was repairing computers. This is how old I am.
Wow.
And I think I told you this motherfucker was making. My father used to complain. This dude was making this is back in the 90s. No, wait, hold it. So it probably would have been in the early 90s. My brother was making $20,000 working part-time. Fucking I was this dude is making $20,000. Now this is back in the early 90s and the late 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Part-time fucking job in high school, and my father used to complain. It was
no shit.
You're fucking up my time.
Oh, no shit, because he was hitting him on. That's funny. What, repairing a Commodore 64, huh?
Oh, no. He started. Well, no, there were PCs. It was a friend of my father's, and my brother was like, "Yeah, I can repair computers." And my father thought it was "Where did you learn?" Well, he learned it from me, by the way, because I used to do that shit. Anyway, no one believed. Yeah, let's see what he can do. He told his friend, "Yeah, he says he can do it." All of a sudden, my son was like. And then, the computer repair and stuff, but then, and this, I don't know where he learned from. They were like, oh shit, he can build websites. Dude was doing corporate websites. There was a hospital system. It's Candler General. It wasn't a local hospital. It was one of these, an early precursor to something how these hospital systems, they will span half a state.
Mm-hmm.
He was designing websites for corporations.
Inova.
As a fucking teenager.
Wow. What's he do now? Is he still involved in that?
Yeah, actually he's a researcher. He's a computer researcher now. He does AI shit.
That's cool.
But dude, he's 13 years younger than I was, and he will say, and I think he's being a little generous, but no, he and I used to play on a Commodore 64.
Yeah.
He was 5 and I was what, fucking 18. He would take the right side of the computer keyboard. I would take the left side. And we played Castle Wolfenstein.
That's funny.
It is funny.
That's funny. That was in the early 80s, man. Early 80s.
It was mid 80s, high school, that sort of stuff.
There's really good old days.
He's really good at it. Yeah, I'm 13 years older.
My older stepbrother's a computer guy. That's how you know that someone's older. When people ask what someone does, younger people say he's a network specialist. I say, oh, he does computers. It's a he's a network engineer. He's this, he's that. I say, oh yeah, that guy does computers for a living. that shows that I'm old and not very good with these things. You know, I can't get behind the windows. When I open up my laptop, I can't get behind the windows. Like in other words, to where it's just a cursor. That's how bad I am, you know. But I know you can go behind there.
You know,
So-
I think, computers are just kind of like a natural thing. Like, back in the old days, like I learned computers on Apple IIe's, which we're talking like 1983. And I took the computer class instead of the typing class and have regretted it ever since. But once you start kind of understanding how computers think, algorithms, it's really almost like a philosophy, understanding what computers do. How you'll sit down and they'll say, "Oh, this system is intuitive." Well, it's intuitive if you understand how it's a really logical process. Like I can sit down.
I know it's X's and O's. It's binary,
No,
And-
it's more than that. It's a style. Have you seen the Superman movie, which I have not seen, by the way, but I've seen clips from it. And
I saw the old ones.
Well, no, this is like the latest one.
I haven't seen
But there's a clip that you'll see on YouTube where he's got to do some computer shit to save the world. So the guy, like the Lex Luthor's head computer guy, comes up to Mr. Terrific, and he goes, "Well, hey, I can help." So the superhero, Mr. Terrific, goes, "I don't need your help," and just like shoves the guys away. Like he puts his hand on his forehead and just shoves the guy away. He goes, "I don't need your help. I'm Mr. Fantastic, god damn it." So sits down and starts typing at the computer. Sometimes you just don't need the help. There's a whole aesthetic behind understanding computers. There's some people who can literally sit down at a computer and it's almost like picking up a language. You know how some people will just pick up languages real quick? That's kind of what computers are.
Yeah, I'm. That's not me. But I know some people can and do. My stepbrother definitely he's a computer guy. That's what he does still. He's writes programs and all that shit.
I think it started with Star Trek. you had to be a Star Trek fan.
That's way back. So yeah. Well, listen, I got to go to the dentist, so I'm getting ready to boogie, Stanley. But I'll pull up.
All right. Well,
I'll pull up later.
It is getting long in the tooth. I'm 6 hours. No, you run along. I did a startup, like a pop-up show yesterday.
Okay.
But we'll see. At a minimum, I'll be back in the morning.
I try to keep an eye out, and but I've been away and stuff. I just got back. So hey, if you want to check out something interesting, and even your son, there's a show called Casey Jones, Professional Engineer. He talks about building all kinds of stuff in our country and others. It's a
on
neat show.
YouTube.
It's a YouTube guy, Casey Jones, Professional Engineer, and that's how I found out about. Oh yeah, he's a PE. He's a foundation guy, but he's always looking at structures, why they fail. I mean, there's a couple buildings failing right now. One of them's in Los Angeles.
He doesn't happen to have a business like and
He's
I
a
don't want
consultant.
to keep you, but yeah, I've met guys like that before, who are like super engineers, but essentially they do these safety consultancies.
He does that.
This one guy was like safety by design. And, you know, he would do everything from consulting on industrial engineering and manufacturing processes to the building part. Yeah, those guys are fucking super engineers. Those PEs, like the right kind of PE. Yeah, those guys are
This guy, they call him so there's a building in New York and one in LA. One of them's now leaning and it's undermining underneath it. So they got him involved in that one. And he's involved in the Rhode Island Bridge. He lives up there. And this thing.
Oh wait, not the one over Narragansett Bay into Newport.
That might be it. It's been in litigation for years. It's a fucking disaster.
Oh shit!
It's a train
Dude,
wreck.
I used to go over that thing. I used to live in Newport.
It's a low bridge. It's not like a high. It's not an arc.
That's on the other side. Then this one was like a. But I think I might know because there's one on the backside from Middletown. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna have a look at that because I
Casey Jones, interesting guy. He's an interesting guy. He talked about that bridge in China. But the interesting thing is, like, he deals with the earth, like foundations and underpinning and how buildings are anchored. And there's a bunch of more failures than you would think. More. I mean, it's because we're just walking around out here. Everything's fine. But this dude goes out and he's like, okay, the building is leaning. Yeah, we're talking about massive buildings here, right? It's leaning, 2 foot at the top to one side because the foundation is undermining. Like, it's pretty wild. But Casey Jones,
can you actually fix something like that?
Yeah, I mean, there's things you can do, but when you're in a situation like that,
you're leaning more. You're not gonna set it back level, are you? Not that I don't know of a way to do that in terms of you could shore it up. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to. But not a skyscraper.
No, fuck no. It's too much weight. I don't know how you would right size that. You know what I mean? You get that back to normal, but you could at least stabilize what's under it. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's what But yeah, it's pretty wild. So, but he gets into a lot of that stuff. Where just this building's doing this building's doing that, bridges, all kinds of different structures. So, but mainly when they're failing. So that's why it's interesting to me, But anyway, Casey Jones, like I guess that's his real name. I don't know, but check him out. He's pretty well.
Like the legendary baseball player Casey Jones at bat.
I was thinking about the Grateful Dead song. Driving that plane high on, that one. So. Casey Jones. Yeah. So, but anyway, all right. Well, look, I'm gonna scramble. I'll talk to you soon, Stan.
All right.
See you, buddy. Yeah. See you. Bye.
All right, folks. Well, let's see. Almost 7 hours, and we got 8 people in the chat. God damn it! I'm never gonna be successful at this, apparently. Well, let's see here. We must do at least one of these: democracy for whites, hypocrisy for Negroes, and it goes with something I'm reading right now, actually. So let's do this.
What do we call someone who preaches one thing but practices another? That's a hypocrite, right? Well, it turns out that there were no shortages of hypocrites in 1940s America. One group realized the hypocrisy, and the other was in complete denial. Let's see why. Continuing from the 1945 book Black Metropolis by Dr. St. Clair Drake and Horace Caton. Integrity. The problem which faced America was essentially a moral problem. First, who was America? They're referring to the government, the labor unions, the churches, and the white citizens. In short, America here meant white America as a collective. Now, what was the problem? The problem was that white America preached freedom, equality, and democracy, yet denied those to millions of Negroes. So it was a moral problem because it forced white Americans to choose between truth and hypocrisy. It cut deeply into the cultural contradictions of the society. Again, they preached freedom, equality, and democracy, but practiced segregation, oppression, and exclusion. So the moral problem they had to face cut deep down into the very foundation they claimed to stand on. America was not prepared to meet it, having neither the moral stamina nor the psychological background to deal with it. While there were a few white people who demanded that Negroes be granted complete equality at once, the response of many white liberals was to tell Negroes to be patient, to adopt an optimism unwarranted by reality. There were always exceptions. We know that. Some whites saw the hypocrisy for what it was. But most liberals wanted Negroes to walk slow like turtles, waiting forever before they were ever allowed full equality. For the intellectual maturity and the moral integrity which would make possible the unification of collective aims for a solution of the problem did not exist, meaning white Americans didn't have the brains or the courage to find a real solution to the problem. Now, why don't the authors just speak it in plain English? Why are they doing all this run around and big word talk? Because the sweet talking is part of being bound to the academic world. They have to dress it up with the fancy language and use the big words and make it appear like it's neutral. It's not their fault because they're just doing what that world requires. But this is one of the ways that the average person gets barred from the higher knowledge, because a lot of it is veiled in these academic terms and they require translation to be easily understood. Now let's continue. Other white people reacted either with fear or hate. In the South, and often in other parts of the country too, they feared that their prerogatives as white people were being challenged. In the colonial South, voting rights, legal rights, labor rights, land rights, and a whole host of other rights were carved out for one group and denied to the others. Those privileges were provided under the banner of white. That's what made that identity appealing and sticky. Not that there was some grand revelation under the heavens that say we should all be some white people. That's not what it is. It's the simple fact of those perks being denied to others, but given to them. So centuries later, when Negroes began gaining access little by little to those privileges, they feared their prerogatives as white people were being challenged. That was the purpose of buying into whiteness to begin with. To have all the privileges and deny them to others. That gap right in there is what fed their pride. And it allowed meaning to be built around being white. And as that gap closed, they feared the outcome. They were infuriated by the Negro press and were in terror of the emotions which they sensed behind the mask-like countenances of their once humble black servants. There was no background of understanding or even sympathy with which they could interpret the upsurge of feeling on the part of Negroes, nor did their stereotyped notion of the Negro and his place allow them to envisage with tolerance or understanding his new demands. Meaning Southern whites had no reference point to make sense of Negroes demanding rights. The only reference point they had was Negroes being underneath them at the bottom. Their minds projected an old storyline that still told them that Negroes were humble, subservient, and in their place. They couldn't process the idea of a Negro being an equal. If you want to know how that felt for them, then imagine someone trying to convince you that a dog is your equal. How would you respond to that? You're not having it. And neither were they. They could explain his behavior only as the result of a plot of communist agitators, fascist agents, and the subversive Negro press. This was a loop back to the Civil War era. Whites couldn't even imagine Negroes even thinking about freedom back then. When Negroes did think about freedom, it was attributed to Northern whites planting foreign ideas into their minds. And the same thing is happening here nearly a century later. The Negro demands weren't seen as inherently real, but rather something that was instigated by outsiders. America was not mentally equipped to deal with this demand for democracy, equality, and fair play raised by its largest minority, even though it was constantly repeating that the nation was founded on these very principles. Where were they repeating it? The churches, Pledge of Allegiance, speeches, propaganda, and a whole bunch more places. Negroes were looking at this and thinking to themselves, this doesn't make any sense. Now think about a person who goes around the country preaching faithfulness in relationships and putting on the front that they live that way. But behind the scenes, they cheat, have all types of side women, mess around with other people's spouses, and then on top of that, they act like nothing ever happened. Most humans don't like people who are like this because it shows bad character. In their own way, white Americans were this very same thing. As Gunnar Myrdal has stated,
trying to defend their behavior to others, and primarily to themselves, people will attempt to conceal the conflict between their different valuations of what is desirable and undesirable, right or wrong, by keeping some valuations from awareness, and by focusing attention on others. For the same opportune purpose, people will twist and mutilate their beliefs of how social reality actually is.
Meaning people hide their actions that go against their values, and they play mental mind games with themselves so they could live with their hypocrisy. The authors put this quote in here to imply that the hypocrisy of white Americans was due to a deliberate twisting of reality and ignoring what was actually in front of them. When Negro maids quit their jobs in domestic service to take positions in war industries to produce for the arsenal of democracy, many white housewives discovered a plot and an organization whose purpose was simply to annoy them. Like wildfire, rumors spread, and many people firmly believed them, that elaborately financed bumping and pushing campaigns had been organized, although for 75 years, their leaders had been unable to organize Negroes on any such scale for any purpose. The bumping and pushing campaign meant that Negroes were bumping into whites on the sidewalk and pushing past them in the streetcars. Basically acts of rudeness. And whites imagined that this was somehow an organized effort. But the authors point out that there's irony in this, because they say that for 75 years, they couldn't effectively organize Negroes for any meaningful purpose. But somehow now, they somehow pulled off some flawless plan to be rude. So it's just showing how whites were delusional in these instances. Unable to deal with or even face the moral issue involved, America stood frozen and paralyzed before its Negro problem, the divergent and contradictory streams of thought in its culture, and its inability even to envisage a different pattern of race relations prevented it from conceiving a rational approach to a solution. Faced with the problem in its most acute state, it was unable to plan action to meet the impending crisis, which was racial explosion and exposed hypocrisy. Nothing illustrates better the confusion and impotence that existed in race relations than the Detroit riot, which happened in 1943, 2 years before this book was published. Negroes moved into Detroit in large numbers. Job competition was fierce, housing was limited, and sparks began to fly. The government knew, as did all the reading public, that it was just a question of time before racial violence would break out in Detroit. All the evidence was before the people, but the government, the labor unions, the churches, and the solid citizens were powerless to do anything about it. So a society convulsed by fear found itself not only unable to act rationally, but unable to act at all. Again, America resorted to artificial techniques, to magic, in trying to meet the problem. Meaning, instead of directly facing the root issue of white supremacy and their hypocrisy, they resorted to mental magic tricks, the deliberate twisting of reality we talked about earlier. Rather than face the moral issue, society placed its reliance in planning, in frantically organized committees to prevent race riots, in anything that would allow it to escape the reality of its confusion and impotence. So they created surface level solutions to act like they were real attempts to solve the problem. They were uncomfortable facing the shadow self. A lot of lessons can be gleaned from this, don't you think? I thank you for your time and attention. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael. And I'll see you in the free world.
Oh boy.
Welcome back to
Well,
Divas Fest,
we're not
Charlotte.
going to do
I'm
this
Anastasia.
video.
This is the
I still want a signature sign off. God damn it. I keep forgetting about that. Well, let's see here. I think I've got a bunch of these Brooklyn St. Michael things because I've been remiss in showing them. So I have about probably 4 or 5 more. And once I do that, I think I'll be done for the day. You know, actually, I want to watch this. No, got to be consistent. Sorry about the slow computer. I don't know what's up with this thing today. So we're going to finish up the Brooklyn St. Michael. The Negro as marginal man in Chicago's what?
Negroes and whites in
Oh,
Chicago
Chicago's
were locked into a
battleground.
fight over space, jobs, politics, and housing. Now, what can you expect when these two clash? We're going to find out now. Continuing from the 1945 book Black Metropolis by Dr. St. Clair Drake and Horace Caton. Service. Negroes and whites in Chicago are consciously competing for space, for jobs, for political power, and for status. This was the conflict the author spoke about in the previous commentary. Out of it, they expected a new pattern of racial relations to emerge, because this competition didn't exist in the South. The Negro wasn't allowed to compete with whites on this level. So what was happening in Chicago was new. Underlying this conscious competition, of course, is the struggle for existence, a basic and unconscious biological process which is modified by economic factors as well as by the demographic characteristics of the various ethnic groups. For example, age, sex distribution, and marital status. What they're saying here is that survival is really the root cause underneath all of the political and street fights. When the economy is bad, there are fewer jobs, and survival pressure increases. If there are more young single men, then the pressure on jobs, housing, and daily resources is heavier than if it were mostly older single women. So survival drives the conflict, but how it plays out depends on the economy, the age of the people, and the family structure. Competition for space is a basic ecological process which, in a city where race and ethnic segregation occurs, is interpreted by nearly everyone as competition between the ethnic groups. When they say competition for space is a basic ecological process, that's referring to living organisms in general. Wild animals fight for space, the wolves protect their hunting ground, and even plants compete for sunlight. The same principle shows up in the city as the human animal fights for territory, whether that's jobs, housing, or school. And when one group moves into an area, then another group feels like they're being pushed out. That's why space in Chicago was viewed as racial competition. Negroes are limited in their competition for jobs by lack of training as well as by unfair employment practices. Negroes were limited in job skills the same way animals get limited in the wild. Without training, they were like hunters with dull claws. They could chase, but they could never catch enough prey. And even when Negroes had the skill, the unfair job practices worked like a bigger predator that's guarding the water hole. That was the whites. And probably only in times of acute labor shortage do they compete with whites on anything approaching equal terms. And even then, not for jobs in the highest occupational brackets. It was like hyenas or wild dogs eating after the lions have finished their share. Because when labor was short, Negroes could go and grab some of the jobs, but never the prime spots. And even in shortages, the highest brackets still stayed reserved for the whites. Yet some few Negroes have obtained positions of economic power in the city. There are always exceptions, since the political power of Negroes, although circumscribed, is fully appreciated by Chicago politicians and by Chicago Negroes themselves. Negroes have made occupational gains which they could not have attained through other means. In social matters, the principle of fixed status operates, which means whites at the top and Negroes at the bottom. That's a fixed status. Whites loved it, and Negroes couldn't figure out how to get from under it. Negroes do not belong to white churches or social clubs, nor do they generally marry into white families. And there is a system of social classes among Negroes which is distinct from that of the whites. Negroes set up their own class system. Lighter color, professionals and moneymakers at the top, new Southern migrants and unskilled laborers at the bottom. The rise of a separate Negro social structure is a response to the fixed status of Negroes as enforced by whites wherever intimate contacts prevail. Since Negroes couldn't move on up to the east side with the whites, they built their own social structures in their community. Remember, whites set up the social game so that people would perceive them as the gold standard, the thing to try to reach to. That's why becoming the white man was tied to success for the European immigrants. Negroes couldn't Mighty Morphin Power Ranger their way into becoming the white man. So they built their own class structure, but deep down, many of them still believed that being closer to white meant higher status. The Negro is ever attempting to widen the sphere of opportunity within the areas of life where he is already competing. Each new achievement of a Negro, whether it be the winning of a world's title in sports or a new appointed position in the city government, is hailed by the Negro press as a step forward. Anything that gave them some form of confidence or sense of moving forward was used. Dr. E. Franklin Frazier, in his 1957 book, Black Bourgeoisie, talks about Negroes making myths out of the world of make-believe. A Negro who did good in a northern university was reported to be a genius. And Negroes were reported to know so much about a subject that no university in the world had a faculty with enough knowledge to give them a PhD. These are some of the things that they were creating, which makes sense in their world because at least something could be celebrated as moving forward. So that's how they looked at it, whether it was small in the grand scheme or not. New migrants are amazed and delighted to see Negro policemen, to have a Negro alderman, to be served by a Negro employee at the public library. This was a rare sight in the South. So of course it was a highlight for them. After a time, the gains of the Negro in the North are taken for granted, and the Negro loses more and more of the caste mentality which he could not avoid developing in the South, and comes to think of himself as being able to advance to a status beyond any allowed him there. In the South, Negroes carried a caste system mentality, which was an acceptance of their place at the bottom. But in the North, the pressure wasn't nearly as intense to keep that mentality. So there was some room that was available for the mind to give birth to new ways of thinking. The mind can bend and it can reshape, either consciously or unconsciously. And after some time in a new environment, what looked impossible yesterday becomes the new baseline for today. That's what happened with Negroes moving north. Social distance fixes the role of the Negro in certain spheres of social life, yet competition allows him to widen the other areas in which he participates. It is the interaction of these two processes, competition and fixed status, which determines his position in the social structure at any given moment. This conflict between the Negro's fixed status in some areas and his right to compete in others is reflected in the individual personality. In a northern city such as Chicago, influenced by the democratic ideology and the freedom of city life, the Negro lives in two worlds, the white world and the Negro world. He becomes aware of the contradiction between the ideology of democracy, which emphasizes free competition, and the efforts of the white world to fix his status. In the public, white Americans preached freedom and justice, opportunity for all. But behind the scenes, they played games to keep Negroes at the bottom, excluding them from living out that dream that they were presenting to the world. And this hypocrisy was evident to Negroes. While in the South, there is little doubt how he is expected to act, in a city like Chicago, he is often not at all sure. He may work for a white man and receive recognition for his skill and capabilities, but he must not marry the boss's daughter. That rule was established nationwide for the Negro. It didn't matter if the North had a legacy of slavery or not. No marrying the daughter was allowed. That somehow still crept its way from the South on over to the North. He may be awarded a degree from a university, but he cannot expect to practice medicine in a white hospital, or to be pledged to a white fraternity, or attend the senior formal dance, at least under ordinary circumstances. Remember, separation was part of keeping that status pure. This is what created the psychological distance where meaning could be created. For example, if I make it to where that I can do something and someone else is not allowed to do it, then I can create a layer of meaning in between there that explains why that is. Whites kept that distance, and the layer of meaning they created was that they were superior to Negroes. But there is no strict rule to guide him. White Northerners, too, are themselves often uncertain as to how they should act toward Negroes, what to expect from them, and how far to treat them as equals. If equality is merged, then the foundation of whiteness goes away. So it's shaky grounds here because the backbone of white identity was built on dominating people and being superior to people. So to close the gap means to destroy the foundation of it. What has been termed the marginal personality, and all Negroes in Chicago are to some degree marginal, results from this dual position in society. The fact that in a supposedly democratic society they are allowed to compete for some values, but not for others, sets up a conflict in most Negroes' minds. If their status were unalterably fixed and explicitly defined in all aspects of community life, to an extent that has not existed even in the South, Negroes would perhaps, over a period of time, become accommodated to this situation, or else be exterminated. That's if the North was more rigorous than the South. Negroes would either submit or be wiped out if they had no wiggle room at all, so they could free themselves from a permanently fixed status. If, on the other hand, Negroes could compete fully and equally in all spheres of life, they would develop a mentality no different from that of other persons in the society. Which means what? No walking around asking themselves if they belong somewhere, not thinking someone is always looking down on them, not being insecure about being in a place. They would just exist in society. But slavery, the Jim Crow South, and other forms of white oppression put so much pressure on them that it was nearly impossible for them, or for at least most of them, to ever feel that way. In either case, the marginal man would disappear, since his personality arises out of the confusion that exists in the minds of persons in a society which countenances the principles of fixed status and of free competition. This, then, is a statement of the Negro problem as it has existed through time and in Midwest metropolis during the Depression and the Second World War. But although this statement may describe the Negro problem as it has existed, it does not show the total impact of the crisis in race relations which faced Black metropolis, the United States, and the world during the Second World War. And we'll stop right here. Now, hopefully you have gained some insight, and I appreciate your time and attention. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world.
And once again, damn it, I gotta come up with a signature sign off. I can't do it. I cannot be. I don't even think his sign off is cheesy. I just wish I could do something that significant. All right, so this is the White House press conference, and this dude, I'm just gonna, and I haven't listened to it, but I saw the beginning of it, and I am fucking stunned. So here we go, and maybe I'm overreacting.
Tardiness today. Thanks for being here. Another packed room. It's good to see. We'll begin with a scheduling update today. President Trump will commemorate the 24th anniversary of 9/11 on Thursday with a visit to the Pentagon Memorial in the morning, followed by an appearance at the New York Yankees game at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx on Thursday evening. Next week, as you all know, the President and the First Lady will depart for their historic state visit to the United Kingdom on Tuesday, and they return to Washington on Thursday. Today, I would like to address the tragedy that has not received nearly enough media attention, the brutal murder of Irina Zarutska. Here are the facts that many outlets have shamefully and intentionally failed to report until President Trump drew attention to it. On August 22nd, Irina Zarutska was stabbed to death on the rail system in Charlotte, North Carolina, by a savage career criminal. This is a public transportation system that many in the area use every single day to go to school and work. Irina was on the train that night traveling home from her job at a pizzeria, still in uniform from her shift. This beautiful, innocent 23-year-old young woman was a Ukrainian refugee who had recently fled her country for a chance at a safer life and a promising new beginning here in the United States of America. But tragically, a public transportation system in a major American city was more dangerous than the active war zone that she left. The president and the entire White House are praying for her family and friends during this unimaginably difficult time. But while we extend our thoughts and prayers, we must also seek justice for this crime and call attention to this heinous incident. Surveillance video of the killing was finally released to the public this past Friday. It shows the alleged killer, DeCarlos Brown Jr., pull out a knife, get up from his seat behind Irina, and prepare to thrust a blade into her neck before the released footage gets cut. This is pure evil on full display. The most enraging and unacceptable part of this story is that her death was entirely preventable. DeCarlos Brown never should have been on that train that night. In fact, he should have been behind bars. DeCarlos Brown has been charged with crimes no fewer than 14 times, dating back to 2011, including for armed robbery, felony larceny, breaking and entering, and shoplifting. Brown had previously served 5 years in prison for a robbery with a deadly weapon charge, and he had also forfeited bonds 3 different times, twice in 2014 and once in 2023. Despite all of this past documented criminal history, when Brown was arrested yet again in January of this past year, a Democrat judge, who I will add was a strong supporter of former Vice President Kamala Harris, released this insane criminal once again without requiring him to pay any bail. He simply had to sign a written promise to return for his court hearing. Think about how crazy it is to ask a career criminal, someone who by definition repeatedly breaks the law, to just sign a written promise and come back again another day. This is madness. This monster should have been locked up, and Arena should still be alive. But Democrat politicians, liberal judges, and weak prosecutors would rather virtue signal than lock up criminals and protect their communities. And perhaps most shamefully of all, the majority of the media, many outlets in this room, decided that her murder was not worth reporting on originally because it does not fit a preferred narrative. Many of the journalists in this room spilled plenty of ink trying to smear Daniel Penny for defending a subway car from a deranged lunatic in New York City, but none of those same reporters lift a finger to write stories about an actual murderer. Here's the truth that every American must know. Too many innocent people across the country continue to pay the price of the failed experiment known as cashless bail that has been championed by the Democrat Party for years. All the way back in 2020, North Carolina's then Democrat Governor Roy Cooper established a so-called task force for racial equity in criminal justice. Sounds nice, but it's not. That task force was co-authored by then Attorney General and current Democrat Governor Josh Stein. It recommended, quote, reimagining public safety to, quote, promote diversion and other alternatives to arrest. It also advised to de-emphasize some felony crimes, prioritize, quote, restorative justice, and eliminate cash bail. Democrats in North Carolina and nationwide are consumed with pushing a woke, soft on crime agenda, no matter how many innocent Americans suffer as a result. Instead of aggressively prosecuting and locking up violent criminals, the Democrat-backed cashless bail approach lets these criminals roam free in our country to offend again and again. These reckless policies have turned too many of American cities into hunting grounds for career criminals who mock our justice system, drain law enforcement resources, and wreak havoc on law-abiding citizens. Enough is enough, and that is why President Trump is doing everything in his power by taking action to undo these absurd policies. The president recently signed a powerful executive order directing the AG to submit a list of states and local jurisdictions with cashless bail policies so that the Trump administration may identify federal funds that are being provided to these states and can potentially be suspended or terminated. President Trump firmly believes that to maintain order in public safety, we must incarcerate individuals whose pending criminal charges or criminal history demonstrate a clear, ongoing risk to civil society. This is a common sense and sensible approach that the vast majority of Americans agree with, and it's time for the Democrat Party to get on board with what is right. When these criminals are caught, they must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and be sent to prison, where they can no longer terrorize our streets. This is the mandate the American people delivered to President Trump, and it's a mandate he intends to fulfill. Staying on the topic of public safety, new preliminary data released today by Customs and Border Protection in August shows that President Trump has delivered the most secure border in American history. For the 4th straight month, 0 illegal aliens were released into the United States by CBP. Nationwide encounters are down 93%, below the peak of the Biden administration. Border Patrol apprehensions on the southwest border in the entire month of August were less than what was apprehended in 4 days in August 2024 under the Biden administration. President Trump has ended disastrous Biden illegal alien invasion, and he sealed our border in record time, keeping this central promise he made to the American public. With that, I will take your questions. Here in our new media seat today, we have Michael Schellenberger, who is the founder of Public News with nearly 2 million readers and subscribers. Michael, thank you for being here today. And why don't you kick us off? Sure.
Thank you for making space for new media.
Well, I'll just add, thus it begins. One screen wasn't good enough. They had to have two.
Nice to meet all of you. It's great to be here. I want to see if you could give some the president is considering additional measures against Europe and Brazil, not just for censorship, but also for preventing political candidates from actually competing in elections. We've now seen in Romania, France, and now Germany with Joachim Paul, efforts to basically just prevent candidates from being able to compete in elections. The president has shown some concern around President Bolsonaro, who's being prevented from running. All of this is coming in the context of increased censorship of online platforms, of American platforms, and efforts to censor Americans. I'm personally being investigated under criminal investigation with my Brazilian colleagues for publishing the Twitter Files Brazil. We're very grateful that the president has imposed Magnitsky sanctions on the judge. Is the president considering additional actions, given that it appears that they're going to end up with a conviction against President Bolsonaro, preventing him from running?
And I'll probably be wrong because one can never predict, but why aren't you talking about what I just showed? Why are we talking about Bolsonaro? There's an emergency.
Is he considering doing anything about this crackdown in Europe? I mean, it's shocking to see Joachim Paul, this mayoral candidate in Germany, the criminal indictment against him cites him, quote, saying that he loves the Lord of the Rings as reason why he's an extremist and shouldn't be able to run. So I just wonder if you could speak to that. And again, I'm grateful to be here. Nice to meet you all. And I'm grateful for what the Trump administration has done to push for free speech abroad.
Well, thanks for being here, Michael. We appreciate it. Freedom of speech is arguably the most important issue of our time. It is enshrined in our Constitution, and the president believes in it strongly. He himself faced censorship in his road back to this beautiful Oval Office here in Washington, D.C., so he takes this very seriously, as does, I know, the Vice President of the United States and the entire Trump administration, which is why we have taken significant action with regards to Brazil in the form of both sanctions and also leveraging the use of tariffs to ensure that countries around the world are not punishing their citizens in this way. And at the same time, the president is, while he's leveraging the United States to safeguard our interests abroad, he's also making sure that freedom of speech remains here in the United States of America. So I don't have any additional actions to preview for you today, but I can tell you this is a priority for the administration, and the president is unafraid to use the economic might, the military might of the United States of America to protect free speech around the world.
Quick follow-up to that?
Sure.
Quick follow-up, which is just, there was a Reuters story saying that the Trump administration was looking at this Europe-U.S. trade deal as one of the sticking points, this issue of the censorship, not just of U.S. platforms, of Americans. Do you have any updates on how those trade talks are going? And I also wonder if the president is concerned about NATO membership. NATO membership requires that you be a democracy and you have free speech. Is it possible that some of these actions that we've seen in Romania, France, and Germany would disqualify those countries from being in NATO after this?
I have not heard the president discuss NATO membership in regards to this issue in particular, but I have heard him discuss the issue of free speech and the importance of free speech with foreign leaders around the world, including the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. When we were in Scotland, the president brought this up and how important it is for the Prime Minister to protect free speech in the UK and in various conversations with other world leaders. So he brings it up, and I think the entire world knows that this is a priority for the president of the United States. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Regarding the Israeli strike in Doha, how much time or how much of a heads up did the U.S. get, and does the president support the strike?
Sure. Well, I have a statement to read for all of you with respect to the Israeli strike in Doha. And here it is. This morning, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that as Israel was attacking Hamas, which very unfortunately was located in a section of Doha, the capital of Qatar. Unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza, is a worthy goal. President Trump immediately directed Special Envoy Witkoff to inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did. The president views Qatar as a strong ally and friend of the United States and feels very badly about the location of this attack.
Let me make one point here. Netanyahu and Putin are in cahoots. That's a joke. But dude, biggest biggest military base in Qatar, US ally, Netanyahu, President Trump talking about a peace deal. Hopefully Hamas will release hostages. These people are shitting all over our president, and they want the dog whistle. This is prime MAGA.
President Trump wants all of the hostages in Gaza and the bodies of the dead released, and this war to end now. President Trump also spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu after the attack. The Prime Minister
Why isn't the press corps taking this bait?
President Trump believes this unfortunate incident will serve as
you
an
know what?
opportunity for peace. The president also
She's
spoke
hot.
to the Emir and Prime Minister of Qatar
See,
and thanked them for their support.
Look, she is hot, and questions to ponder. AAE wants to be this woman. She just found her top lip, so I'm told. And yeah, she's hot as shit. But I've actually met women who were pretty hot, and then once you talk to them and get the sense of their personality, they're not hot. That's this.
Support and friendship to our country. He assured them that such a thing will not happen again on their soil.
Clear, the president disagrees with the location of the strike and that he passed that along to Prime Minister Netanyahu.
The president just confirmed that in the statement that I just read to you, which I spoke with him about before coming out here. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. So is the president upset with Netanyahu now?
The president made his thoughts and concerns about this very clear.
She's discombobulated, folks. It's not going the way she thought it would. She thought they would take that dog whistle. Why aren't they going?
His first term. He expects all of our allies and friends in the region, that includes both Qatar and Israel, to seek peace as well. And he wants to see that happen. And he's working with all of our allies in the region to get that done.
Deacon Dave, get that bullshit out of here. She's hot until. Deacon Dave, sometimes I wonder about you. Do you ever talk to hot women? They're not hot after you talk to them. Have you never had a woman like, oh boy, she is hot, and then she starts dog whistling to you?
With respect to your first question, to answer your second question, as you heard from the president, he said he believes that this can serve as an opportunity for peace, and he's still actively and aggressively pursuing it with all of our allies and partners in the region. Jennifer.
Just to follow up on that, Caroline, are you able to say how often the president spoke to the Prime Minister of Israel before this? Because that's one question. And then what did he mean on Sunday when he posted, I've given my...
I want to point out, John, and yeah, I'm going to harp on the fucking horrible, mindless, the China syndrome, moral core failure. Notice no one's taken that bait that they just tossed out to the pack of dogs that are the press corps. Now I'm curious to know if anyone's going to ask about that bait she just tossed on the floor.
Last warning to Hamas.
Does she have to say the N-word did this to get attention?
As I told you,
Oops, sorry.
the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that Israel was attacking Hamas, and the president spoke to the prime minister after the attack, as well as, again, the emir and the prime minister of Qatar. And I know Secretary Rubio and Special Envoy were present.
Hey, Lupin, you are, hold on, let me, by the way, this is delayed. I started showing this, I think the press conference might even be over. Look, Lupin, you're old enough to remember Willie Horton. H.W. Bush did this. This is like Donald Trump's Willie Horton moment. I cannot believe they did 2 screens, not just one. They did 2 screens. You know, to put it in CT's words, that little white angel was killed by that black savage. They did a CT here. Now, I am rather surprised that no one's taken the bait just yet, but they will. I think they will. And what if they don't? Poor little Caroline.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions for you on crime crackdown.
Sure.
Democrats have tried to argue that red states have higher crime rates while overlooking problems of high crime in blue cities. I'm wondering if the president would consider working with red state governors to fix high crime in blue cities like in Memphis, Tennessee.
So first of all, I want to get to the premise of your question, Reagan, which is being pushed by Democrats, that there is crime in red states. Of course, there is crime.
Caroline is flustered that
in these cities,
they're not a.
all
Oh wait, there it
cities
goes.
that are run by Democrats. If you look at the list of the top 20 high crime cities in the United States, every single one, with the exception of one in Louisiana, is run by a Democrat. And these Democrats have supported the same policies that I spoke about at the beginning of this briefing, like cashless bail. If you look at a red state, Mississippi, but a Democrat-run city, and that.
See, what they're going to fail to do is connect this crime to cashless bail. You know what? It's literally people like Donald Trump think the race baiting, the dog whistle, and I'm actually getting a little bit more faith in the press corps and America in general. Nobody's taking that racist bullshit that Donald Trump, through his little white angel, wants to throw out. Not yet.
State Jackson. In 2019, Jackson, Mississippi eliminated cash bail for virtually all misdemeanor cases. And while Jackson is not formally a sanctuary city, the state of Mississippi formally banned sanctuary cities, and this city has acted as a de facto sanctuary city for criminals and.
Okay, all of a sudden, what city? Charlotte? Charlotte is not in Mississippi. Jackson is literally, if I recall, or is it Hattiesburg? Look, Democrat cities in Republican states. She's literally wanting to go back to Charlotte. Jackson isn't a sanctuary city. These congratulations to the press corps. They're discombobulating this silly woman, and she is slowly but surely unraveling. I haven't watched the whole thing. I want to see it in real time with y'all. They're not taking her bait.
Illegal aliens since 2017. Same thing, Birmingham, Alabama, a Democrat-run city in a red state. In 2017, the Birmingham City Council unanimously passed a resolution, quote, committing to establish sanctuary policies. So if you actually look at the facts from these Democrat-run cities, these are cities that are run by Democrats and by by members of the Democrat Party. These are blue cities.
Democrats and blue, y'all take the bait. Y'all take the bait.
Policies which allow repeated career criminals back onto the streets to further commit acts of violence. And so to answer your question, yes, the president wants to work with anyone across this country who wants to end these horrible policies and to bring law and order to our streets. And I think that is proven by his tremendous cooperation with the mayor of Washington, D.C. and our nation's capital. And just look at the results of that. And I do have some updates for you on the DC crime crackdown if anyone is
Yeah,
interested.
DC, weren't we talking about Charlotte, a whole nother state? Of course.
Made since the start of the operation on August 7th. Just last night, there were 57 arrests made in Washington, D.C. Of the 57 arrests, there were 14 illegal aliens who were arrested, many of whom had prior criminal histories. And other arrests just last night in our nation's capital, so you all can be very grateful
this story
for this.
is not going to be able to coagulate into a big
together as they should.
plot.
Made an arrest on a warrant for
On the
assault with
plot.
the intent to kill. The subject shot 2 adult males after an altercation. They made an arrest on a warrant for an armed carjacking. The subject assaulted an adult male in the face with a firearm.
Now, let me point out Y'all need to look at the little dance she does when she's trying to make a point. And I've met people like her. They do that little dance when they think they have made a point. She's going to do that dance again.
And took his keys. We also made an arrest on a warrant for simple assault and the destruction of property. And
Look at her dance. Look at her dance. Are her feet hurting in those stiletto heels? I don't think she's wearing stiletto
There was an
heels.
arrest for possession of a controlled substance with the intent to distribute
Dance.
that subject. The
Dance.
person is also a subject of interest in a homicide and a carjacking. Last night in DC, we also arrested a felon in possession of a firearm who was carrying that firearm without a license. So these are the career criminals. These are the bad guys that we are picking up in Washington, D.C. every day. The president would love to do this.
No, they're not picking them up every day. Nobody's fucking going out. And this is the other thing these morons don't understand. The actual criminals are just waiting this out because it's a short-term solution to a long-term problem. And that's what MAGA doesn't want you to understand. They want to obfuscate with bullshit. Crime is not you put a couple soldiers out on the street and beef up, the federal agent presence. Dude, this is a short-term solution, not well thought out. MAGA is not good at thinking. No better than the Democrats. Let's watch Caroline dance.
Allow us to help them.
One more that's DC specific. Congress is poised to not extend Trump's federalization of the DC police. Mayor Bowser signed an executive order formalizing cooperation with federal forces. You just mentioned all the success that the operation has had. Does the White House believe that the Mayor Bowser's action is enough to continue the crime crackdown?
We are very grateful for the mayor's cooperation in this effort, and we look forward to continuing to work with her and the Metropolitan Police Department. Bloomberg.
Thanks, Caroline. The president.
She's white and blonde. Those are her credentials.
Call between the two leaders this week.
I don't have any phone calls to read out between you, the president, and any other foreign leaders. Ed.
Thanks, Carolyn. I want to ask about the benchmark revisions that came out. If you look at the revisions between March of 2024 and March of 2025, and you do a little math, it averages out to 73,000 jobs roughly per month added to the economy, less than.
Yep. Now they're going to turn to that 900,000 jobs correction.
Well, let me just say something about the revisions that came out this morning. And this was one of the biggest
Look
revisions.
at Caroline. She's so disappointed. Y'all didn't take the race bait.
2025 shows that the job growth was vastly weaker during the Biden administration than ever.
Oh, yeah.
This revision and last year's
Biden
job
was
growth
president.
Overstated by
Biden was president through March, through July. Dude, you're going to have to ride the bike. This is amazing.
approximately 2 million jobs. And the Biden administration stood up here and vouched for that data and told you that data was real. And when President Trump calls into question the veracity of that data, like he did before he took the oath of office and even now as president of the United States, he was ridiculed for that. And turns out this revision proves two things. Number one, the president was right. And this is why we need new leadership at the Fed. And this makes it very clear that President Trump inherited a much worse economy by the Biden administration than ever reported.
Bullshit. So now, oh my God, really? So it proves that they were handed a bad economy. Oh my Lord.
See, far too restrictive. Interest rates are too high. The Fed needs to cut the rates because of the mess that we inherited from the Biden administration.
Look at her. She's getting unraveled. She's getting unraveled, folks. Dance, Caroline, dance.
First, we need accurate numbers. We need truthful and honest data, which is why the president took the monumental step to try and appoint and confirm new leadership at the BLS.
She's not so sure she was when she was given that dog whistle.
The president is doing, and we hope that his nominee will soon be confirmed. Charlie.
You addressed the crime of Irina's Rutka, and the president does not want to deliver justice for victims of crimes like that horrific stabbing. And the Epstein files are back in the news because a lot of Americans feel that Epstein's victims never got justice. Does the president care about these victims? Do you think he can does he want to deliver more justice for them, and is he willing to meet with them?
The president cares about victims of all crimes, and that's why Republicans in the Trump Department of Justice.
You think Caroline, she looks a lot less sure of herself as as she seemed to be at the start of her little press conference. Notice her makeup starting to run. She's starting to sweat a little bit. Oh, Caroline's coming undone. Isn't that a song? Caroline's coming undone.
Have done more in terms of transparency when it comes to the Epstein case than any prior administration. And why are the Democrats all of a sudden caring about this? It's because they are desperately trying to concoct a hoax to smear the president of the United States. We have seen this time and time again.
We're smearing the president.
They could have cared about those victims 4 years ago when Joe Biden was in office. They could have pushed for transparency then. Unfortunately, the Democrats are using victims as political pawns to try to smear and to push a hoax against the president of the United States. And I will get you.
Well, now I'm curious. I know who Nelly Furtado is. She quadrupled what in weight, intelligence.
We have done more than any president.
Sin, you'll have to elaborate why anyone should care that she quadrupled, and then tell us how.
Of illegal aliens who are perpetrating these crimes against innocent victims in our country right now today, and that remains a top priority for this administration.
She's not a devil. She's a victim. Come on now. Look at her. She does not look confident right now. She is. Oh, she's in the fire.
I read you a statement. The Trump administration was.
I read you a statement. Look at her. She's doing a Stanley. She's getting perturbed. Her hair isn't even that well made right now. Oh, sorry.
And after the attack, he spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu.
One more.
Behind you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
About the Epstein case, would the White House support a professional handwriting expert review of the document released yesterday to prove that it's
Okay, yep, I can dirty. I'm just so amused.
And in fact, I have already seen many forensic analysts of signatures coming out. I believe it was the Daily Signal that published a piece with 3 separate signature analysts who said that this absolutely was not the president's authentic signature. And we have maintained that position all along. The president did not write this letter. He did not sign this letter. And that's why the president's external legal team is aggressively pursuing litigation against the Wall Street Journal, and they will continue to. Christian.
Thanks, Caroline. Following up on Ed, now that we have these revised jobs numbers, is the president concerned at all that price spikes, stemming from his tariffs through the end of the year might actually be driving the country towards a depression or a recession? What I'm asking is he committed to these policies now that we know how faulty the jobs data was?
The president is committed to his policies because his policies are working, Christian. And there have been a lot of people fear-mongering about inflation in this room, but it just has not come to fruition. On a monthly basis, CPI inflation has now come in at or below the market's expectation for 6 consecutive months, every month that President Trump has been in office. Overall, inflation has run at a 1.9% average pace in the president's first 6 months in office. I would have told all of you that in January, you would not have believed me, but those are the facts and those are the numbers. And we also see many other positive signs in economic indicators like real GDP. In the second quarter, it was revised up to 3.3%. That beat the market's expectation.
It's a dance. Notice how she dances. And it's a weird thing that I had a boss years ago who used to do, when he wanted to make emphasis or get you to just go with what he was trying to, you might disagree, but he would do this little weird dance, with the shoulders and the head trying to convince you. Caroline, I actually thought she was rather good at this, but when she gets under pressure, it's a weird thing, and maybe it's just my perception, but her hair is coming undone. It's almost like a cartoon. You can start seeing the hair kind of stand up, and her little perfect coif is becoming a little bit disheveled. You know what? This poor girl, and she is literally under 30, by the way. She's becoming undone, and I'm enjoying watching this. Trump is a fuck up. Okay. And he has failed up because of his money. And now he's hired a dumb, fucking inexperienced staff. And my impression, and I don't know this for a fact, but 2 TV screens, it's a horrible crime. This motherfucker is just like, he's a monster. But 2 TV or 2 video screens, they thought this was going to be the whole topic of this press conference. And look at her. She's struggling.
We know there's a capital spending boom right now, which we know is one of the greatest economic indicators of job growth. We know wages are increasing at a far faster pace than they were under the previous administration. We see productivity in the second quarter was also revised up to a strong 3.3%. In total industrial production, factory output also surged. All of this means the economy is moving. People are working. People are spending money. You look at consumer spending. That is also ticking up and in the right direction. And a large part, it's because of the incredible work the president has done in terms of energy and unlocking our energy dominance in this country. Again, these jobs, the numbers from the BLS today prove that the economy was an absolute mess. And we are working every single day to fix it. And all of those indicators I just read for you are positive sign of what is to come.
Just one more quickly on
Sure,
trade,
Danny.
Just wanted to get a bit of clarity on the sequence of events for the Doha attack and the notification. You said that the U.S. military notified, if I got it right, the Trump administration was notified by the U.S. military.
That's right.
Was the U.S. military notified by the Israeli military, or did the U.S. military detect an incoming Israeli attack on Qatar?
The U.S. military notified the White House and the President of the United States. That's all I have to share for you on that, Danny. Jeff.
Also following up, you said that the president assured the leaders in Qatar that this would never happen again. Did he say that to the Prime Minister of Israel, and did Prime Minister Netanyahu agree to that?
The president told that to the Emir and the Prime Minister of Qatar, and the president also overstressed the importance of peace in the region in his conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu as well. And Prime Minister Netanyahu told President Trump he wants peace and he wants it quickly. That's what the president expects to happen. The president is very clear in the statement that he just had me reading. You will all see it out on True Social very shortly, I am sure. The whole world will see it. He wants all of the hostages released out of Gaza, and he wants this war to end. Those are two clear directives that the president is making very clear for the entire world to understand. Mary.
But Qatar obviously has been helping to negotiate these ceasefire talks. Does the president think that Israel is undermining negotiations by striking Qatar? Is he concerned that Qatar's no longer going to want to play that intermediary role?
I think the president addressed that in the statement. I can read the whole thing for you again. I think it's very thorough because the president wanted to address all of your questions. We wrote, unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker
Look at
peace.
the little dance. Look at the shoulders.
However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza, is a
Look
worthy
at the
goal.
dance.
You can't say that Israel informed the U.S.
What I can tell you is the United States.
She is being raked over some coals today.
Tell us when the U.S. military was notified, given that the largest U.S. military base is in Doha. And then
Yeah, it's so weird. Like I said, people do that, and I've never understood it. I think they just, it's kind of like now. I think what it is, and I can understand. She's nervous. She just wants this shit to be done. That's the dance that I'm seeing right here. She thought she hit a home run. And I honestly believe this. She thought she hit a home run. It was rather theatrical. It's 2 screens. And she thought she put on a stage show and it would all be about and I could go on for probably 30 minutes. John Galt thought this was a huge story. And, America's such a violent country that last week we had babies in a church. And I went to Catholic school. We used to do mass every morning. Even when I was in high school, you know, it was morning mass. Trump did not put on this display when those babies who were praying in a Catholic church got slaughtered. But all of a sudden, and it's a tragedy. They're all tragedies, but why now? Why not these little children? And y'all know, you know what? I've look, kids praying in a church. I don't know. Minnesota in Minnesota's a Democratic state. Minneapolis is run by a Democrat mayor. The dude who did it was confused, but he had XY chromosomes. Why not? Why didn't we do this when those little children? This is so disingenuous. And this, hey, because it's race involved. Okay. And it's not proof, it's just a suspicion on my part. This Donald Trump knows how to put on a show. He knows how to take, he will rank tragedies. I don't think this is any bigger or smaller a tragedy than a dude running up and shooting through a church window during a Catholic mass. The problem is more fundamental. And oddly enough, this black dude on the metro had some mental issues which weren't talked about, and so did the church shooter of kids. I have a problem with how we're doing comparative tragedies, and the Trump administration is so disingenuous. By the way, on this particular crime, even what's his name, Dinesh D'Souza, was even more egregious. And I'll deal with that tomorrow. Dinesh D'Souza is a monster. But this Trump is a fucking monster. He is not a good president. He is a problem. And thank goodness he has a shelf life. You know, 80-year-olds don't last forever.
I said earlier as well.
Okay, thank you. And yesterday, the president spoke about DC crime and talked about how there was virtually none. And then he expressed frustration.
Sin, express your opinion. You're free to do it.
Do anything they can to find something. If a man has a little fight with
okay.
wife, they say this is crime.
Express your opinion, Sin. I always appreciate it.
Exactly what crimes was the president referring to?
He wasn't referring to crimes. That's exactly the point he was making.
Wait, he literally said something about crimes.
Will be made up and reported as a crime to undermine the great work that the federal task force is doing to reduce crime in Washington, D.C. And I think the president has every reason to believe that, given the efforts of many reporters in this room who actively seek to undermine the president.
Okay, so now, I love this. Hold on one sec. So now she's going to turn on the press corps. They didn't take her bait, so now she's mad? Oh, is she going to throw a hissy fit? Oh, this is amazing.
This because you all live here, and I'm sure you are very grateful for the administration's efforts to make the city, which we all reside in, much safer for ourselves and our families. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. Florida Congressman Randy Fine is calling for judges to face consequences if the violent repeat offenders they release go on to commit new crimes. Is that something the president supports?
It's not something I've heard the president discuss. You can ask him yourself next time you have the opportunity to. How's that?
Caroline, one more question. On Thursday, President Trump will head to the Pentagon.
Oh, you can ask him next time you see him. How's that? Loving this. Oh, the little subtle. Ooh, she's getting upset.
And also to New York City in honor of the 24th anniversary of 9/11. Has the president expressed any interest on creating or having congressmen create a new 9/11 commission to answer some of the ongoing questions many Americans have about that day?
I, again, have not heard the president discuss that. You're welcome to ask him yourself, but I do know he very much looks forward to going to both the Pentagon and the Yankees game in New York City on Thursday to commemorate the 24th anniversary. As you know, the president is a New Yorker at heart. He loves the city very much. It is his home.
A New Yorker at heart. He loves New York, but New York City does not love him.
Speaking yesterday before the Religious Liberty Commission. As you know, he's created the White House Faith Office, the Task Force on Anti-Christian Bias, and yesterday he talked about the importance of the Bible in America and the importance of prayer in America.
The upside down Bible.
For that, in stating that he's espousing Christian nationalism. Yet the president has called on the American people to band together in praying for this nation for people of all faiths. How important is that to the Trump administration? And are there guidelines for implementing that?
Well, last time I checked, it's not just Christians who pray, it's people of all faith who pray. And that's what the president wants to protect, the religious freedom for Americans of all faith. And he spoke about that yesterday. And that's why he was very proud and excited to announce this new initiative, Pray America, encouraging all Americans to pray for our country and the goodness of our country leading up to America's 250th birthday next year. Why don't we take some from the sides? Elizabeth, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I have two questions.
Sure.
First, on prayer again. Is the Trump administration looking for the forthcoming prayer guidelines to challenge existing court precedent on the right to pray in public schools?
Well, the president spoke about that yesterday and some of the changes we are making to ensure that the religious liberties of America's students and our youth are respected in public schools. In fact, he had a young student and invited him on stage to share his story about how when this young boy spoke about biological and biblical truth in his classroom, he faced consequences for that, and how Americans of faith should not be facing consequences for expressing their religious freedom and their religious views. Not in any public school in America should that be happening. You heard the president talk about that yesterday.
Sure. Caroline, thank you so much. Regarding Israel attacking Doha, beside a phone call, what was President Trump's involvement in the attack, if any?
Look, I don't have anything more to read out for you on this other than the very lengthy and thorough statement that I have shared repeatedly now.
Sure.
Go ahead. Thank you. After the Supreme Court ruling yesterday on the ICE raids in Los Angeles, some particularly non-white U.S. citizens are saying that they're going to begin carrying their U.S. passports with them at all times. What is the White House's response to Americans who are concerned about being swept up as others have been already in these enforcement actions?
They should not be concerned because this administration is focused on the detention and deportation of illegal alien criminals who broke our nation's immigration laws. And the Supreme Court upheld the Trump administration's right to stop individuals in Los Angeles to briefly question them regarding their legal status because the law allows this, and this has been the practice of the federal government for decades. And the Immigration and Nationality Act states that immigration officers can briefly stop an individual to question them about their immigration status if the officer has reasonable suspicion that the individual is illegally present in the United States. And reasonable suspicion is not just based on race, it's based on a totality of the circumstances to review. And I will tell you, I spoke to our border czar about this morning. When ICE goes out to conduct a targeted operation to deport illegal criminals from our community, they are doing so with intelligence. They are doing so with law enforcement sources. They are doing so in most cases with the backing of local law enforcement who know exactly where these illegal alien criminals and drug traffickers and drug dealers are hiding in plain sight in American communities. And the men and women of ICE are doing everything they can to not only follow the law, but to enforce the law. And it's about time that has happened because we had 4 years of an administration who completely ignored and evaded our nation's very clear immigration laws, and the Supreme Court has reaffirmed that.
Thanks, Caroline.
one of the other documents released by the House Oversight Committee contained a photo of Jeffrey Epstein holding an oversized check that was made out to him in the check from the president for $22,000 for a fully depreciated woman. I wondered if the president has any recollection of that, or what you guys make of that photo that was included in those documents.
Did you see the signature on that check? It is not Donald Trump's signature. It is absolutely not. The president did not sign it.
It doesn't have the Trump. It's the same style as Sharpie.
I'll take both of you. Go ahead.
So first, is the president considering offering Mayor Eric Adams a job? If so, why? And does he think Curtis Lee was a serious candidate for New York City mayor?
Look, the president has made it quite clear he wants this race to move forward in New York City. He does not want a communist to be running New York City. But as for weighing in on other individual candidates, I'll leave that to the president to do himself.
And then following up on Reagan's question, many of these highest crime cities in America, they're led by black mayors, including the three that you mentioned, Jackson, Memphis.
Let me pause this to help my dear friend Sin 7 out. Have you ever heard of Rosa Parks? Public transportation is more than metros. Literally, Rosa Parks kind of kicked off some civil rights stuff riding public transportation, Ms. Sin. Atlanta has a metro. I've never taken the metro in Charlotte, but I've ridden the Atlanta metro. DC, technically kind of the South, has a metro. There's public transportation in the South. And furthermore, the South tends to be a little bit more, crime is crime. Violent crime is always a monstrous and very tragic thing to do. But I live in the South. I'm from the South. Don't tell me about the South, ma'am, unless you're from the South. There's plenty of public transportation in the South. So no, you don't go on the Atlanta Metro and expect to be stabbed. So I don't know where you're going with this, but the South has public transportation. So refine your argument and let's see if you get more interesting.
Birmingham. So given that, what's your response to criticism from the left that Trump is targeting black mayors? Isn't he just trying to...
You know what? Here's what we don't do, Sin. You want to think about your average white woman. Don't know why I should think about your average white woman. I happen to be a black man, and an old black man at that. White women who are adults should think like white women. It's not my job to think like a white woman or even care that much about thinking like a white woman. Welcome to Stanley versus the world, ma'am. Don't be the world. White women have brains. They can think for themselves. Why would I care? Why would I even do a thought experiment? There are enough white women to do their own thought experiments. So I understand, but the South is fine. We have public transportation. Charlotte was a tragedy, and the White House tried to make it like the number one problem in America. Last week, a white, whatever he or she was, shot up kids praying in a church. I don't do comparative tragedy, so I'll stop there. But why didn't they make a public production out of what happened in Minnesota? And it wasn't last week. I guess it was the week before. There's a tragedy every week. There's a shooting every week. And I'm sorry, crazy black males. There was a crazy white XY who did something tragic last week. I don't remember a whole White House conference on it. That's actually my larger point.
all Americans from crime. And he wants to make all of our cities in America safe. And the fact is, the most dangerous cities in
No,
America are run
Sin,
by Democrats.
Sin. What story? The White House story, Donald Trump story, Caroline Levitt story. Their story is about a white woman in Charlotte. And what I'm saying is, it is literally one among many tragedies that have happened. Shit. We've had a problem since Sandy Hook. America has a fucking tragedy every goddamn week. There's some white fool purchased guns legally and shot up the CDC a month ago. Which tragedy? I will lay it down flat. I don't give a fuck what a white woman is thinking about. I'm not a white woman. White women should care about what white women think about. And I understand there is some sympathy there. You know, she's a woman, you're a woman. I sympathize, but I'm not going to take this out of the context that there are all kinds of tragedies. And frankly, if I have to be honest, shooting up a goddamn church and shooting up children, I'm sorry. I kids deserve an American childhood, and some fucking warped XY individual ended lives way before they ever began. Don't make me choose which tragedy is worse. We shouldn't do comparative tragedy. But Sin, I don't give a fuck about what a white woman thinks.
Overwhelmingly. And according to the FBI crime statistics, 19 of the top 20 cities with the highest murder rate are run by Democrats. And these high crime Democrat-run cities are driving up the crime stats and otherwise safe.
Okay,
states. So
you're gonna have to help me out. Why are you insisting caring about what white people? Do you live in? That's right. You do live in North Carolina. I just remembered, but not in Charlotte. Am I correct? I understand the urge to care about what white people would do, but dude, you can't live the life of white people or every black person. Sin, I'm trying to figure out what your overall point is. You're not making sense, oddly enough, and you usually do. That's why you don't have a bunch of outrage about the case, because most white people in Charlotte would never think about taking that transportation at night. It's almost a cautionary tale. I disagree. Transportation should be safe late at night, whether you're a young white lady or an old black man. I don't really get your point. Maybe that's my confusion here. What does your point have to do with anything? Are you saying she shouldn't have taken it? Are you saying she should have known it wasn't safe? Sin, please help me out with what your actual point is, because I'm kind of like getting confused. Yeah, come back another evening, except it's afternoon. Don't get your point. But Sin, I respect you, but don't be spouting out bullshit. Make sense with your arguments. Or someone tell me why I'm not understanding. Transportation should be safe all the time.
Mike Johnson, he came out and said that the president was an FBI informant. Do you know what he meant by that? If it's not true.
I can affirm that is not true. I think the speaker was referring to the fact that President Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago property for reasons the president has already discussed. John.
Oh, thank you, Caroline.
Oh, wait, hold it. Let me.
Washington, D.C. resident with
Okay.
my family. I just want to thank you.
This really annoys me. And Sin, you haven't really spent a lot of time around here. We tend to try and put things in perspective. Why the fuck am I going to have a whole lot of outrage when there are things like this, this metro thing that happen every week? What I have an outrage about it is that the White House doesn't have outrage. Okay, the White House picks the one case. There have been murders, shooting up churches, all kinds of stuff throughout the summer. And this is the first White House briefing I've seen where they had audio visual. I watch these White House briefings quite a bit. Not every time they happen, but I'm a politics guy. I watch this shit. So that you want to do a hissy fit because I don't have the kind of outrage you want me to have, I'm sorry. This happens a lot. And this particular, young, she was probably an immigrant from what I understand. It's a tragedy, but it's one among tragedies in having a president of the United States cherry pick this because of race is outrageous. If I were president, the kids getting shot up while they pray would be something I would definitely do a press conference about. This, maybe I'll do a press conference, but see, the selectiveness of how Trump wants to present this racial bullshit is why I'm not going to get bent out of shape. Trump is a moron. He has a bunch of people around him who have no sense of proportion or brains, or maybe need some more training or seasoning or education. And come back some other day, but I'm not going to take your bait either, Sim.
Vitalizing safety here in the last 3 weeks has been stunning. Well, I want to go to Virginia. All of a sudden, out of the blue, Winsome Sears has closed the gap on Abigail Spanberger. Got 4 issues: coerced abortions in Fairfax County without telling mom or dad, no parents, girls going in boys' bathrooms on film, right? 2 of the young fellows get suspended for complaining about it. Virginia Beach man, an innocent man, is now died in a car crash by a drunk illegal going on the other side of the road. And now you got Spanberger's got these racist signs. When are we going to get the president to make an official endorsement of Winsome Sears and maybe come and campaign in West Virginia?
Well, as you know, I'm very limited in what I can talk about when it comes to political endorsements and future elections from this government podium. But all of the issues that you just mentioned, I know are very important to the president, and it's quite common sense. It's the foundation of the Republican Party, and it's what sent this president back to the Oval Office. We want to keep men out of women's sports and bathrooms. We want criminals to be locked up. The president wants to see law and order in every state across the country. But as for political endorsements, I'll leave that to him and his political advisors to make those. Sure. Haley.
Thanks, Caroline. I have 2 questions for you, if it's okay. One on Doha and one on immigration and crime.
Sure.
On Doha, ahead of the strike we saw today, did the administration at any point try to dissuade the Israelis from the potential for an action like we saw today?
Again, I have answered questions repeatedly on this. I have a very lengthy statement which we will release after this briefing for all of you to read and to report on once again.
Okay. And then on a case in Maryland, the killing of Dakara Thompson, there are reports that the suspect arrested for her murder was in the country illegally and arrested and released for driving under the influence both in 2022 and in April of this year by U.S. Park Police. Is the administration looking into what process allowed this to take place?
Yes, we absolutely are. As soon as we saw this case, we ensured that the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice were on it, and I can assure you that they are. This is another heinous act of violence against someone who should have never been in our country illegally in the first place, and that's exactly why the deportation of illegal criminals from our country is a top priority for this administration, and it's something that is happening every single day. And I would encourage all of you to continue to report on the very violent illegal alien criminals that we are deporting daily from American communities across the country. We will never understand how many lives have been saved by these efforts, or how many lives would have been lost if not for this president and the administration's policy to deport illegal criminal aliens. And Harris?
Thanks, Caroline. Follow up on Charlie's question. Would the president meet with the Jeffrey Epstein victims?
I don't have any meetings for you to read out on that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Is the Trump administration considering a
Yep, I'm going to switch this to close out the show. Aramio Frimpong, folks.
Race.
His
And she
hair
says
is
that
getting
actually doesn't
grayer.
capture the Black woman's experience, who might be doubly oppressed because she's discriminated because of her gender and her race. And she takes 3 examples, 2 that fit well with her thesis, one that actually problematizes it a little bit. But the first example is the most famous one, with GM, where Black women were not allowed to retain their jobs. They were the first one fired with respect to seniority because they had just gotten the job because they were Black women and not white women who had been working for GM a little bit longer, so that when there were a round of layoffs because of recession, Black women were the first ones fired. And that was a form of discrimination, but not necessarily gender discrimination. And not necessarily explicitly racial discrimination, but because GM had only started to hire Black women, but had hired white women, all the white women got to keep their jobs for seniority reasons, and the Black women were asked to go. And we needed a way to talk about that because it wasn't necessarily
that. This is a perfect example of systemic racism. They've been hiring white women all along. Hiring Black women was a new thing. And you know what? It wasn't even intentional. This is a perfect CRT case. People don't fucking understand what CRT is. They don't even understand it if it's presented like Irami did. And then all of a sudden, I think I pissed someone off because I basically said, I don't care about white women. They can think for themselves. No, dude, why would I just don't buy this whole thing about, you have to have look, it was an unfortunate circumstance. It was a tragedy, a true act. It was a true heinous act and a tragedy. But you know what? A cautionary tale? A cautionary tale for what? Okay, people, shit, I could walk from here to downtown, and you know what? The South is not Chicago. The South is my little town, Charlotte, and it's been years, decades since I've been there. But no, in the South, taking public transportation, no. The South is a different vibe from wherever Viper Pit you live in the North. And I'm probably wrong in thinking so, but I'm an old man. The South has always been fine. I feel bad, Sin, but I don't know what the fuck to say. The white woman was 23. She's an adult. Maybe she got bad advice, but don't act like a 23-year-old can't make decisions and she is some innocent little lamb. Okay, that's the problem with, folks in the United States and folks on the right in general. Y'all want to pretend that you don't become an adult until you're like 80. Motherfucker, a 20-year-old is an adult. An 18-year-old is an adult, legally and otherwise. 16-year-old, there's 16-year-olds who are probably smarter than 21-year-olds, but maybe I'm just legalistic, but you know what? That 23-year-old, now there's always exceptions. She may not have been raised in the culture. She may have been an immigrant, but it's a tragedy. You don't get on a motherfucking metro in the middle of the night there's such a thing as a buddy system. She probably taken that metro many times and never had a problem. There is such a thing is there are times in big cities you don't travel along. I don't know what the fuck to say other than, these little temper tantrums that these people want to do when they get pissed off at me. I'm, I like Sin. I think she's a great person, but goddamn, I'm not going to change the way I think just to fucking, fucking, say something someone wants me to say just to curry favor. Fuck it. She's an adult. There are things, and if I recall, she wasn't a new immigrant. There are things you don't do at night, and maybe it was an experiential thing. I would probably do it, but you know what? I'm also a man. There are things you don't do in big cities. It's a tragedy. And this white woman shit, or I don't care because she's a white woman. Literally, what I said was, I'm not going to put myself into the shoes of a perfectly good adult. God damn it. It's so annoying how people just want you to fucking pretend you can't think. She's an adult.
Gender, that was doing the work, and it wasn't necessarily race that was doing the work, although it was race doing the work. We needed a special, she argued for a special category that protected these Black women because they were not being protected or honored like their white women counterparts, right? So that's actually, I think that's the paradigmatic, that's the first example she puts out of the three. And I think that's probably the most powerful one, where it really gets at the problem of what it is to be a Black woman who's not actually appropriately theorized under these kind of unilateral dimensions of either gender or race, because she can't represent, she's not represented by the struggles for the Black man, and she's not, and white feminists don't really represent her because they're just happy they get to keep their job because, like I said, they get to use power over the legitimate power over Black women because of seniority. They were hired first, right? Forget the fact that we kept Black women out of that job. Right, so that's where she's coming from, and I think that's a sympathetic case that actually needs to be kind of thought through and respected. The problem is that she leans heavily and almost exclusively on this notion that there are singly oppressed and doubly oppressed people, and that white women are only singly oppressed, which in a way is true. But Black men are also only singly oppressed, which completely misreads the operation of gender in society, and especially in the antagonistic relationships. And if you're going to say that racial antagonistics are race relationships are antagonistic, then it is the case that the antagonism between in-group men and out-group men is the primary antagonism. Just ask any men in the Ukraine. Sure, you can find feminist organizations say that the Ukrainian war is especially hard on women, but that's just not true. Like any man under 50 is now being drafted into the race, into the war by Zelensky, right? And is given and is pointed at Russian bullets, right? In Gaza, any man under 50 is assumed to be Hamas and can be murdered with impunity. Before it becomes relevant, you need to be under 10, right? And now they have aid stations that only minister to women. So this idea that what it is to be a man is this is some sort of flat maleness that transcends any other racial or religious antagonisms is trash, and it's always been true. We didn't lynch women, right? The way we lynched men, and like not only did we lynch them and then cut and pickled their balls So there was always a gendered aspect to racialized violence, and the worst traits of the race were always heaped upon the men. So while Black women can actually rightly charge invisibility with respect to racial critiques, the struggles are invisibilized. You have to understand, we have racial critiques because the direct and violent explicit victims were outgroup men, right? So the plight of the Gazan women might be invisible. Like, or feminists will say, like, well, you need to talk about this effect on the women. Well, that's true, but it's because we assume that all men are Hamas, right? It's impossible to be a 20-year-old Gazan citizen now and be in a male body because you're automatically Hamas. You can't just be a citizen. Like, we don't know what that means. Like, we don't know what kind of vulnerability that means. So the idea that Black men are only singly oppressed because of their race, but not because of their gender, and that gender, there's such thing as a flat maleness that operates in both in-group and out-group races, is actually, it's ridiculous and it's anti-historical. Like, you go to the genocide studies, apparently genocide people don't play around this. Like, they'll be the first one to tell you that the Jewish men were the first one like killed. Like, it's the feminist arguments, they laugh out, but somehow when it comes to Black people, it turns out that it's okay that Black men are disposable because they're utterly privileged. They get confused for white men. And you have to actually think carefully about what institution in America would rather have a Black man than a white man. You could say, like, well, Obama was elected before Kamala Harris. Obama is like 18 times more talented a politician than Kamala Harris. So don't even try to say that. We need to admit that Black men raise a kind of anxiety in America that Black women do not, and that Black women have their struggles that are racialized and gendered, but they do not include all of the struggles of Black men. And Black men have their struggles that are racialized and gendered because Black men are targeted because of their race. Their gender. Their gender is not a get out of jail free card. Their gender is not an access of privilege. It is an actual access of vulnerability. It's just different than the access of vulnerability that Black women face. So while Black women are rendered invisible, Black men are targeted, and there's a difference. I am not trying to take away Black women's voices. I'm just saying that if you make the Black woman whole, that's not necessarily the same as doing justice to Black men. These are distinct claims, and that's why you need a Black male studies department, and why an intersectional feminist studies department won't actually deal that, because they'll presume that Black men are only singly oppressed. And she says that towards the end. At the beginning, she talks about how treating Black men as if they were doubly oppressed is a problem at the beginning, and at the end she says that if you heal the Black woman, you heal it all, as if Black women are a race unto themselves. And that's just not true. I won't even say if you heal Black men, you heal it all. No, you need to heal Black men as Black men and deal with Black women as Black women. And that's fine if you want to heal Black people. But this idea that all of the problems of Black people can be somehow triple distilled and heaped onto Black women goes with this this drive to create Black women as a race unto themselves, and Black men as disposable. And she argues at the end about her idea of family politics is we want to make life easier for Black single mothers. And all of this politics, she talks about Fraser, who's trying to make politics easier for Black families and keep families together. She's like, well, no, we want Black women to have more options and all their options. So we need a politics that makes things easier for Black single mothers. And that's where it's actually, you're right. That's not my fight. My fight is policy for Black families, because I think children need intact families. And if you have policies that are just tied to making it life easier for Black single mothers, that might actually not be something I support. That might be a distraction from actual community uplift, because that undermines the community, because I don't think you should replace families with government. I think these are different spheres of responsibility and authority. And so I'm going to get in trouble as being anti-feminist, because I don't think that we should have a lot of policies that make it easier for single mothers. I think we should make it have a lot of family policies that make it easier to like have functional, intact families. Right. Yeah. So if maleness is a side of privilege, no matter what body you're in, then we need to talk about why homelessness rates are Black men, right? Homelessness rates, incarceration rates, and morbidity, mortality rates. And we have to understand that when Black women are trying to fight for the jobs that men are in, are they really trying to fight for the jobs that Black men are in? And even when white women are trying to fight for the jobs that white men are in, are they really trying to fight for all the jobs that white men are doing? Or they want a certain set of jobs, and they want a privilege to not be expected to do a different set of jobs, right? The assumption that you should go work at the waste disposal plant is something that Black men get that in a way that Black women necessarily do not, right? So this idea that we want all the jobs that men have, that's just not true. You want to be assumed not to qualify for some of the jobs that men have. And that is, you want the privilege to not be confused for a Black man in a lot of ways. And not just in your interaction with cops, but in many institutions in society. So the original sin of this article is to presume that Black men are only at a single axis of oppression, and those that are doubly oppressed are only going to include women, and that Black maleness isn't a site for vulnerability. Now, she gives a counterexample of this about one time she was with her friend at Harvard, a Black man at Harvard, who had just been accepted as one of the very, very, very few Black men at this elite Harvard men's club, and where they were going to have dinner. And as a woman, she had to go through the back entrance, and that was the height of degradation. That this Black man got to go through the front as being one of the few Black men at this Harvard club. And she had to go through the back. But you have to understand, this Harvard men's club wasn't built for him. This Harvard men's club wasn't built for him. And the whole thing should probably be abolished in some ways. But the idea that you take the most colonial, racist, and classist institution and presume that just because this guy had just gotten in, and that these are like the worst kinds of people at this bourgeois institution, that their class doesn't already override their gender and overwhelm their gender and racial suspicions. You take this one club as an example of Black male privilege. I think that's ludicrous. That club is not indicative of society. That club is indicative of like a very peculiar wing that like nobody in my chat is ever going to be in. You're not in those rooms. You're not in that room. And I don't know if you want to be in that room. Right? So, and that was her only concrete example of Black male privilege. Because even in the factory jobs, she didn't actually talk about what the Black men were doing and why the Black women would want those jobs, because Black women didn't want those jobs. They wanted the jobs that white women had. They wanted the jobs because they didn't want the jobs that Black men had. And so they didn't want to be confused for black men. And that is the problem. By the way, if you appreciate what I'm doing, go ahead and go to www.funkyacademic.com, kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month, and I'll keep doing it because I want to start doing more of these deep dives into feminist canon that might not be particularly good. And once again, the primary problem with this article is the presumption that black women are doubly oppressed, whereas black men are singly oppressed. And it doesn't actually understand black maleness as a site for vulnerability and being targeted for violence because of their maleness in black skin, which is fundamentally different and antagonistic towards maleness in white skin. This idea, and I mean, there's a deeper problem because the arguments she goes in to make this case draw on feminist scholarship that just presumes black men are just rapists. Right. So like in the third section where she actually upholds white feminists, and she's like, well, we need feminist scholarship to talk about rape. The presumption is that black men are rapists. The presumption is that the color purple is right, and that one, black domestic violence isn't bidirectional, which a few decades of scholarship have shown that it was bidirectional. At the time of this writing in 89, the homicide rates were actually, more black men were being shot by black women than the other way around. Now, black men were also shooting black men, but black women were shooting black men. And that didn't level out until 92. And this was written in 89. So we just have to understand that domestic violence in black households is bidirectional. It's caused from their ecological things, including culture, but also just stress and years and decades of terrorism from Jim Crow. Right. So the presumption that black men either mimetically want to be white men, which isn't really borne out, as opposed to what someone like Tommy Curry, the black male studies scholars, will say that there's actually an evolution of manhood, so that black men actually are more progressive because they look at white men and are like, no, why would I want to do that? Like, why would I want to be that? And they have a different variety of manhood. Now, this different variety of manhood might not be particularly great in all ways, but it is not the stereotypical white manhood. It's a different kind of masculinity. And if you actually study black men, you'll see that. But if you actually just presume that black men are just degraded white men, then you end up with what Crenshaw ends up. And so the notion that maleness in a black body isn't a site for vulnerability is a problem. And is a problem for Crenshaw. But also the notion that, and she talks about Juliana Cooper, that if you address black women, you'll address the entire black race. That's ridiculous. I won't even say the same thing about black men. If you address all the problems with black men, you still have to deal with some problems with just black women. You have to actually talk to and listen to black women as subjects, because there's some things you'll miss. But the black feminists will say that if you actually just address all the problems of black women, you'll just address all the problems of black people. And that's just not true. That's just not true. There's some problems that touch black men that do not touch black women. And, black male studies, people can say that without undermining their studies. You need, people studying black women, but you also need people studying black men, because the way we've, gendered the risk and relationship, the risk and work of being black in America, requires differentiated studies. And that's perfectly appropriate. But feminists think that if you just give them all the money and all the shine, it'll address everything because they are the black. And that's just not true. That's just not true. I don't think black men are a race unto themselves. I do not think black women are a race unto themselves. I think we are black people with some differentiated problems. So you need people studying black men, and you need the problems that directly affect black men, and you need people studying the problems that directly affect black women, and not presume that men are privileged, black men are privileged because they're men. Yeah. So even her understanding of patriarchy is like a historical, or it just comes out of a tradition that presumes black men are rapists, right? So you have to understand, before the 50s, white women didn't talk about patriarchy. They talked about paternalism, and that the condescension and paternalism, and that they wanted to get rid of the paternalism. But when they realized that wasn't as sympathetic, because then we had to talk about some of the virtues of being protected from some of society's more nefarious aspects, they had to they switched from paternalism to patriarchy by mimicking the way patriarchy dealt with outgroup males. So patriarchy is a family game. Patriarchy is a family game where you kill the people who are not in your family, and you kill the males who are not in your family. So in order to adopt the language, a more sympathetic struggle, these feminists took over the language of black men, said their struggle was like theirs, and then kicked out the black men. Well, they hired black women to kick out the black men. And that's how we get to the discourse of today. That's why, instead of, like, when we talk about patriarchy, we should talk about white men against black men. We should talk about patriarchy and a patriarchal society like in Israel that's just killing every Gazan man between 50 and 20. And we used to talk about, like, Kamala Harris as a patriarch for her role in participating in the police system. We need to talk about these NGOs that now in Gaza will only distribute aid to women. That's what patriarchy looks like. It's a family game against outgroup men, right? So if you don't actually take the plight of outgroup men seriously, you're missing a very important dynamic about, like, some of the ills of the patriarchy. All right. So thank you for your time. If you appreciate what I'm doing, which I think you should go to www.funkyacademics.com, kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month, and I'll keep doing it. I think it's important. Now, once again, the problem isn't that there are people studying the particular and specific problems of black women. It's a presumption that the particular and specific problems of black women somehow deal with the particular and specific problems of black people. And even more dangerously, it's a presumption that black men are only at one axis of disadvantage, and that their gender does not mark them for target for violence and anxiety. And they're not vulnerable because they are black men. There are certain ways that black women are vulnerable because they're black women. And then there are many ways that black men are vulnerable because they're black men, and they wouldn't be vulnerable if they're black women. Arguably, and this is probably my spiciest take, I think a lot of black men become trans because they think the grass is easier on the other side, because the grass isn't that great on this side. I think the disproportionate black male to female trans community, that's where it comes from. And like I said, it's a spicy take. You're not going to agree with me, but I think this is what it comes. All right, so I do think the most distressing part of this essay that I found surprising was how much she wanted to how comfortable she was with advocating for aid for single black mothers at the expense of black families, like explicitly at the expense of black families, so that you give black women all the options, including single black motherhood. And I think that is, like, all of the stigma that gets put on intersectional feminism for, like, that kind of attitude, that's deserved, because black kids need black families, and we need to strengthen black families, not just have the government step in as
Oh
daddy.
boy, we're getting some shaky head
I think you
here.
need to stop begging me to talk to a trans person. I have talked to many trans people. Look, all right. So thank you. Thank you for your time. Yeah, I was reading a comment. I think you need to stop it.
Yeah, now I'll just end this here. I'm going to tell you in conclusion of this broadcast. Look, I know I piss many people off, but it is not my job to figure out what your fucking argument is. Look, don't come here making half-assed arguments. And I think that's pretty much going to be it. It is Stanley versus the world. Make a good goddamn argument. Present your case. Understand what you're talking about, and don't expect me to fucking figure out why you think what you think. I can always prove what I'm saying, and if I can't figure out what my argument is, I will just concede and we can move on. But don't come up here expecting me to present your goddamn argument, present your case, fucking say what is on your mind, or just don't make the argument. It is so fucking annoying to hear half-ass, oh, Stanley, you know what I mean? I get that so much. Stanley, you know what I mean. No, I don't. How about be an adult, make your argument, and then we can do the back and forth. But, you know, no, I have no clue what you mean if you don't tell me what you mean. And that's that. So I will see you all in the morning.